Hello, everyone. I am Kev, and this is Black Men Being Brutally Honest. And yeah, this is a little late for me on a Saturday night, but I did run a midnight special. So I guess this will be a midnight special too, not by title, but I'm glad to be able to come to you again. I missed last night, but daddy duty was in full effect. So and that's my beating heart right there. So it was it is, even though I didn't necessarily not want to go on last night, it was just something that I could not do. So I do appreciate all the support that I get from you guys anyway. uh, but yeah, starting to feel the effects of a guy named Uncle Nearest. I'll tell you about Uncle Nearest in a second, but here's a positive message that I want you guys, and you women out there that are watching this broadcast and any of these broadcasts. I want you to understand something, that family is very important. Any sane human being, would probably more than likely have a balanced family. Family that love you and offer positivity to your life. And family can be anywhere from blood related to people you are very, 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 very close with. uh yeah so I just want to let y'all know that Thursday was the birthday of a friend of mine. He passed away a couple years ago, and he died at 36, and he would have been 38. And I knew the guy since he was 6 years old. So and I discovered that he was actually doing podcasts on YouTube. Yeah, it wasn't really like content like Black Manosphere content or anything like that, but he was having fun with it, and I appreciate being able to see him in life again. It's just that I haven't been able to watch it for like a couple minutes, because it's very tough, because there he is again alive, and I hadn't seen or heard him speak in 2 years, and it just kind of blew me away for a second. So I'll warm up to it one day. And but here's what me and that guy had, my eternal brother. We had brotherhood. Yes, we did. No matter how many times we fought, no matter how many times we disagree, and let's throw in all the fun times too. We were always able to come back. We were always able to say, hey, let's talk about this, let's squash this. And sometimes we get very heated. We were more alike than we ever thought we were. We were willing to admit at times. It was just crazy that I can't say anything to him anymore. And is people, you know, I understand that there are a lot of conversations that go left, and they have a tendency to embarrass us as I would say, a collective, a community, who's ever in the area at the time, whatever you want to call it, whatever you want to call it. We can call it not a good look, but at the end of the day, family, and if you're a black man, brotherhood is very important. And I'm not pushing like a, I'm not pushing I don't know, no ma'am type narrative, because it's like we love black women over here. And that's something I shouldn't have to say, but I'm probably going to have to say it several times. Granted, the 2, 3, or 4 hours I give you tonight, if it needs to take that long for me to say it, uh, that's what it's going to be. All right, and also, as you come in to the to this broadcast, please hit that like button. Um, And if you haven't subscribed by any chance, which I think everybody who watches me is subscribed, but if you're not, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. Uh, just yeah, this is a conversation about the Black Manosphere right here. This is yeah, this is going to be one of those broadcasts because I've there's been some. Let's go ahead and just say it. And this is what I believe, and this is what I've been getting from a lot of the broadcasts that I see with certain YouTubers who might remain nameless in this broadcast. They might, I don't know, depending on the intensity level. From the evidence I see and from what I observed, ever since one striking moment, and maybe I'll get the audience up to speed in a second. One striking moment seemed to have has this whole thing snowballed, like just from I would say an aspect of a person that's only been here for, I would say, really a part of it for like a year, and been in the space like with a new YouTube channel for 3 years. I mean, an observer of sorts, because before I came to YouTube, I was watching a few of these names that you guys have a tendency to throw out. Um, but it's like the Black Manosphere is to the point right now where it could become something that is very, and I want to use a positive word, special. And my belief is that we don't need motherfuckers fucking it up. That's my belief. Now, maybe I'm acting like, maybe I'm acting a little paranoid. Maybe, maybe y'all think yeah, I don't know. But just to me, I do understand there are weirdos, and like I said, I'm gonna throw it out there. Weirdos. There are people who are angry with life, and those are that comes from both genders, and that comes from a variety of ages. It's not it's not just a it's just not just a younger crowd. It's not just the older crowd. Yeah, y'all like to call them old niggas, but I'm gonna tell you right now, with someone like me, uh, as I say, I have no problem telling you I'm 44 years old. I'd rather be an old nigga than a new nigga. Any day of the week, any month of the year, any minute, any hour. Trust me on this, because some of you new niggas is just very funny, and I don't get it. It's no need to. There's no need to. If okay, okay, the whole Black Manosphere thing is okay. If it was just like 2 or 3 videos from what y'all like to call the struggle streamers, and I understand the jury's still out on me, but fuck you anyway. um, if it was just 2 or 3 of those people, I would understand. I really would. I really would. But this is a multitude of people, and my thing is, if you see it going in a positive direction, why don't you help it move? That's just me right there. Why don't you help it, like, why don't you help it move forward? Why don't you why don't you congratulate the guys who've had some success with this? Because you know what? These are people who had to listen to a multitude of folks tell them that they were wasting their time. That oh, what you doing at YouTube for? What why you be all over social media? This kind of thing takes work. Believe it or not, I mean, coming to a motherfucking platform, and being interesting for a variety of people takes some work. I don't think that a lot of you out there understand that. I mean, I'm not talking about just the people who say that. I'm talking about some of the people who actually watch too. Now, trust it, I feel like my chat, my audience is the greatest chat on social media. Period. I feel that way. But it'd be some of these folks that They'll sit there. I see them on every broadcast, every one of these quote unquote manosphere broadcasts, and I mean they making the same comments, but they're tuning in. It's a lot of hate watching. There's a lot of hate watching. You know what hate watching it equivocates to? Views, minutes, watch time, algorithm. So I mean, for all the hate, thank you. I mean, you thank your haters, you monetize your haters. Monetize your haters is not something I like. That's not a phrase I made up. I mean, shout out to Young Ripper. I think it's Young Ripper 559. Eric July. He's a conservative, but he's also a comic book nerd. So, yeah, he's funny. But he has a series of videos called "Monetize Your Haters." You know, and the haters, I have to believe that by watching and by making videos and continuing to mention name after name after name after name, you're monetizing the very people you want to see go off into the sunset. The Black Manosphere. Yeah, you put anything, you put black at the beginning of anything, you better get ready. Well, except for woman. Let's just go ahead and face it. Like, yeah. If you put black at the beginning of woman and you put it on TV, it's selling with someone. But you put black at the beginning of something like Manosphere, oh yeah, it's gonna be some problems, and it seemed like the first line of problems, like say for instance, the other side has a first line, a first wave of attack or something. It would be the people that are in this space that keep speaking the Black Manosphere's name in vain. Now, people often ask me, who am I to say anything? Uh, I would say first and foremost, and I'm a grown ass man. So, I mean, people have been very flippant. This is a broadcast to be flippant about the Black Manosphere because I'm here to listen and I am here to respond. I mean, if I'm gonna do some shit that no one else will do. Period. I'm not gonna, and you know what? It doesn't have to even center around name calling, name dropping, because that could kind of be misconstrued as clout chasing. I mean, even if the intention is legitimate, you want to be careful with saying people's names and shit. So, shout out to the Roger Report, my habitual line stepper brother. If you're out there somewhere, brother, cool shit. Let me tell you what Roger decided to do. Uh, like we often used to we talk outside of YouTube, and we often used to talk about how we see all these little hate articles, all these little jabs being taken at the manosphere, people in the space. Then you had this guy, this whatever his initials are, AF. He actually, yeah, I would say, my habitual line stepper's sister was caught break down a woman's perspective. She was caught up in that. And guys like us, the habitual line steppers, we didn't necessarily appreciate something like that. Every time you hear something about the Black Manosphere, is always being defined by a hater, and that's not right. Why does it have to be? Why does everybody always have to hear that all this BS about oh well, the Black Manosphere is this that and the other, and it's got to be stopped and blah blah blah. And they're a threat. Like, I'll sound like Lyndon Baines Johnson talking about the Black Panther Party. Yeah. All right. Like I said, if um All right. Shout out to the people in the chat. Just being jazzy. I'm listening. And you know who you are. Go get a fucking dictionary if you wanted something defined, because this is that time, brother. Is that time. So anyway, let's do something a little. Let's do a little something real quick. All right. So me and Roger decided that, from our, like I said, our observation of what we have watched throughout the years. Uh, and we didn't do this alone. We had suggestions come from other places. One of those places being Edward Anderson. Now, people have a problem with Edward Anderson, but there are no problems over here. So whatever, guy. So we officially recognize some channels of the Black Manosphere, and we did some purposeful separation because, like it or not, these guys have put in the work. So what, so when I hear everybody, and with their little bullshit talking about, oh, these are a bunch of bitch boys, oh, all they do is hate women. I want to know which one of these names you're talking about. I'm not look. I'm not putting on the cape. I'm not saying any of these names right here have to say anything about this list. But we put an email at the bottom of this thing, and if anybody had a problem with it, who was on this list, they could contact us. It's all love, man. And it ain't like it's static. Like, a lot of people made a lot of broadcasts about this list. I know, I've seen it. I'm not talking crazy. I'm not doing this for attention or whatever. But I mean, if people want to give me their attention, they got it right now. See, personally, I don't like something I'm a part of being fucked with. And I've said this time and time and time and time and time again. Yeah, like that Facebook group. Oh, yeah. it's like, yeah, I got a lot of energy from that shit. Honestly, okay, I disagree with a lot of you people. So what? I disagree with a lot of shit you say, but it ain't like I'm trying to do shit like call for flag parties and calling you bitches when you can't specifically say the name of the person you're talking about. A bunch of bitch boys. I see professionals on this list. Come on now. Y'all niggas always trying to start fights with somebody. And hell, some of the people on this list too got a lot of shit to say. Yeah, that Uncle Nearest is talking now. Who know about that Uncle Nearest? Uncle Nearest was a black man that was actually the man who started Tennessee whiskey. A black man who showed Jack Daniels how to make whiskey. But who the fuck got rich off of it? Jack Daniels. Yeah, Uncle Nearest slapping me in the back of the head right now. Yeah, guy. Tell them motherfuckers. So, what problems did I hear about this list right here? What problems? Okay, aside from all of the bitchosphere, the bitch boys, broken men, please tell me who's broken. Tell me how I'm broken. I'm on that damn list. Hey, the second name. Hey, look, I didn't format the list. I offered a lot of these names though. Some of these guys don't like me. I mean, it's not public. I don't care. I mean, shit. You have your opinion or whatever. Whether you know me from the Facebook group or you know me from this platform right here. Shit. Don't piss me off. That's the only thing I asked in that Facebook group. And guess what y'all niggas did? You pissed me off. You had a problem with a group being named Black Men. So what? It's a YouTube channel too, bitch. All right, cool. That's probably. So I mean, I think guys like LAR Movement are cool. Yeah, I don't think that he's a broken man. I don't. I mean, Black Mind, I don't think he's a broken man either. And guys, if you have a problem with me calling your name out, I do apologize. It's all love and respect. I heard a broadcast yesterday. Somebody was calling us a bitchosphere. I'm like, I want to know who you're talking about. See, like I can't see the chat right now. I can't see it, but I'll get back to it in just a second. Rogish the Billmonger, go check his channel out. Somebody made the comment said that this group thing is a rope for the weak that let people build their own channels. Everybody on that list has established some kind of following. So what the fuck these guys be talking about? Hey, since I don't know some of these people on the list, some people didn't, and then some people were like, okay, certain people aren't on the list. Okay, I don't know everyone. Everyone doesn't know me. But like I said, the reason why I'm putting this list on the screen right now is because at least if I'm going to make a broadcast about the list, I got the balls to. I mean, you don't want to say bitch boy. They're all coons and sellouts and they hate their moms. I love my mother. The fuck are you talking about? Talk to my mother today. You niggas are stupid, weird, insane. Somebody want to go at the PhD class in this list. Are you fucking nuts? The PhD class. I get so tired of hearing this shit about like why the PhD class is here. Because maybe I mean like and I know that there's a guy that talks about, when you throw somebody's, is a difference between using your PhD to help and throwing a PhD in somebody's face just to act like a bitch. So I understand that. But this is what these guys aren't doing. They're trying to get you to a higher level understanding about the discussions that some of these other guys are having. Oh, okay. Oh, here's another problem that some of y'all have. Women are on the list. Get the fuck out of here. What? Oh, yeah. This ain't gonna become half an hour about Jessica X. Don't worry about that. Like some of you out there do. Jessica X. The breakdown something dark. But then be over there in their broadcasts, in their chats, giving them super chats, which I have no problem with, because it proves that y'all hypocrites and full of shit. But for some of you out there hating, maybe you hate that you're not getting the super chats that these ladies are getting. Hey, let's just say that. Ooh, the Black Dimension is on there. Oh, that's our entertainment channel. So go ahead over there and subscribe to that. Shameless plug. But we trying to grow that channel too. Hey, we want to do something different besides we don't always have to do the community conversation and the politic conversation. We can do some stuff that's entertaining too, because we feel like talking about that stuff sometimes. You have to be someone entertaining on this platform to get a viewing audience. One guy said that some of these guys don't even make content. Bullshit. Who doesn't make content? We Kill Dragons makes content. Information Man Show, who's been in this chat several times, he makes content. Who the fuck are these guys talking about? Like, that's who I want to know. I mean, because like I said, there's one that says names all the time, which has gotten pointless, because once you do that too many times, you become part of the scene. Nobody cares about your fucking thumbnail. Oh, these sissy fear. That shit makes me sick. Like, it does. It really does. It really, like, I mean, hell, maybe half this list doesn't like me. I don't fucking know. I mean, but I can recognize shit. You may say I'm a little biased at times. Hey, but that's all of us. None of us are perfect. There's a man on this list like that tried to embarrass me when I first came on the platform. Did I take all that shit personally and say, hey, you know what? Fuck that motherfucker? No, I didn't. Because he's a contributor. Like, damn, some things are bigger than my feelings. Shoot, I enjoy a lot of this content. It's entertaining. Hell, Soul Provider Speaks. Yeah, that guy. Shoot, he's not always like what y'all like to say. What y'all like to say about this space right here? Oh, they're always bitching about women. They're always bitching about black women. Oh my God, they got turned down from the prom. Oh, they saw that girl with the cool guy at the basketball game. He saw her and him walking in the rain, holding hands, and he would never be the same. He gonna get a YouTube channel and he gonna join a space full of trauma bonding and talking about the bitches. See, here's my problem right here. And here's what I see. Maybe half of you motherfuckers wouldn't have all that much content if you didn't have these motherfuckers to shit on. But let me stop. Maybe some of you guys feel some kind of way because I mean, I guarantee you, a few of you guys probably don't even know this list exists. But they carry the label Manosphere. So, with all due respect, fair use, guys. If you feel some kind of way about your name being on the screen, like I said, here is there it is right there. If you feel some kind of way about anything I've said, if you're gonna do enough to type in an email saying that, hey, you know what, I don't appreciate my name being up there, we'll remove it immediately, even if it's the bigger guys. Even if it's bigger guys, because a couple of the bigger guys, maybe one of them, they say the same shit about the space that a lot of the haters do. I mean, we're listening. Well, like I said, you want to come from a negative place. Hey, whatever. We all got our opinions. If we respect you, but at the end of the day, I'm a grown man. All these, like I said, when you liken it to the list or whatever was established, if you liken it, if you say, hey, you know what, a bunch of broken men, bitch boys, I'm probably gonna be one of the first motherfuckers to say, who the fuck are you referring to? And even if you say it's something like, oh, okay, I'm referring to that guy right there. I'm not referring to black men, being brutally honest. I'm like, well, still, dude, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, Jesus. What is the problem? You think we're trying to take black women down? That's what it is? We're trying. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I know y'all wondering about that thumbnail. See, I'm tired of seeing that motherfucker over here. I mean, hey, he can come over here all he wants as long as y'all invite him. It's like a vampire inviting. It's like a vampire having to be invited into someone's house by the head. It's like y'all keep inviting a vampire into your house and he fucking y'all up. And I'm not giving him all the credit in the world because really, I don't care what he thinks about racism. D West, I don't care. Give a fuck. You think it's a social construct or not? Many of my people felt that social construct. But I don't know. It's really desperate when you got to bring that motherfucker over here to shit on the Black Manosphere. Well, what are you crying for? Oh man, Zaddy, please, Zaddy, help us. Are you serious? I don't know. I'm from. Hey, let me make sure. Hold on one second. Yeah. Like, Zaddy, please come help us with these Negroes. Oh, dude, y'all deserve to be clowned forever for that. I'm from a state with history. The fuck is wrong with y'all? Speaking from the spirit of an evil Gary Coleman. I'm gonna drop this link. And I mean, like, it's whatever. It's whatever. It's whatever tonight. It's midnight. After midnight. Some of y'all eat after midnight. You're gonna wake up into something different. Gremlins. All right. But the intention was great. And the intention is to add more names. But, you know, why y'all talking shit about, like, honestly, answer that question. Why y'all talking shit about dudes that have more option than y'all? Or more meaningful content? I'm not shitting on anybody's content because, you know, y'all can say what y'all want to say about my content, but I feel like my content is great. Whatever, nigga. It's like, damn. It's like, why do we have this thing as a people? Why do we have this thing as a people? Like, you can say whatever you want, but can't no one say anything back. No, it's not that kind of ball game. It's not that kind of ball game. Let's see who we got in the house. Road against the Bill Monger. We hear. Did somebody say feelings? Oh, yeah. My dog. What's going on?
Tell him, man, what to do with you, fam?
Yeah, now, you ever had Uncle Nears?
Yeah, it's pretty good. Smooth.
I'm talking about straight. Like, no chase.
Nah, you know, take it neat, you know what I mean? So, sorry, what you sipping on now?
Uncle Nears.
Oh, all right, you ain't got no stogie lit with that?
Huh? Oh yeah, I'm vaping that, so yeah, so it's all good, man. So I mean, like, here's the thing, man. Here's the thing. I'm not asking for anyone to step into an awkward position with any of these content creators. So by coming to this platform, I obligate you to nothing. I'm not. This is no call to action or anything like that. I'm just kind of like, okay, well, you know, a lot of these motherfuckers have been saying some shit, so it's about time one of us say some shit. All I want to know is, what motherfucker y'all talking about? That's all I'm saying. Not y'all as in you in particular, but like I said, when you hear bitchosphere, manosphere, I heard menstrual manosphere yesterday, and wow. I'm just like, I just don't want that chubby motherfucker to say anything else. But it's getting ridiculous, and it's getting to the point where, hey, you know what, guys, y'all said enough. Okay, let's address it like men. You know, it's like nobody like you. And then what the first thing a nigga would probably say is, you being sensitive. What the fuck, nigga? It's like I think 2 hours of saying shit is enough for a response. Like, let alone dozens of broadcasts.
I mean, the thing is that's happening to the logic. That's why they approach with a weak argument. You know what I'm saying? The thing, so the manosphere is ultimately a learning space, and if you're there to learn, you're gonna, you know what I'm saying, really become a better person, because, you know what I'm saying, cats is covering all bases for their professions and skill set and everything, and they're delivering that know-how to other brothers. You know what I'm saying? So the thing is, that space is charged with, you know what I'm saying, like, damn near some righteous shit. They have to approach on the whole side of the game. They have to, because how are they going to, you know what I'm saying, disrupt that rationally in their head?
You finish?
Yeah.
I want to say something. I'm tired of all these fucking ass creators that come on here and get pissed off because nobody watched their videos. Get your content up. I'm
Facts.
tired of these whole ass motherfucking ones that's made it, got subscribers, and they come over here and get pissed off because nobody's coming over to their channel no more because the new guys are making buzz. Dude, you like I don't understand what like I don't want to say the dude name, but this dude gets on everybody's channel and he always talking about I made a video about this. Come watch my channel. Come go over here and I'm like I'm tired of this motherfucker, man. Dude, we over here to teach people, motherfucking give out the information and help one another. That's what the space is for. That's what it's created for. And a lot of these motherfuckers is over here for the money. And I understand you get paid in the space. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I ain't saying nothing wrong with getting paid. But when you on here advertising just to get motherfuckers come watch your shit and you ain't giving out nothing, of course nobody's not going over there. And I'm listening to a lot of these funky ass dudes crying because nobody on their shit. But the whole point of it is if you giving some content, motherfuckers, it's got to be something worthwhile somebody can come over there and watch. Just like when we come over here to your channel, Kev, when we go into all the habitual line steppers, Sister George, Roger, Don, all of y'all. When y'all have y'all content, it drops, it's good. Motherfuckers is hating because y'all getting buzz right now. Look at Roger. They don't strike Roger 3 channels because ultimately he's stirring up the pot.
I mean, you got to stir the pot, man. It's like, I mean, it's he's speaking in a way that a lot of people want to speak in, and it's like if okay, he's getting viewership. Okay, he can easily, I would say, get 150 to 200 people watching as there. Whereas some people have been in this space for the longest. They'll open up a broadcast. They'll have a shit ton of subscribers, but they only got like, and that is not, like I said, that's not me bragging or me trying to shit on anybody like everybody's trying to shit on the Black Manosphere. But some of these guys be had 10, 15, 20 folks watching and always got something to say. I mean, it's you I don't know. You go off your own energy. If people like you, they like you. Period. Is I don't know. Maybe some people aren't cut out for it. Maybe some people are. Roger seemed like he cut out for it. A lot of people don't like a lot of the things that he says, but hey, you know what? The proof is in the pudding. All you got to do is be better than Roger. In fact, go ahead and try to debunk what Roger is saying.
That's all they got to do. That's all they got to do. Prove them wrong. Prove them wrong to stay on your square.
And that's what any of these guys. That's what any of these guys. Prove them wrong. Prove them wrong.
We had dudes and women come up there to try to prove them wrong, and they fail horribly. It's like the one dude couldn't stand on the square. He said something, couldn't retract it. Then the lady came up there and she, started complaining about it. And when he broke it down, she got into her feelings about the situation instead of just going with reality. Yeah, you saying some good shit. You saying some good shit, but I just don't like it because the way I feel. Like, stop giving those answers, man. Come on now.
Hey, I have to say, no matter how many black men fuck up, I don't feel a certain kind of way. Like, I don't avoid it. If a black man fuck up, he fuck up. But you damn sure bet that he be held accountable.
Exactly.
And there's nothing we do to cape for those guys. We don't ignore it. You just ignore when we say something about it, so you can bitch. And you know who I'm talking about. And it ain't a particular you, but there's a lot of yous out there. But
so basically, this has become the space to try to beat on. Then,
yeah, I guess I don't know if you call
it. It's just to stop the growth, though. That's the thing.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know if you can say beat on or beat from the outside. That's what I would say, because a lot of these dudes shouting from the outside, or they think they shouting from the outside, which is the funniest part.
No, but the thing is, it's like, there's no reason. The thing is, the space is loaded with reason and logic, rationale, reality. So Well, the thing is, anyone against it is obviously in the wrong. So in the aspect of them being against it, knowing that they're in the wrong, being against it, they have to be trying to like stop the growth in some aspect, but they can't do that on the information side of the game. So they have to do the ad hominems or whatever.
But
Well, yeah.
it's
Go
I
ahead,
just
she.
I was just gonna say it's a lot of dudes out here, man. They just soft serve ice cream, man. That's all. At the
Soft
end of
serve.
the day, hey, they just soft, man. They get to the point where they try to push a narrative to knock everybody off because you got to understand the space is growing so fast, and just like BGS was saying that every new year they always saying that the manosphere is dying. But all you seeing more and more new content creators coming out, they pushing this message, and just like Epsilon, I go on his channel. He just started doing live shows. He was only doing pre-records, and I told him, man, push out new doing his shows. And I told guys we need more guys in this space with the information to start putting something out. Man, I don't even care if you get 2 views. Put the shit out, man. You know what I'm saying? Make some content, cause this shit gonna stick around for a minute. You know.
Like before he said, better hurry up because there's money in this motherfucker.
Oh man, oh man, yeah. So, you had a YouTube channel before, correct? But it wasn't Manosphere related. But you made a channel just to start talking about dealing with Manosphere content. Why was that important for you to do? I just want to ask you that question.
All right, so basically, my other channel was focused on trucking. That I was kind of pushing a lot of guys getting into trucking, because that's why when I first started on YouTube, I was all about trying to get people into making money and stuff like that. And like I always tell people, Erica Williams, I always focused on her channel with money, and she always talked about BGS and stuff. So when I came over here, and I'm like, damn, a lot of shit that the guys talking in the manosphere is the way I'm living and the way I'm moving. So I'm like, when I start hearing guys with the bullshit, and I'm like, that ain't right. What is they talking about? Then me being a married man, I wanted to come in from a perspective of being a married man about this red pill, and you could still hold red pill to me is like self-aware knowledge. So I want to push out more of the knowledge as a married man and pretty much put people up on game to what's going on out here, because you got people that essentially, man, they go against this whole marriage and being MGTOW. And I'm like, dude, you 19 years old, 22 years old, want to be MGTOW. You ain't even stepped off the porch. It's like you fall in the wrong teaching, you know? That's like these false prophets out here. So I wanted to go ahead and jump in the game and put my input in there.
I used to say something back in the day. I was like, sometimes I think you guys want to keep these bitches stupid. Like what I meant by
Damn, nice
what
one.
what I meant by that was is like instead of having women who would want more so of a family and not give a pussy to everybody, they just want all the women to basically to just fuck them. You know what I'm saying? So when basically with the pushback with society and what's going on right now, and all this sexual freedom and hoism and liberation, they're getting what they want. The hoes are being kept stupid.
Hey,
And but see, the thing is about that is they always circle the stupid ones always circle back around to blaming us for shit.
hey, Kev, would you say that bull mentality? Walk down the hill and fuck them all.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, it's
So,
like
so that means that they really can't see any of them as compliments, as possible compliments. Then.
no, I mean, it's like they say they for black women, they say they love black women, but it's more about looking like the last line of defense for the women, so they can stay stupid and they can keep fucking them, and fucking them into shame and creating YouTube channel and spaces that shit on black men. And because believe it or not, the men they referring to are not the ones that are mistreating these women in real life, because supposedly these guys are all lame. They're the ones not getting all the pussy, which means that these lame, supposedly not getting any pussy manosphere guys aren't the ones that's getting them pregnant and making them single mothers. So the thing is, you're pissed off because that shit. Because sooner or later, if you keep adopting that stupid ass logic, people are going to figure that shit out. So. All right. I'm giving you guys the floor. Coffee, what's up, man? Coffee.
Thank you, sir. I was just waiting on you to tell me to talk. Anyway, how y'all doing tonight, man?
Peace, peace.
Yeah.
Peace, man. We good.
Sheet, I'm with you, man, because I'm gonna tell you, my nephew told me about you. He lived in Decatur. He said he had been listening to you like for a while because he wanted to learn about, just having that kind of responsibility and doing trucking and all that. See, I don't do that kind of work, I don't even know how to change oil. I just learned how to change a tire.
Okay. All right. So, I noticed that people coming to this video noticed the thumbnail. So it's got I forgot the name of the character, the white man, but the black man is Hoppin' Bob. You know how I know Hoppin' Bob?
You a fool for that.
Yeah.
No, yeah, but let's go ahead and focus on that shit. You know why? People talk about Hoppin' Bob? Because Hoppin' Bob is the black man that basically kept them Negroes in line for the white man. And like I said, I don't remember his character's name, but it's like going to get Mr. West, and I'm not talking about Kanye, to help you shit on a group of guys that you don't particularly like should be a crime of treason it should be a crime of treason, period, because I don't care how much I didn't like a black man. I will never go get the enemy to fuck with that man, period. I think I can do enough to handle you on my own. I don't have to go to another group, because guess what? You can go to another group all you want, but that group ain't gonna come to you to fuck over one of theirs.
Good point.
Unless it's something like something that is of a tangible gain, like using us as soldiers of war. But still, we're being sacrificed. We get something out the deal, but it's a shitty deal. Just put it like that.
Yeah, but I mean, you go ahead.
But like outside of that, like for regular petty shit, like, hey, you know what? Trying to stop a movement of black men to try to get some kind of discussion and dialogue that makes some sense, to go get a white man and try to reduce it to all they're doing is crying about women that they couldn't, that don't want them, that they can't date. That's some bullshit. Like I said, it's like, why don't you learn? I mean, it's enough black folks doing it. Why you got to go get a white dude to do it? You know what I'm saying? And they're inviting this man over here to do this shit.
Yeah, because like I said, man, in this space, you got a lot of guys that they on the hunt to dox people, trying to get personal information. Like there's prime example of that DS1 with Gold Professor and James was on, and they got into that altercation. And it was funny, like they was going at it. It was over something just petty. And the whole thing, like they both, I don't know how to explain it, but to me, the way I was looking at it, you seriously challenged this man out. And when he made you put your money where your mouth was, not trying to take a shot at James, because, James is still growing. I mean, obviously in this space, he's making his rounds. But the point the way you move, that says it big in this space, man. You could be the big dog or you be the small pup, or you just be in between. A lot of guys in this space want to be big dogs, want to be heard, and don't even have a name for themselves. And we all know the biggest way to, put yourself out there is go after the biggest people. You make a lot of noise, people start checking on you, see who you is. It's obvious. But I
Hey,
don't get it, man.
I say that, it's just all about what your channel is about. You know what I'm saying? Like, everybody got different things going on, but one thing they should do is teach clearly, about the manosphere. You know, uh, like I said, you have something different going on. I know I got something totally different going on. I do like Kevin and I like Roger's channel. So these are the ones I frequent. I frequent Bernard sometime and Gold Professor. A couple others, Charles. I don't see a lot of that fighting like that. I don't see it that often, but in between the dudes that are really, really big, they fighting like a motherfucker right now. And I don't know if I said anything wrong, because Kevin, you kind of really cut me completely off. I was giving my opening statement.
Okay, I mean, I gave you about an extra 30 seconds there. You could have went ahead and okay, but
Oh no, I'm cool. I respect.
okay, then cool to know that you're cool. Uh, but let me shout out to some people in the chat. YAS4W says, "Give me 20." Oh, that's Donnie. Long live habitual line steppers. Let's see. Southeast Dusty, what's going on? Stoic One, Bad Hombre. Thanks for joining the broadcast. And yeah, one new sub so far since I've opened up.
That's what's up.
So if y'all haven't, just go ahead and hit that like button, hit that dislike button, because y'all dislike the Black Manosphere anyway. Some of you hate watchers. But it's like I said, you call a group of guys a bitch for like I don't know weeks on end. Like shouldn't they say something at least once? I mean, I'm not gonna fish for any names here.
I mean, you know they getting gamed up too, so that's the thing.
Because because I'm gonna go ahead and say a name, and I got respect for this brother. His first name is Kevin too, so I mean, shit. I mean, but see, a lot of that centers around and people can feel how they want to feel about it, because I know that you're not going to gain everyone's approval. But a lot of the things that I hear is that we're trying to choose Kevin Samuels as a leader of this space. And I went, I mean, leader. I mean, we call him the Godfather. I mean, I mean, I see it as a nickname, but I mean, shit, numbers speak for itself. The dude's red fucking hot.
I mean, what the thing is,
I mean,
if he's projected in that position, that's what it is. That was all inadvertent. He didn't choose to go viral. So once his ass went viral, then that's like an honorable obligation. You know what I'm saying? Heavy as the head to wear the motherfucking crown. And motherfucker who wear the crown don't always choose that motherfucker. But you still must represent the village, the kingdom. You feel me?
I agree with that too, but I think, and I don't even think just because your numbers is up that you the king. Everybody here called himself the king.
Well. They call, like I said, they call him the king because he red hot. He one of the hottest thing in the YouTube streets. He's closing in on that 500,000 mark like fast. So I mean, like I said, just give the brother his due. I mean, you ain't got to worship him. You ain't got to hit your knees every time you see the man. You ain't got to do none of that shit. But I'm just giving credit where credit is due. And he's getting the message out there.
His style of red pill is effective for what he wanted to do. So shit, you can't hate at that.
Yeah,
it's like martial arts.
But here's the point.
Style of martial art.
but here's the point. Here's the point. I was saying there's a couple guys out there that's saying that maybe you shouldn't choose Kevin Samuels. Who's choosing Kevin Samuels? if anyone's choosing Kevin Samuels, it's his audience. I mean, we like I said, I think a lot of that shit goes back to that list, because one of the guys that actually said that was on a broadcast that was complaining and bitching about the list. So he was the one that said that. He also said that, I'm about to drop another name. This particular guy said that maybe you shouldn't choose Kevin Samuels. You should choose Donovan Sharp. Donovan Sharp should be the chosen one. You know why? And two of the reasons that he said was because he was light-skinned and masculine. Now, what do I look like as a grown man saying you better choose him because he's light-skinned and masculine?
Told you, bro.
I'm not going to choose a motherfucker for anything because they light-skinned and masculine. You can kiss my ass. No, better yet, since you said that, you might want to kiss my ass. Like, what the fuck is wrong with these dudes, man?
Soft serve ice cream.
Hey, shit, you remember we was on Roger and I told you that this shit really do go on with the color?
Yeah, man. Yeah. In the barbershop and all that. Man, I'm like, dude, first of all, when it come down to it, like I was on Art Channel last night. I told him, I said, Kevin is showing that a lot of women don't qualify for these high value dudes, but he's also showing that a lot of these bitches don't even qualify for the regular working paying ass dude.
Facts.
Because the attitude what they got is coming across the board. I've turned so many guys on to Kevin, and then most of the guys I talk to, they be like, "Oh, I see this dude all the time." Man, his videos is popping up everywhere, and all of them say the same thing. Man, I'm just started getting into that space, and that shit is lit. They always say, man, when it come down to that dude, he hitting the women below the belt, and they can't take it. And see, just like one channel, who was it? Real Talk, the lady Real Talk. She said, when it come down to it, you have guys that'll sit here, Joan, talk about each other. No, Kevin talked about dudes before he started talking about the women. How many dudes took a lawsuit out on Kevin? How many dudes started threatening to get Kevin's channel taken down? None of them. These females want to be in spaces with men, but they can't take the heat. They want all the equal opportunity and all this shit. But when it come down to it, they don't want their feet in the fire.
You know what it is? I think it's Kevin tone. You know what I'm saying? And then on top of that, they think by the way, his tone, they can come in and ease their way in and he gonna, tell them what they want to hear, but he catch their ass in right in the middle of it.
Yep. Yeah, and look, this is no disrespect to Donovan Sharp. What I just said, it's no disrespect to him. I mean, he's been doing his thing for years and years, and he's considered a part of the other manosphere, from what I understand. But I'm not gonna say that. I mean, I'm not gonna say, hey, guy, I think that you should be the leader of a space of guys that I fucking criticize because you light skinned and masculine. No, sorry. I mean, it's not something that makes a whole lot of sense to me as a human being. But it's like, this is like, I don't know. I guess because of the way the guy dresses, he's supposed to be an alphabet person. Like, I mean, I do admit the way you dress says a lot about you, and I wouldn't. Like,
what the hell is his? Wait a minute.
No. Before you cut, let me clean it up. Let me clean it up.
No.
Okay.
No. What the hell is his relevance to the manosphere, though? How does he have any relevance whatsoever?
Who?
The dude who's complaining about Donovan Sharp instead of Kev.
He has an okay following. I mean, but he likes to get quite snippy about other grown men, and it's like he cool. He talked to some people over in this space, but like I said, he was on a broadcast complaining about the list, and ever since then, is the guys in this space, they're broken men, they're always complaining about women. He's on that bullshit.
Yeah, and we all dark. There's too many dark motherfuckers. Nigga, get your old mark ass out of here, cuz. Oh, that's fucking gross, cuz. It's fucking nasty.
Sambo. Hey, Sambo, baby.
Get the fuck out of here. What the really? This mother and he's building up a following of whoever is following him speaking against the space. What the fuck is this? All right, whatever.
I just feel it's too much. It's too much hating.
I mean, I wouldn't say that he built this following against the space. This particular guy hasn't. He hasn't built this following against the space. You know, he built his following. What I see, he was on YouTube for a minute, and then he started appearing on bigger people's channels. So you know, the more people got to know him, just like anybody else. But at the same time, you're looking at a list that 9 other guys are looking at on one broadcast multiple times and shitting on the list. Like that's why I'm bringing up the list. Bad Hombre, that's not it. Even though, that's a BAN too. Like, I mean, it's like I said, I've already been doxxed. Yeah, I expected Rodney Coleman. Yeah, I expect it. If nobody's hating, you're not doing your job.
I say if they never complained about Prince, Michael Jackson, for that even fucking Boy George, why they complain about Kevin Samuels? It's dress code.
No, I mean, no. It's not even so. Like, it's not. Yeah, I understand what you're saying about Kevin.
Hold on. That nigga ain't that soft. Y'all try. What the hell? What's going on?
No,
y'all. Nigga said Prince, Michael Jackson, Boy George. What the fuck? Nah, cuz he ain't that motherfucker soft. He might speak softly, but that nigga ain't nowhere near in that realm.
No, what I'm saying is, so many different type men in this world.
So he might speak.
But when they come down to it, it's the look. See, these dudes are looking at Kevin and trying to act like, he's soft. By far, everybody who talk they shit, they ain't ran up. Because I guarantee you, Kevin ain't, I don't think Kevin nothing to play with now. Even though this guy might be a little older and, he looks like he's suave and he don't fight. But Kevin been practicing a little.
I understand he has a fight training. I understand he has
a martial arts. So now I ain't finna roll up. That nigga's about 6'3", 220. Man, he kick you in your sternum. Your shit is cracked, cuz. All the fucked up.
You gonna spend your time catching breath while taking punches. I mean, let's make some sense of all this. I mean, but it's just not even just about him. I mean, a lot of it is due to the energy of his success. I do understand that, but it's not just about him. It's just about, it's just about trying to define the space, and then you're trying to knock it over like it doesn't matter, or or it's like, or it was supposed to be a way that you guys envisioned it. We didn't say nobody else couldn't make a list. First of all, I mean, but it does seem that, a lot of people are like, yeah, it's cool. I like this list. Let's go.
So he think Donovan Sharp should have been higher in the list or something. I don't follow.
No, he's saying that what he was trying to do, he was just trying to be smug to a group of guys that he supposedly doesn't respect. Telling us, which I associate this with the list because I'm gonna say it again. This guy was on a broadcast with another content creator bitching about the very list that I showed earlier in the broadcast.
Oh, he mad because his name went on the list. That's all it was.
I guess not. But like I said, we don't know everybody. That we know. There might be, like, we estimate it might be over 100 Black Manosphere guys for real.
But what does
that still have yet to be discovered?
But what does the list validate anyway?
I mean, the list is just a list. That's all it is. The list is just a list. We're not saying that people who aren't on a list aren't a part of the Black Manosphere. That's what we're saying. What we're saying is we're recognizing these guys as people who have done consistent things in the Black Manosphere. Not to say that there was people that we purposely left out. You know,
Well,
there's nothing
so
there's nothing
so
personal.
as is, the sphere is a very big threat on in many other areas. The
This
sphere
the
is a
crazy part
very
about
big
the list.
threat in other
I mean,
areas.
there's some guys that deal with relationships. There's some guys that are dating coaches. Now, let me tell you something about dating coaches. If they help you out and you have gained, like, I don't know, I feel like the purpose of a dating coach ultimately is to get you pussy. You know what I'm saying? It is like, help me get some pussy. That's what I think a dating coach is for. If you feel the need to consult a guy like that, then that's fine. I just don't see the big deal because I don't think it's a cookie cutter formula. If it was a cookie cutter formula, maybe there'd be some need for a dating coach.
Well, there's a group.
It ain't like it ain't. I know there are groups that are matchmaker groups. You know, trying to fit a certain with people that try to fit a certain criteria. I do understand that,
Right.
but you know, when I'm on a date, there's not a guy in a there's not a guy with a clipboard whispering in my ear. Go in for the plate. Go in, goddamn. No, I
Yeah,
mean, shit.
I just want to say the roommates, they're pretty good, because they deal with a certain type of dude, when it comes to matchmaking you with a woman. You know what I'm saying? It's a certain type of woman they're looking for. These guys, they make a whole bunch of money. You know what I'm saying? And they just really living life.
Now, I'm not talking about a dating coach in particular. Okay, who you just say they was Coffee?
They call it the roommates.
The roommates. I haven't
Sometimes
heard of them, but I wasn't particularly referring to a particular dating coach. Now, if you say those guys are great, they're great. If they have made differences in people's lives, then they give that. Then they deserve their proper due. But there are a few dating coaches that to me, they don't come off as dating coaches. They come off they're trying to, like, okay, I'm the biggest dog in the room. I get all the females. You a lame, but I'm gonna teach you how to be more like those guys. I'm talking about those guys.
Yeah, they gonna sell the motherfuckers some jock macking.
Yeah. They go
macking jock style. Get the fuck out of here. You ain't macking no bitch jock style, nigga.
Yeah, but Delco, what's up, man?
Hi guys, how you doing this morning? Hello to the chat. Thanks for letting me come up. It's an honor. Once I heard earlier you guys talking about we should elect a leader, quote unquote, on whether it was
no, you misunderstand. Nobody said we should elect the leader. No.
You guys were talking about it.
Oh.
And you mentioned we should. Someone said that we should. You guys hear me?
Niet.
No, because I see Kevin move his microphone, and I want to talk at the same time. So, what's up?
Niet. No one said nothing.
No. I'm on mute via my headset. I know y'all can't see it on the screen, but go ahead. I gave you the floor.
Yeah, no. Once I heard that we should choose Donovan Sharp because he was light skinned, it kind of reminded me something, and I had to come up and share it. And which is, I am a clinical psychologist, so I work with people of all kinds and have all kinds of issues. One of the main issues is I was working with this black chick, and she was talking as if she was the queen of the fucking planet. I don't know, like, the problem with her, mainly among other things, were she felt she was better than most people, and she was a swirler. And I asked her, among other things, why did she like white people, white men in particular, so much in comparison to black people? And one of the main reasons I had to do that was because I was a black psychologist and I was she was my patient. I couldn't have her with that thought because then, no matter what I did, no matter what I said, it'd be coming out of a coon, a monkey, whatever. That was her thought. The answer she gave me was white people were better because they were light skinned, mainly because Jesus was white, among other things. They were more beautiful. And here I thought, what?
Sometimes you hate people so much to the point where you have to like them.
No, like it came off so genuine. She was not messing around. She really believed that idea that people of brighter color were better. And
Yeah,
her,
where's she from? Where's she from?
no, she's Norwegian, African descent, African parents, and she was in the same country as I was. I
Oh,
am the
easy.
same African.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right.
So I asked her, and I'm really curious by this, and I asked her, why do you feel like, among other things, she was talking about her classmates, and it came up, and the question was, why do you feel like this particular girl that a guy she liked chose her instead of her? The answer again came up. I am light-skinned. I am better than her because I have a brighter skin. And so
It's a good
when
brand.
you guys are mentioning that we should instead, you mentioning someone saying that we should choose Donovan Sharp instead of Kevin Samuels, it really, really is a big problem that that is within our community, regardless of what country you are in. I have been 3 years ago. I was back in home in Africa, and it was insane the amount of females that were bright skinned, or rather light skinned, because they use skin brightening creams.
Turn itself orange and shit.
Yeah, no, it is insane. And as you're talking to them, these girls, particularly where I'm from, I'm East African, we are pretty xenophobic. We don't believe in swirling or anything like that. Literally, we are fighting and killing each other because of, different tribes and whatnot. So you can imagine someone dating,
Gang banging on each other. Yeah, same thing over here.
yeah, with a machete and spears and whatnot. We don't have a car.
Gangs of New York style, huh? All right,
Yeah, no, we don't have cars or roads to drive, so there's no gangbanging like that. But no, the thought was, you ask them, why do you brighten your skin, and it is a legit issue within the community, regardless of whether you're a male or female. The males believe that the lighter skin chicks are better, not only hotter, more attractive, but literally better. They are less, what's that word for it?
Desirable.
Promiscuous. They are more honorable. They are harder working, and they are all over, overall, just better human beings. And this is how messed up this issue.
Well, hold on. Let me ask you this. In that regard, are they considered the most desirable, like highly desirable?
Dude, they were all beautiful. So
okay, so how the fuck can they
own...
be highly desirable, but also the non-promiscuous shit? And that's the pretty bitches that always getting fucked. You know what I'm saying? That's what everybody.
No, not like that. It's a predominantly Muslim country that I was from, and the idea was that the female brighten their skin in huge numbers, and their answers when you ask the question is the males prefer that over the darker, complexion females.
Wow, fighting about that, and they getting still secretly the men are desiring that.
Yeah, no, not even secretly. As you ask them, you like talking to the guys, and they say they're better.
See, it's a reverse thing out here in America, where a woman feels that if you date a light-skinned woman, you hate dark-skinned women, and we've talked about this several times up on this panel, and that's not the case. That's just how the cards that he for himself. Because my ex-wife is white. I mean, well, not white, but mixed. And a lot of people used to say, "Oh man, you just go for the lighter-skinned women."
That is nuts.
That's not the opposite, though. That's the same thing. The guys, prefer, lighter skin, and so the females would think that they hate darker skin because of that. because if you didn't hate them, you would obviously be with a darker skinned female. So I understand from both ends, but the idea is not only in the females; it's within the dudes as well. As if I worked with a lot of young dudes in my own family members, brothers. I have a couple of siblings, and this the same issue occurred. They don't like darker skinned females because why not? They're the brighter are the better.
Look, if she pretty, in shape, and got the right attitude, fuck that, she a keeper.
Dude, have you ever been on Air Ethiopian, like Ethiopian airline? Dude, are you kidding me? They're some of the most beautiful.
I'm in the motherfucker. Ethiopian chicks don't let us holla at them out here though.
No, man.
Fuck with brothers out here.
You check them out.
They don't fuck with you out here, man. Especially like in Atlanta. They just believe in being what they own. They don't even look at you like that.
Oh yeah, that's because they're quite xenophobic. They don't even like. We have here clans. I'm Somalian, so it's Somali. But by the way, I don't know if it was this particular chat. There was some asshole making fun of Somalians. What do you call it? Cutting each other's vagina and whatnot. I didn't have time to come back because I was going to work, but. It is really true. We don't mess around with swearless and whatnot. It is funny. But the topic being Kevin Samuels says the reason I came up is the guy is so good at what he does. He is more patient than me. And I've been actually trained and I've went to school to be patient individual and having difficult patience. And sometimes I see the way the tactful approach he has towards the female callers and some of the people that have something against him. It is to be admired. And regardless of whether you believe in his message or not, to what degree you believe in it,
and that's a compliment.
Positive message.
Yeah, that's a compliment, though, man. I mean, look at you. You're a highly skilled professional, and you saying it right there. You don't really have to go to school to do what you do. However, this man he's special because of what he do. He specializes in being a dating coach.
Yo, but say Delco, say that you had to do it case by case basis, right? And you got I forgot the non-disclosure agreement, OSHA.
Oh yeah,
that is whatever. Oscar, what's the name of that? Start with an O, whatever. So say that you could actually use your client's sessions to show the other client in an aspect of them having a lesson. It will make shit a lot easier for you, would it not?
You cannot do that.
No. I know you can't do it, but
no. I understand the question.
So you got the ability and the access for it.
Yeah, no, you can say someone, or I have seen someone with that particular issue, but you can never pinpoint a particular individual because very often you get to see 8 to 9 patients, and sometimes they see each other.
Does it fall under Freedom of Information 552A and 552B?
Nope, none of that shit works here. It's you can't talk anything of what goes on through a patient and his therapist. It's not.
Right. So the thing is, he's actually able to train his clientele through every single session, so to speak, because he utilized the same formula every time, and the chicks break themselves against his philosophy and principle. And it's fucking stellar to watch.
It is very. So I hear a lot of us in the particular red pill and this sort of manosphere area. We are easily pissed off by females and their logic or lack thereof. I see the way he speaks and the way he just keeps it so simple, even though that they piss him off. It's something that every man
drinking Red Bull.
I know, right? He drinks a lot of that too.
You get that fool that calm, copacetic, with some dumb bitch in your head trying to tell you your standards ain't shit. While drinking
That's
Red
what makes them mad too. Because can you imagine if you hating someone and you're like, this person is literally quote unquote bashing women and
he used the word ma'am a lot. Ma'am, I'm not gonna go there with you, ma'am. I'm telling you right now.
Young lady, it's like, come on. especially there's this particular female that I was really curious how she was gonna go when she's talked to him, and you can literally see how she was talking to Obsidian Media. Sorry if you're not, supposed to mention someone else, but she was literally going off, calling people N words and whatever that came out of her mind. And when she talked to Kevin, she didn't use one single swear word, which was to me the most amazing thing I've ever seen in a while. Because he just called her ma'am, lady, and he got to the point. She was mad at black men in particular because they weren't dating her. And she was saying the swirlers were telling her that, black men are this, black men are that, but the problem was her. She's overweight, and regardless of what you think you
They're
can buy
always
with your
overweight.
money,
They're always overweight.
that's also another issue that,
That
a
is so
lot of women,
sad. Yeah.
dude, even my mom, my
They
own
thinking
mother
that if
believes
they have
that.
a pretty face, they thinking if they have a pretty face, they can get by. But
They
he's
think
still
that's
gonna
enough.
ask you, what your stats are, as far as what do you weigh, your dress size, and they thinking, oh, I got a pretty face, I'm gonna get by, I'm gonna get through.
But
He
there is this issue, though, in society in general, that is a lot of women believe that they can buy beauty. They can buy a husband just because that they make, more money than another chick that she is now, or rather, you should choose her over the more attractive, younger, and more fit female. They literally believe money can buy access to quote unquote high quality men and whatnot.
that
Yeah,
shit
that's a
get them
chronic
played,
delusion.
it'll get them played real quick.
Chronic
Dude,
delusion.
my own mother believes that too. This is not to say, this woman, that woman, or not. It is in our family too. My mother was suggesting that my sister get education or pursue education rather than family, and which was a really hot button issue. Is that we told her that she should rather get married while she's young and get off the market, and later on, if she decides to get children, then try to make whatever the hell she wants to do. But if she does the opposite way, meaning she gives her best years to obtaining education, that she would not be getting the same quality of men that she can get right now in her younger
let me
years.
ask you, let me ask you a question. Being that you guys somewhat are the same as how Indian people think, and I'm Nigerian and Dominican myself, but let me ask you a question. Do y'all do arranged marriages?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought.
We also, depending on where you, like if you're back home in Africa, obviously, there's also this called, bitch, you're going to marry him because I said so. Like, that's how I was born. That's how my mother and my father became. My dad's like in his 40s, and my mother was in her late teens when they got together. And she'll give that. Like,
And
obviously,
that's according to the fit of education, wealth, that type of thing.
it's different back then. People didn't have that monetary wealth, but they had religious wealth. Like if you were a highly respected individual, you gave camels and sheep and goats and that sort of thing, you got the check. So even in lower societies, they do have that. So the more wealth you have, the more respect you have. And my dad was we're Muslim, so he knew the Quran and he knew how to, he was imam and that sort of thing. So that gave him respect and
Woo,
called
man.
notoriety in the community.
He was the imam.
No, everybody can be. He was sort of in the particular, like the small village we were in. He was, so he was quote unquote known to have multiple wives.
Okay, I feel it.
My mother was among one of those. So you can imagine how many siblings I have. It's like, yo, dude, what is that? Who's that?
My dad was similar to that, man, but he didn't really do that here in America for the simple fact that, a lot of women wasn't going for that. But him and my mom did divorce because he had, another child while we were, a family, and it's just like that sometimes. But yeah, I feel you. I feel where you're coming from. They do it.
It is the same thing though. Like for my mother, it was for her get the children and leave him, which she did. That's how we are her children, and we were in Europe at at the moment, right? And she's well off. I don't know what she's doing right now, but she has her own house, and her oldest, child became a doctor. Second became a principal, and I became a clinical psychologist. And my sister, she's married. So
It's either you be doctor, lawyer, or engineer when you come from an African family.
no, well,
Most of the
she,
time.
yeah, I know a lot of Nigerians do that, but a whole lot of you guys are also stupid as rocks, man. You call it box of rocks.
Well, not me. I'm here in America. I got a semi-law degree, but nothing too
Yeah.
big.
No, it's like the same idea though. They tend, and not say they, but Nigerians tend to be uppity. If that's
Out of any of them that's over here in America, Nigerians is the most arrogant ones out of the
yeah,
East Africans, out of the West Africans, them we got Nigerians, you got the super dark, you know what I'm saying, venom soup folks. What their name is?
yeah, no, but that's also another thing that you have to give back. As when I was taking my education, there was no other black people. I was literally the only black dude, and everybody else, 99% was white. I was the only one that was not. So
No, you talking about in Nigeria,
in Norway,
in Norway.
yeah,
Yeah, that's Norway, fam. So when nobody else around except you and them, you can't even call them pilgrims. What the hell, them Vikings?
yes,
It's just you and the Vikings chilling.
dude. This is where the
How did they treat you becoming a doctor? How did they treat you?
that is pretty chill. They don't have this is a lot. It's not a lot of people, so it's like about 6 million people in the whole country. So it's no what do you call it? The country is pretty rich, so there's no need for the hostility, or the group mentality is not as strong as it is, say, in America or other different countries. Namely,
Yes,
because
you have-
everybody have access to wealth.
You do have other people from your race out there, because we have a
Oh,
brother be on the panel in the Manosphere out here that's from out that way too.
dude, I am a Somali, so obviously, no matter where we go, we find one another and we stick together and establish mosques and whatnot. That's how I found my wife. So you can't.
Oh, okay.
Depending on what you do, obviously,
So
you can always.
they have Juma, all of that out there, the same as y'all have pretty big masjids.
No, but here's the thing: we have also clan system, which means that if you are individual coming from quote unquote Africa or different country, and you are you're immigrating to this country, it is normal to find people of your clan. They look out for you, and obviously you look out for them mainly, and then comes the country. Yeah, and then the country comes, and then the religion, and so on and so forth. So looking for a spouse, it was mainly within the clan.
That's why niggas need to be a clan over here. You know what I'm saying? But black people don't want to be their own clan over here. You know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers want to be all
but like, yeah, that's where Kevin Samuels or individuals like him come in, because namely they give, no matter how much you tell them, no matter how much you tell them by words, it really does not equate to seeing it. And as far as younger black dudes seeing someone who is older and who does mostly things the right way, it's a positive overall for the community, regardless of whether you're in America or in Africa or wherever you find yourself in. That's why I mainly, suggest friends and whatnot. Hey, look, this individual, he dresses well. By the way, you should at all times. I don't care, no matter how tacky you think you look. If you are trying to get laid, being well dressed is so much part of. No matter how much or how well you speak or what type of game you spit, it's the way you look.
Well, my father used to tell me that in Nigeria, when you are a man that put on a suit and you put on a bow tie, that means a man that's highly respected. I grew up part of my life in the Nation of Islam, Sunni community. My dad was Sunni Muslim.
Yeah, so am I. But here's the thing, though. Nation Islam, you should mention that they have always been and always are sharply dressed. I mean, that's one of the main things is they don't dress as your regular Muslims with, the towel thingy on the head and.
Yeah, it depends. They do at times. They will do the kufi. I have
Yeah,
my same attire as well. I'm not fully invested right now because I
yeah.
live my life totally different. I'm off my dean, but I
Mm,
respect it. I got friends who are Sikh, uh,
mm.
all kind of Muslims.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though: being well dressed, regardless of how you decide to choose, them being the first ones who were, suited and booted, and really well off, have given a lot of black people. And I've seen the Minister Farrakhan give speeches to people, to men in particular, who is in prison or wherever, and literally see the hope that he provides in their eyes. And that's particularly why we should rather support one another, whether we are in agreement or not. If you see someone who's doing something positive and being a positive role model, and showing positive masculinity, they have my support. I don't know about you guys.
You know what? When you locked up, you are automatically approached by the Muslims because they are the ones that will take you in and try to turn your life around. You know, the Muslim community does that in prison. I know that for a fact.
It might be a lot of them in prison as well, namely because they have a lot of people converting. So why not have something to aspire? And here's the other thing, though: prison systems here. If you're in prison, you can go to a college, which is like, for a lot of people, they don't understand how can you go to college while being in prison. Mainly because we believe in people being rehabilitated.
Rehabilitation. Yeah, that's what
Yeah,
it's supposed to
and
do.
no, like, here's the thing, though. I mean, if you, for whatever reason, you go to prison, if it is that you don't have education or you don't have something to do, obviously you're gonna commit crime. You either, smart enough to do that or dumb enough to die. So we believe in, like, having other venues and seeing people having access to education or something, learning skill or trade.
Speaking
It
of
will
Norway,
really
right?
gives them a way.
Speaking of Norway, right?
Yeah,
So
it
they
gives
don't like
people.
the business for private. You know what I'm saying? Thing.
No, no, no. It's both, economy. It's both private and, we call it public, meaning the government is has its hand on it.
Yeah.
But it's also both. You have, government option and private option. So if someone can come up with better deal for lower price or whatnot, that's better for the overall, health of the economy. But the government here does a lot, and that's why the taxes are so fucking, we pay about.
The laws change so much here. I'm tired of talking about what I've done with my life, but I was a correction officer. And I know that while working there, they had a clinical psychologist like you. They also had a teacher who helped the brothers get a GED. They had a cooking school inside, because a lot of brothers are chefs, and they
Yeah.
learn. They put you whatever your job was on the outside. If you had one, if you didn't have one, they prefer you to go to school to get your GED, and then you could go to the local community college. But the professors would come to the prison and teach them. You got brothers getting out with master's degrees, damn near PhDs.
There's also people who become millionaires in prison, namely because they've learned how to trade and how economy like that work. So it is proven that most people, regardless of where they find themselves, have a need to express themselves after having the basic needs met, whether being food, shelter, and social contacts. The next thing is that they have need to actualize themselves. So having a work can be literally even sometimes more important than having a shelter or place to defend yourself against the environment. So once food and drinks, the basic biological need is met, having something to create and having the need to self-actualize is really important for a lot of people. And here in the community, we don't have a lot of psychologists in that regard. And when I was going through the school, one of the main issues was psychology as we know it is predominantly white thing. It's a white people thing. The studies and the problems and the thought patterns and everything, or the base data, is based on white people and their issues. And
Can you also tie that in with sociology?
yeah, uh, well, technically, you take sociological psychology, which is basically the same thing, mainly how how every aspect of society is tied to either the biology of one's psychology, or how groups both work together, and how do they affect one another, and how they have influence upon one another, and there comes hierarchy and that sort of thing. So it's really important, and I would suggest everybody, whether you're a fan of psychology or not, you should technically have basic. There's easily it's a lot of pseudo psychology, but having base knowledge of psychology helps you do better for your own life and for your own children.
Well,
Child rearing.
for me to get my education, I had to take Psych 1 and 2, but I didn't go no further than that. But yeah,
But that does give you tidbits, though. It gives you a taste of what really is to come if you decide, to go within the field. But it's really not that big of a deal. Everybody can go to, I don't know how. Do you guys have online library in the United States? Access to that?
oh yeah, plenty of them.
Definitely.
Yeah, well, yeah, then you should, take and read a book or two. I mean, basic, you have child rearing psychology, and you get to learn how, what children are basically able to learn. I see parents who are yelling at their kids and getting, like, dude, you're getting on my last nerve. Shut up. I don't understand. Like, what? This child is literally new human being. It is what you call tabula rasa, which is blank slate. It does not have the cognitive abilities or.
That's where you lose them, though. A child is not considered a fellow human. A child is considered an item, a bio item.
Well,
that's why they
You're right
grow up
about
like
that.
jacked up. You know what I mean?
regardless of what you believe in, what your child is, which I don't actually have anything against saying that this child is mine. Obviously, it is yours, but I don't know. You guys have, what do you call, child support? You guys have, what you call it, battles in family court and paternity court and whatnot. That thing here in this country is all tied to the laws. If me and my wife go apart, it is 50-50. Child care custody. There's no such thing. 50-50 automatically. If you are to access to when not, say, if she works and I don't, it's not like I'm going to get half her shit. It's like 50-50 of what you have earned post marriage. So they believe
So
in that.
is it mandatory if you split up? No one calls child support on each other. It's just already tied in to something that you're supposed to do as a citizen.
No, you get 50-50 custody. So if you're getting 50 of the time, I get 50 of the time. Why am I paying you?
Okay, all right. Thanks, Delco. Thank you. But Donnie's been up here for quite some time, and what's going on, brother? What's going on? All right, Donnie will join us as soon as he gets the chance. But
I'm here. I'm here.
Go ahead, Donnie. What's up, man? What's going on?
Man, my best life. Listen to the broadcast. Long live the habitual line steppers.
Welcome to the Thought Manga.
The topic tonight is sheeping with the enemy, the desperate hatred for the Black Manosphere. The topic came about because there's been a certain non-black that has been frequenting the space, and a lot of the YouTubers who are black have been using this man to shit on the men of the manosphere.
It's Mari Povich.
That's the topic. All right. So what's going on? What's your thoughts on that, Donnie?
It sounds like it's Mari Povich, but I mean, alternatively, the shit it sounds like it's bedwench behavior. I mean, ain't no real ands, ifs, or buts about it. It's bedwench behavior. They're trying to use a white man to say, you niggers should have better standards, and you should be better men. And you got the bedwench screaming, see, the white man told y'all, I know you niggas was beta males. We're going back into slavery because NASA is better. And that's just the dynamic I hear. It's a damn shame, but let them run that into the ground, make them look stupid.
We just gonna defeat them with logic. Come on, you can bring the clear man around here, but he ain't gonna like the results he get when he hit this channel.
I'm black and dumb. I don't understand anything you say, Donnie. Yeah. So how am I gonna follow white man if I don't really understand even how to do basic shit? So the idea also, there's one thing. Sorry if I might interrupt on this idea. Is I've seen a lot. I've listened to other Black Manosphere dudes talk about that. The Black Manosphere being the leading thoughts of the Manosphere in general, and I believe that. And then I see some of the things that I see in Kevin Samuel's show, or what is that called, Brother Riley, his show, and some of the things that we utilize in the Black Manosphere being now utilized in the white quote unquote Manosphere, which kind of not really help those that think we should have a bright skin or light skin individual lead. How does that work, Thonmonger?
It's par for the course. You said you've seen things from multiple Black Manosphere channels being put into use on these the Caucasian Manosphere programming, right? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, that's just par for the course. I mean, think of it like this: you think KFC, the Colonel, actually had them secret herbs and spices that made that chicken?
Of course not. No. No, but here's also no. Sorry to interrupt, but I meant, like, I have never seen white women in the quote unquote white Manosphere, and I see them talking on the phone with them. So, like, what's up? There was no white females talking to the phone with these whether it was Cars and Entrepreneur, with the guys who wrote the book. What was that called? A lot of the individuals that were white and who's been here, whether it was Sandman or whatnot, now are actually talking about quote unquote Kim Samuels and some of these topics more than they speaking about female nature and things of that nature. So why I don't get it. Why is it that the last defense that any black woman have against the black man, quote unquote, is to take the white man card out? Are you guys really that afraid of quote unquote white men, or
no? The white man is their god. So you got to understand. But the average black woman is an agent of white supremacy. So when you take that into account, the white man is their god, right? The average Christian is afraid of who? God. Yeah. So the average black woman is afraid of who? The white man. So when the end all be all is called out, oh yeah, I'm gonna call such and such on you. Who are they calling? They're calling the white man on us. So they project that energy onto us. We're afraid of the white man because they say so. That's not true in any way, shape, or form. This is something that they scream out loud. It's not actually true. As I said before, the Colonel stole his secret herbs and spices from a nigga, right? So in actuality, these white men are modeling their whole existence off of us and then coming to the platform and emulating us. Therefore, in reality, who's actually scared of who here?
I can't answer that, but don't you guys practice what do you call divisions of labor within the black community? I mean, you guys have quote unquote, do not teach your children and your quote fellow brothers and sisters to do certain job in the community. Say you will need this much doctors, this much lawyers, this much police officers, so that
there's no type of coagulation like that. There's no type of accord. Coagulation.
No. Do you then practice it within your family? Do you like
certain people practice it within their family, but it really rolls within as a community thing, passing from neighbor to neighbor, family to family, in an aspect of wanting to enrich one another. That's been the fight.
I'm curious. The way you stated that is like, are you saying so let's say I have a family, right? 3 sons, 3 daughters. I'm delegating to the sons and daughters. You're going to be a doctor. You're going to be a nurse. You're going to be a mechanic. You're going to be this, that, and the third. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, having so you can't. Community is extension of the family. So even if you don't have, the coherence or core, I don't know what the particular word is. You don't have the collective aura.
The answer is no.
Yeah.
Are you unaware of the history
The
of the social
answer,
conditions of the black community, Delco, over
I
here in
mean, I don't
America?
think
Damn.
that it's coming from a condescending point.
No,
If
no, no,
it
not at
is, please
all. Not at
correct
all.
me. But I mean, the answer is no.
No,
Okay,
no.
people kind of get in where they fit in, and it's like
Yeah.
a lot of it has been to our detriment, and that is not an indictment of most of the community because you know, whether people want to believe it or not, American black men can be sort of ambitious.
Yeah,
yeah,
no,
but my
I
thing
didn't think
is
he was roguish, was being malicious when he asked that. I kind of understood, but I
Nah,
meant like in
not
asking.
malicious at all, fam.
But
Yeah,
look,
no,
geographically, you do have that. It depends on where you are, brother Delco. You know, it
yeah,
depends on your family. It depends on, you know, some people just haven't arrived to that level. But people are getting
that
there and learning. You know,
that's not a common thing worldwide. I mean, where do you really see that except in some certain communist countries? You don't see that when you go to Mexico. You don't see that when you go to Italy. People aren't saying, "Well, hey, listen, you're going to be a boat builder. You're going to be a fisherman. You're going to be inside of their families." The dice is kind of just where it lays. You're now sure people will follow after their father's footsteps. You know, if their father was a dentist, maybe they'll become a dentist after their father. However, things being delegated out like that, I haven't seen that.
yeah,
Yeah,
no. But
I
That's the
mean,
perfect
I
world.
understand. I also understand. Like the closest thing I've heard to this was Japanese man speaking of Japanese culture,
yeah,
Yeah,
and he
the
was saying the
Russians will
close.
also do this. But like that's not a I mean that's just not a standard. I don't know if they do that in in Viking land or I don't know
I
what
mean,
part of
that's the thing I heard though. He said we have a saying over here. He said either you're a doctor, a lawyer,
mm.
or a failure, something
Or a
like that.
basketball player, or
Like, so,
Man,
athlete.
like I said,
yeah.
a doctor, a lawyer, like a corporate business leader, or a failure, something like that.
Jeez.
It was something like
doctor, lawyer, engineer. You know, mainly.
doctor, lawyer, engineer, or failure. That's what he said. Doctor,
But
lawyer, engineer, or a failure. That's
so, with the community being divided and not being in place, do you guys now knowing a little bit better, than your parents did? Do you guys practice this with your children, your families? Do you use it to enrich the future generation of your seed, quote unquote?
Well,
Even
you
though
have
the
to. That
community
the
is
thing is
not there.
that's the principle. If you're in this space, then you understand that that is already a principle that's laced within the character of what I'm saying, we who occupy this joint. It's just that in an aspect of that spreading to other families amongst our blood, and nobody knows, you know what I'm saying? But to their children, they can definitely, you know what I'm saying, plant that within their seeds. And the way that you live your philosophy of your truth, then you know what I'm saying, the seeds carry that out. And if it's on and more and again, the space is filled with uh cats who are highly educated. You have PhDs, you have all that within the space: STEM, science, technology, engineering, math. You know what I'm saying? You got plumbers, you got blue collar truck owners, all this stuff. These cats is instilling this not only within their children, because other folks actually got their youngsters listening to specific programs. So please believe that, you know what I mean, the principle is being spread.
Yeah, but the
Long
main
live
reason
the
why
truth.
I asked that was mainly I was listening to Roger Report, and one of the things that I have noticed is even though we have Red Pill and we talks about topics such as being swirlers and whatnot, and them being a thorn in our side, some of the children of said Black Manosphere contributors, people who come up in the panels, their own kids are swirlers. And it's not to say, to throw shade at it, but to what
What did you say? Would you say that their own kids are what now? You cut out. I
swirlers.
didn't catch it. Oh, swirly.
That's new.
Um,
That's new to me because I keep hearing the whole mom's basement. These guys were hurt in high school. They hate women. That's what I keep hearing. That's new. Kids,
yeah, no,
Yeah,
that's what
incel.
I'm
No
trying
kids
to
at all.
oh yeah,
decide.
incel. Oh yeah, I forgot incel.
I
But
think
kids
that's
are
kind of
twirlers.
slowly fading.
But like I was saying, that's pretty new that I'm hearing that their kids are turning out to be swirlers. If you want to talk about Gen Z, Gen Z is not putting up with the bullshit.
No,
Not
I
at
understood that. I'm not
all.
saying they're turning out. I'm saying the individuals are actually talking about, hey, my kid is not participating in this bullshit. He's, 20, he's early 20s, he's
Well,
15, late teens.
because
So
like
so
here's the thing.
They're organically
Go ahead,
getting
go ahead.
it.
but what really what I think he more or less meant was SYSBM.
Among other things. It's not. It's like if your daughter is a swirler, not to mention it, it's a problem now you have within, the house. If I can't speak of another man's house, obviously, but you can't speak on society in general if if your room is not tidy. If- to
Now,
borrow
now,
Jordan
now,
Peterson's.
now, Delco. I have heard a couple of men that have YouTube channels that are close to this space that they are going to tell their daughters to date white men specifically. Yeah,
How that?
because some of the guys in this space justify pedophilia. They're like bitch niggas will say, and yeah, I mean
What
that.
the
I,
fuck?
I I mean that when I say that. Bitch niggas will say anything to tear somebody down.
Would
Period.
that be Saint and Sinner?
No, it's not
Yo,
saying
wow.
Please stop dropping names, man.
Oh, my bad. My bad.
I'm not scared of the
Yo,
dude. I mean,
wow.
quite frankly, but shit, it's like stop. Like, okay, if I want to throw up a name on who I'm specifically talking about, I will.
Yeah,
My
no.
bad.
As far as
Like,
being,
I apologize for that.
no, but that is among other things here in the
James
communities,
Earl.
we should talk about things to uplift and help one another and the future generation so that they have it better and have better foundation than we had, so they can go and strive and be better and be further in their community than we are. That's mainly why I spoke and asked why shouldn't you have the red pill and its philosophy
Well, you
within
have people
kids.
that do live through their children, man. They really do. I got my brother-in-law was a football player all through high school and college. So his son, he thought that he would put him in the same position, and as soon as he got to college, he quit. So it just depends on, where most people see their children talent and they let them go with it if they see it's promising. That's how it works here most of the time.
All right. All right. I want to give an example. Hey, shout out to James Earl Moans, brother. Thanks for tuning in once again. But I want to really mention something. A few weeks back, we did the show on Corey Holcomb and Zoe Williams, and they had a falling out on the 5150 show. Well,
Yeah.
this past week, it seems that Corey Holcomb and Zoe Williams has buried the hatchet.
Oh
Yeah.
man.
They kissed and made up.
Yeah.
Wow.
They seem to have. If I'm accurate, they seem.
You gotta say
Corey
that
Holcomb
platform.
came on his show to apologize. I mean, at the end of the day, better business move. What to get them more money. I think it's more money together than they are apart.
Well,
I
definitely
think
that, but that's gonna be some foul energy and the aspect of the integrity behind it. Like I wonder how people will be able to put that behind them. You know what I'm saying? Like, because Corey was all the way out of pocket.
yeah.
But that's also sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt here, Kevin. But that's among one of the tactics that people who are not against, who are against your message use. That they want you to be beefing with quote someone else within the same atmosphere, so that you guys split the audience and split the what the power of what you collectively can acquire than if you were separate. So as far as sheeping with anime goes, is you want to have people saying that Donovan Sharp should be the quote unquote leader. It is a low key way of them telling you that, hey, we think this individual is better, and because we're telling you he is better, you who quote unquote are followers or who followed or listened to this individual or believe in someone else should have problem with that message and now attack people who think Donovan Sharp is doing a good job.
But you know what? I don't even think it's about Donovan Sharp. It's more along the line where the space is currently going on whatever, what I'm saying, inertia it's got. It's obviously a threat to other spaces. And for them to say that anything should be changed with anything. you know that you're threatening their space just with the energy that yours is putting out. So you know what I'm saying? Big bank take little bank. It's a
But
big
it
slug.
is it means though that now we are going mainstream. That if you see someone like Kevin being on quote unquote hip hop and whatnot, the website Wellside Hip Hop, or seeing a psychologist or clinical psychologist being quote unquote red pilled, it not only changes what we do as individuals, but what we can, you know, what we're going to help. The way I help my quote unquote my patients is a lot different than my colleagues
Right.
that are quote unquote blue pilled or purple pilled. I literally have seen some of the, you know, female colleagues that I have talk about, hey, if you have a problem with quote unquote your husband, talking to a female who's thinking about go leaving her husband, saying you guys should now come to me as a unit, and when they do, telling the patients that, hey, to the dude, you should supplicate that if you take quote unquote the dishes and you give her a massage, she should then give you a blowjob.
What the fuck?
What in the hell is that? Now, being a blue pill, I wouldn't have a problem against that. And I was like, yeah, that makes sense. I mean, you do, you know, a little bit of housework and you should get a little bit of pleasure for it. But then again, in the long term, how is she going to respect you and how she's going to stay with you if she doesn't look at you with desire in her eyes? Like, you are now literally buying sex from your wife.
So
How
in your wellness camp, you would say that majority of other clinicians there, they pretty much operate under the paradigm of blue pill
blue
on
pill?
that
Yeah.
toxic level.
Yep, dude.
So
Are you talking about
respect is never the factor. Is never considered a large enough factor to even be analyzed deeply with most folks.
Here is how fucked up it is. The APA, which is the American Psychological Association, which does primarily puts the fundamentals of how we should, you know, whatever the hell we do, we follow the
Ain't that a bitch?
quotation and the criteria of the APA. And the APA literally believes that quote unquote toxic masculinity, rather, what do you call it, classic or base level traditional, thank you, traditional masculinity is toxic masculinity. That if you do not cry, if you do not believe in being soft, if you don't believe in biting the bullet and not showing your emotions and wearing it on your sleeve, that you are toxic masculinity. Now that has literally changed how the upcoming generations of psychologists are going to be helping their clients. If you see a kid, regardless of how he looks or what he has come up with, if you see someone that have used as a defense mechanism, not showing their emotions and being quote unquote strong and biting their lip a lot and toughing themselves up, which is mainly a defense mechanism,
Yeah.
you can now say that, hey, you have actual psychological
Ain't that a bitch?
disease, and
Oh
you
hell
can
no! I'm going back to
literally
Krypton.
tell, yeah, and they can use that as, hey, say I am psychological, I have a psychological disease right here, it says right here, I'm
So
toxic
now
masculinity.
comes the Ritalin and all the
They
other
used to
shit they
just
want
call
to
that stoic. Now they call you a disease. Oh yeah, I'm going back to Krypton.
For
Which
real.
is a symptom. They would literally put toxic masculinity alongside quote unquote being schizophrenic or being someone who has other, you know, psychological issues or disease.
So toxic masculinity is in the motherfucking DMS5, whatever that shit is.
It is now within the criteria and is going to be in
Get the
books for what
fuck
some of the
out of
diseases
here,
that are
cuz.
coming late 2019 and 2023 within those
My
years.
response to that is, what do the gays say when you bring up that the DSM-4 had their homosexuality as a disease?
Exactly. Yep. Yep.
No,
Exactly.
so it's also within politics. When something like that comes, it's also the way, you know, the atmosphere, the political atmosphere does, you know, literally say what we can do. We are 3 hours away from Russia and the Russian border, so when we see something like this, I remember a topic coming up with as I was speaking with some of my colleagues, the particular issue came up, and then we said, hey, the color community, or the the ABC community, or the alphabet community was being targeted and persecuted in Russia. Can we now say that mostly the government of Russia have psychological disease, that is toxic masculinity? We live closely to Eastern Europe, and most of them, if not all of them, have traditional masculinity. They're Orthodox Christians, and they are literally like the Muslims, among other things. So the atmosphere in what we live in literally says how we are going to help and change the upcoming future. So that's why, amongst the question I ask, do you guys use the red pill in your own family to to see change and to put your kids in better position than you were?
Without motherfucking question.
Yeah, because
and even if you even as you define red pill, I try to, what I'm doing is I'm raising my daughter with a realistic appreciation. Like, I'm not saying the path of least resistance, because I want her to be assertive and stand up for herself. But at the end of the day, when she reaches adulthood, knowing that acting like a bitch is always going to get you a negative result, like I mean that's all there is to it. It's like, when she becomes of age, I'm going to teach her the real shit. And I'm going to prepare her for this cruel world. Y'all trying to put like bunny slippers on motherfuckers and then send them out to rough. Like, don't do that. And then when something happened to them, they're victims.
Exactly.
Yeah. No, but do you also teach her? Does that mean you teach her anti-game, being that, hey, if you had sex with a college student or a fellow, a male while you're being in college dorm, and now you have, buyer's remorse or regret, you don't destroy that individual's future just because you regret it? Or how does that work?
No, she's 6.
No, as she comes of age later on in life.
When she comes of age, I'm going to say for every action, there's going to be a reaction. And depending on what that action is, there's going to be a consequence. Now, if you know that you're going to do something going to bring this kind of result, and it's not the result you want, tough titty. You got to live with that shit. I'm not going to sugarcoat this for her at all. So, so basically, am I going to teach her to go after, to stay in a certain value range so she can get a high value man? I'm going to teach her to at least coexist with a person that will treat her right.
Yeah, but here is also one main reason why. Yeah, among the reasons why I am here is you guys' politics, or the political atmosphere in the United States, actually have far-reaching appeal and consequences. Even us in here, one of the main issues that we have is fighting the BS that's coming from your society, quote unquote, being the United States society, the US. We are trying to fight, like, hey, this is garbage. We don't want this in our community. We have had, quote unquote, how the Me Too movement, I don't know if you can say that in YouTube, but how you've had few females say that, hey, I got this movie role because I went down on my knees to this particular
right.
Yeah, that sort of thing.
Casting couch.
Yeah, but the Me Too movement saying now you are having a buyer's remorse and you want to have more power, or quote unquote get this individual because he is toxic masculinity. We have had the same issue in our society. One of the government employees, or the politicians, it was a female, said that she had sex with her colleagues, which are more above her, and within a party. We have a party system here, and she thought that because she said that she had sex with him to advance her career, which she did, that would take him out the game and replace her with him. Not knowing that we don't have that thought pattern, because now she became a target for the other parties to attack her and our party. But the other individuals, her colleagues, every single one of them demanded that she be thrown under the bus. And she had to go off, and the guy who, quote unquote, he stayed. He's still the same position
Oh,
that
that's
he
what's
was
up.
prior to
That's
this.
what's up. Yo, where you at? Norway again? That
Yeah.
Norway, they got a good way of doing shit, man. For real. That's
But
what's up.
here's the thing,
That
though.
bitch
Now,
trying to fuck up the program. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
but she did sort of like it kind of backfired now because every individual that's trying to do the same thing she did is now, scrutinized. Now other females are being told, like, hey, did you have to get on your knees in order to get to your particular position? Or now they have to be more defensive and have to show that they didn't use their sex to further their career. This is kind of crazy.
I mean, but look, check it out. That's politics the whole way. That's politics and that's entertainment. All right, get the fuck out of here. And if they followed the way the United States do all this other shit, politics and y'all Hollywood is probably dirty than the motherfucker. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying?
Elko, let me ask you a question. So, outside of going up the ladder trying to get a higher position as a woman, don't they just have regular prostitutes out there?
No, we don't.
Oh,
You could have quote unquote escorts. I mean, yeah, they're not quote unquote prostitutes, but we all know,
oh,
the
not,
idea is,
not on the opening like in the streets, but they're
yeah,
discreet.
we call them escorts. You can take them out on a date or spend a night with them, quote unquote, that sort of thing. But no, we don't have. It's not the same issue. But here, I know the politics. I know where they live. The politicians later come to school. You know them by hand. You know their children. It's not as far out as the politicians are to the people who live in the United States. I know that fucking politician. I will go to his fucking house or quote unquote his office and demand shit. And if
Okay,
I get a couple of,
hold up, Delco. Look, okay, look, it seems like what I'm saying you live in what I'm saying milk and honey pilgrim land, bike land, or whatever. You know what I'm saying? You got to understand something. That's not the norm. You know what I'm saying
yeah,
for
but here's
everybody
the
else.
thing
You know what I'm
though.
saying?
Where is the accountability for the people in your community is the question. If
Look,
most people are saying that you don't have a power to exact change, then when will it really come?
you got to
Because
understand
you gotta
something.
defeat its mindset.
For our community to be in power, it is seen as a terrorist threat. All right.
What does that mean?
Real talk, real talk. It's seen as a terrorist threat. The highest threat is to the self worth of the surrounding non-black people. For some reason they hate when a whole nigga community is on they shit. You know what I'm saying? So the thing is, this is a cultural perspective. We try to approach it throughout the history and the politics. Obviously, the politics show black people that it's a cultural perspective. But black people don't want to get the, what I'm saying, message that the U.S. been trying to give them the whole time. It's a cultural perspective. We approach shit from politics when we shouldn't, and that's why shit is discombobulated. You know what I mean?
This is true to a certain extent. A lot of black people are afraid of what, quote unquote, the outside community is going to do should you be in power. Some of the things that happen in Black Wall Street and quote unquote what will happen again should you, come together and build your own shit.
But no. The outside community is even more frightful though because they fear the community of their poor. They fear the potential.
Yeah, but
of their poorest sector.
Then we go back to the previous
that
question.
They attack with chemical warfare, psychological warfare.
Yeah, that's where the previous question of divisions come in. Do you have your own doctors or quote unquote doctors that have, that are from the community that can look like say, hey,
no loyalty right, like
this
that.
Ain't good, or have, quote unquote psychologists or clinical psychologists that is going to help you. Like whatever the hell they have, you have some of your own people that are, going to be mainly for the benefits of your community, but also defenders.
Delco, the largest aspect of the psychological warfare is the systemic breakup of social trust.
Yeah.
Right, so you can't have any of that. You know what I'm saying?
Do you question yourself by then, though? Do you guys question each other on that?
What you mean?
Because I remember myself on my own and my own psychology is that I didn't, let's be honest, I wasn't trust of other niggas. Still not, to a certain degree. I see a black person and quote unquote white person. I believe to a certain extent later on in life, I had to battle that I thought the black person was probably the one who committed the crime. Do you have battled the quote unquote engineering within your own mind that when you see someone who's black, can you see them? There's a movie on Netflix. I don't know if you guys have it. It's
I know what you're
called,
talking about.
yeah. Do you see black president, quote unquote black, astrophysics, or someone who is excelling in some whatever the hell they decide to excel in, that are the best in that particular field? Do you question it like, man, that nigga ain't
You
that
know how I
smart?
question it.
Bullshit.
You know how you know how I question it.
Yeah.
You know how I question it. You know, you look at the programming and you see what they're doing with the programming now.
Yeah.
No full black is ever going to be in a highly prominent position. You know,
Facts.
unless they're an entertaining celebrity or they can play some ball. And then that doesn't even last long when they piss the ruling class off. In order to get into a high prominent political position, and I'm talking about prominence, I ain't talking about bootlicking like Clyburn. I ain't talking about that shit. In order for them, they gotta have something else in them. And then they get on TV and call them black.
Right.
Yeah.
Like Obama and like Harris.
So how do you guys feel about that? I mean, to what degree do you consider what Obama has accomplished as a positive thing as opposed to negative?
I mean, he's very accomplished. He's very accomplished.
Well,
He's an incredible orator. He's the richest president.
I know.
In
I
recent
know
memory.
his father.
It ain't Trump. It's Obama.
His father was really, or rather stepfather was a really, it was an asshole, but he was really rich.
Hey, Obama had the same effect on us as Reagan.
But do you guys not see the positive thing in that, or is it just because he wasn't putting, black?
The thing is, man, a lot of people haven't really fully accepted him
Yeah.
just yet, even me, because he's still not fully black, and I don't think
I don't even think it's that. I don't even think it's that. We would have accepted him as black if it wasn't symbolism. If it was something tangible, if it was something that advanced us a little bit more than what we got.
But didn't it though?
I mean, but what? We got a black president. That's one guy.
No.
One guy. What does that mean for the collective? I mean, what does it mean for the collective? I mean, I look. I voted for Obama both times, and I waited to the last day of his presidency for him to actually do something. Now, the top thing. Okay, the top thing that black people talk about from a president is reparations.
Yeah.
That's the top thing. They didn't. They use it against Bernie Sanders. Why did here's the reason why I feel like people treated Obama like a special thing. They didn't hold his feet to the fire on that shit.
But he was special. I don't mean to say that you're wrong.
No, he wasn't special.
No. I know he was special in a way, but not special in the way that blacks wanted him to be special.
Yeah, but now among you guys, now you know for a fact that a black man can't be the president.
Hey, but the thing is, man, not trying to be funny, but he's not whole, and it's not just of the race. But Obama can turn it on and off. He's not like a truly black African brother that's really in there to be the president. He did not touch on a lot of the black issues. When he first came in office, he went straight to pacifying white people in order to keep his position the way it needs.
Hold up, that nigga was black African and half Peckerwood.
No, I feel that. You know what I mean? You know what I mean, man. I'm just saying, he went straight in office pacifying the white people because they bitched at him a whole bunch instead of going straight in to tackle the black issues. He didn't do that, and he promised just like Biden did, to get things done. And I think that Biden is used right now to do those things, and I still don't think he's going to get everything done.
But here's the thing,
he's not going to do a lot of shit. But to answer your question from earlier, anytime I personally see a black person in a position of power, in a high position, a high level of authority, right? I never question their intelligence or their capability, right? What I do question is their allegiance.
That's okay. So you have another way of questioning their quote unquote fitness for the quote unquote position. You're saying this is a tool. Some white people put him because he's a puppet and he's going to do their bidding.
That's the
Right.
reality of our
So
perspective of
so nine
engaging
Facts,
times out
with
of
the
facts,
ten,
system.
facts.
when you look at these politicians and when you look at these people, just like it was brought up earlier, Obama is half white.
Yeah.
Um, Kamala Harris is of questionable black descent.
Questionable, yeah, at best.
Correct, right? So these are two things, and I always run back to the movie Birth of a Nation, the original Birth of a Nation, where they had the evil mulatto and he was half white. And they kind of always have flipped that to where they have these half white children, octoroon.
Yep.
They have these little these misnomers for these children who have black descent in them, and they kind of use them as a pawn in order to infiltrate the black neighborhood in order to do us some harm. These people are willing to sell us out because they want to fully invest in their whiteness, right? So I'm always curious.
Prove that they are worthy of the white communities, accept
Right.
it. They will step on it. That's what
So
you're
I'm
trying
I'm
to say.
always worthy of them trying to prove their whiteness. Even fully black people, you have to look at them and go, is he? Because how many times have we had it where we've had a black man come in and he's seen pro this, pro that, and then he sold us the fuck out.
Man, let me tell you something, man. That was I forget the DA's name at the time, at this time, but the guy that the black man that decided that Darren Wilson, the guy who shot Mike Brown, would not face any charges. They went
Yep.
to jail and high water to get that guy elected.
That
And I mean, like, he black, blah blah blah. Which, like, I really would like for my people to start being careful with this kind of
that
thing. I mean, I'm not saying that go just side with a white person or whatever. What I'm saying is, they true to the adage, like, all skin folk ain't kinfolk. I could not expect, like, it is being made by your regular sheepish voters that Obama could not be expected to do anything for blacks. But the thing is, he's non-ADOS. You got ADOS blacks that won't do anything for blacks, and they do this, and they do this through this diluted sense of fairness.
But
Like,
the thing is, we're not a monolith. That we're supposed to be. We're supposed to be one culturally, but we're not, because everyone got that toxic American dream syndrome.
Hey, you guys
they
are
will
doing
sell
pretty
you out.
well, though, considering what you've been through. And the question I would have for the whole panel would be, are you mad at Obama for not doing enough for
Oh no, not at
people?
all. No. We still respect him.
Oh,
But
no, you,
I
are you
don't
upset?
respect
Are
Wait,
you
say
mad?
what?
Like,
Well,
are
hold
you
on. Wait.
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
what do you mean, wait?
What the fuck? We
okay, I respect him
French
as
over here.
I respect him as a African American
Let
man
me tell you something.
who has made some kind of accomplishment. Now, I can't say that he was my president. No, I can't say that.
He was your president. What the hell is he talking
He
about?
wasn't. He
Yeah,
wasn't.
he was.
If you are of American citizenship, anyone elected to the position is your president, no
That's
matter
your
how much you
president.
like it or not.
Motherfuckers try to deny that shit.
Yeah,
Thank
I
you.
will not.
I
That's
called
one thing
I
y'all lose me
President
out
Trump.
on.
I called him
You
President
didn't
Obama.
leave
I
5
called
minutes
President
before
Reagan,
you
President
elected
Bush.
and
Get
done
out of here.
But that's
Y'all,
also
so y'all feel like citizens then? All right, then my bad. I don't really feel like a motherfucking citizen.
Nah, but
feel me?
like I was
Just
saying,
like it is what it
that's
is,
the
though.
game.
I'm with
That's the
you,
game that
Rose.
they use on us.
I'm with you,
When you look at these politicians, so Jesse Jackson was real quick to be Black Power, sold us the fuck out, did he not? And then
Jesse Jackson. Oh, go ahead, Donnie.
I'll take it a step further. Look at how these motherfuckers bamboozled us. I'm gonna bring up a individual that was in charge of the NAACP, and I believe it was the state of Washington, named Rachel Dolezal.
yeah, about her.
Is anybody familiar with Rachel Dolezal?
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, she was the blackest lady we had in the position.
Understand that this was a white woman doing black cosplay, running around in the NAACP. What does that tell you about the power structure of the United States as a whole in terms of systemic white supremacy and the shit just being okay? I don't trust a lot of black people. And now you're looking at these motherfuckers and they're telling you that white people are black people. They're over there cosplaying as black people. and you're supposed to just believe, well, she's 1/3 black, so one drop make a hole. That's a sister. Y'all got to just take that.
So I'm looking at the topic of the this podcast, which is shipping with the enemy. Now the question is, do you guys have particular standards for quote unquote black president as opposed to white president? Did Obama literally had to fly and do all kinds of shit for black people in order for you, quote unquote, as black person, to accept him as your president?
No. If he would have did one thing,
did he say fly?
If he would have did one thing,
like
one thing specifically for black people, even if it was small. But if he would have did one thing, he would have got my respect. I don't give a fuck if it's something that I disagree with. You know
what got me with it? Your mic is messed up, bro. Yeah. I'm gonna tell you what got it for me was when Troy Davis, who did not commit a crime in southern Georgia, deep south, did not commit a crime, did not kill anyone. You had all these stars and all these other black politicians that came to that man's town where he was in prison, protesting, asking that they not kill him because he did not commit the crime. And the white person who said that he committed the crime said he didn't, but she really didn't give a damn at the time of him being executed. I mean, electrocuted, or however they do it now. Death penalty. Anyway, what had happened was they postponed it for 2 days, and Obama did not even answer. He had the opportunity to get this man out of that prison. It was proven that he didn't do it, and he had been in since he was 17, and he was damn near 50. And the whole point was the white people was just like, I don't care, somebody got to pay for it. So this is what we live with out here as black people. And when you are a black president, you have to stand up to that. Don't just say, I'm going to just let the city, county, state, jurisdictions handle it. You are the fucking president. You have the power. Now, I don't like Trump, but Trump did stand up and do some things like that.
I was just about to say, the orange haired man did more than the black man.
No, he did not. But here, I understand, what you're saying. But the question would be now, did he actually know about that? But that was the question. That's not the question. That is enough for you,
How can you not, Mr. President? How can you not know when you got a lot of people for 2 whole days protesting? You had rappers, Outcasts, everybody down there. I mean, Al Sharpton shows up everywhere.
I don't know. I don't know. So I was just asking the question.
Yeah.
But was that one action enough for you to say, okay, this nigga is a tool? He's not good.
I'd rather take Michelle before I took him. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna let you know, all skin folk ain't kinfolk.
Yeah.
All skin folk ain't kinfolk, because you gotta understand what Obama did. He didn't do basically nothing for our interests. Even when the whole point where it came down with all the cop shootings, he said, yeah, it's hard being black, and that was it. I'm like, damn, you could have did something. Hey, said something to the cops, put something in law or something. And said, he black. Hell, he could have been the one that got shot.
Look, he said
it was exposed. Them motherfuckers was hunting us.
What he would look like. That's all. If Trayvon Martin was my son, this is what he would look like, and that was it.
That's some bullshit. It was exposed that them motherfuckers was hunting us, and no law passed. And you got all these laws for the gender dysmorphic community, one after the other. Boom, the boom, the boom, boom. It's like, wait a minute. All right, what about black folk?
Here's what I'm thinking in order to get you guys to understand the point I'm trying to lead you guys to. Here's the question. If the president looked like we're here. Yeah, this individual with the red cap, if he looked like him, the president, and he was doing all kinds of fucked up shit, would you guys prefer he be a white president or a black president?
It don't matter the color of the motherfucking president. All right, the president got a motherfucking job to do. It's just like when you're dealing with racist cops or something like that. I don't give a fuck that they racist. Just do your job. If you do your job, everything's still going to be cool, because if the way that they structure the law, it maps out the way that it's supposed to map out in the end, then it is what it is. Fuck it. You can't hate me and still, protect my neighborhood, the way you're supposed to under your law, but they don't do that. This shit
No,
is
no.
it's a cultural thing. So instead of thinking about the United States as a government, think about it on some mob family shit. And them motherfuckers having to utilize Obama. Is he blood? Is he a made man? Is he going to have the same amount of influence and power as the rest of the family? Fuck no. They're
And you
just
know
going
what,
to
Rogish? And you know what, Rogish? I look at it this way. Now that this thing has went down at the Capitol, I don't think even Obama would have been safe during that time if he would have taken things in his own hands to try to work those things out for Black people.
But isn't that a sign that Obama was black? The fact that Donald Trump became the following president to replace
Nigga,
Obama?
please.
Somebody come get this nigga.
I'm glad someone is at least getting that shit out of that system.
Delco, nigga, what you smoking, bro? What them Vikings got you smoking?
It is.
Man, pass that shit around, man. I'm trying to get high.
Real, bro.
It is the real question.
He's using his psychology on us. It's his tactic.
No, here's the
fuck
thing,
out.
though.
In
it's
actuality, the reason Trump got in office is because everybody who was running aside from him was a complete joke, and nobody was going to vote for him. Nobody was voting for Hillary. At that point in time, it's just a woman, especially that woman in particular, not fucking happening, right?
She did win the popular vote, though, so somebody did vote for her.
People wasn't really trying to get that woman in office. I mean, it sounds good, but they really weren't trying to put her in office. And then,
Republican turned Democrat, so it's like no matter what you thought of her, she was two-faced.
Who's gonna put a woman in office where her husband got a black son and they won't even fucking acknowledge it?
Well, we'll step away from that, right? But if you go further down, she sabotaged Bernie, so Bernie wasn't going to go nowhere. So who else did you have as an option aside from Donald J. Trump? And what's so funny about it is because when he got elected, I'm more than positive he was shocked in a motherfucker. Like, what?
You damn right.
What you mean?
Oh my God, that's funny though. But here's the thing. I feel like, right? And I hate to say the word I feel like. Sounds
thank you.
Yeah, but you get the point, right?
You see it a different kind of way.
No, well, I do. The thing is, the fact that you guys see black as different, do you guys also realize that whites also see what's quote unquote white different than from you guys? You guys say Obama, quote unquote, wasn't really black because of his action, because of quote unquote his allegiance. Okay. Do you think white people in mass believe that he was one of their own? Or was his skin tone
white people saw him as what we call a magical Negro. So I don't know if you're familiar with
obeying Negro like Oprah, obeying Negro.
It's the Bagger Vance concept, right? It's the magical Negro, the black person that comes in. He's not like the other black people. He's black, but not really black, and he's gonna be a breath of fresh air, but he's still gonna be pro-white.
He is well-spoken Negro, but the idea is though. Do you guys literally? I feel like y'all niggas. Again, I said I feel, but y'all niggas like it's no way that anybody can make you happy. It seems like if he was black,
no. It's not. It ain't that nobody can make us happy. It's just that motherfucker can't bullshit us. That's the whole deal. You understand something? When we're focused. Like black people is very creative. So they're usually out their hands in a whole bunch of different shit, right? But when we're focused on a solar cord, nothing gets by us. And so you have folks who are very, very thorough and scientific in their approach with, engaging politics in this land. And they're engaged with as if they are not on the one. So it's not no aspect of nobody can do nothing for us, just that nobody can't bullshit us.
So is it kind of like the question then that would be, maybe I need to rephrase it. Is it, fucked up of me to think that I am quote unquote happier that a black man steals from me than a white man?
No. Okay. So I'll present it to you like this, because the way you said it is we can't be happy. Right. So picture this. All right. You're one of 5 children. Your mother has doled out to each one of her 5 children $100 bill, right?
Sure.
Each one of you have gotten $100 bill. Your older brothers have gotten that $100 bill, plus each one of them has gotten a car, a video game system, a new TV, and the younger brothers are all getting something else for themselves, right? But when it comes to you, you haven't gotten anything. And when you express your opinion on how everybody got something, but you specifically, right? Everybody got something, but you specifically, you're upset that you didn't get anything and you can't be pleased. Would that be a fair assessment? You can't be pleased even though you all got that $100 bill. Your brothers got some different things on top of that $100 bill, but you got that $100 bill. Shouldn't you be pleased? Shouldn't you just shut up and be silent?
So it is individual, response to that. For me, I wouldn't be mad if I got nothing and my brothers and quote siblings got other shit. I see that as us, the group, getting shit as a unit. I will be playing or your, PlayStation. I will be taking my brother.
No. As a unit, you're not allowed to touch their things. That's only for them. So you can't touch them. Hands off those. But go ahead.
Yeah, but no, that's what I'm trying to say. Like differentiate. What I don't see what you or my siblings get as a part of from what I get. I would have been happy regardless. But the idea that someone would say this is only exclusively belonging to your brother and this sister and that sister, that might make me feel some type of way. But it wouldn't change the fact that I, as a whole, would be happier more for my siblings than I would be upset for my own.
That's great.
That's where we differ in thought. Because I don't think individual.
We differ on this because simply you're content for your siblings, which is fine, right? You want to be content that everybody else is going to get something and they're doing great. You can't use it, but it's great for you. We as the American people, the foundational Black Americans, have been getting shit on in this country since the start. We have built this country from the ground up. We put in work, and every time we try to get a step ahead, we are told be content with what you got. Everybody got a $600 stimulus not too long ago, right? Now you see people who are DACA getting certain shit. You have the Indian immigrants coming over getting certain shit. The Native Americans getting certain shit. The Jews are getting checks. Everybody's getting something but us. And
they got that shit
for... Hold on. Guys, do you remember when they said they had no money for reparations?
I don't know what you just said.
Yeah, say that again.
I said, do you remember when they talk about reparations wars? And they said, oh, the government doesn't have money.
Right. which has been proven a lie at this point. But yeah.
The Jews also got a reparation, quote unquote, for being a survivor of the Holocaust, but when Obama was quote unquote president, or under his presidency rather. So
right. So these are all groups that have gotten something, and we're still sitting at the bottom. And when we say we want our reparations, when we say we are owed something for the trauma, the gaslighting, the bullshit that they put us on under, we're told no. Be happy with what you got, and unfortunately, that's not going to work for us. And I think I can speak for every Black person on the panel. That's some bullshit.
Yeah, the Native Americans even got theirs too, and as they should, as they should. You're out there where native community is, right, Johnny?
But the problem I see with you guys is that you're not a group, quote unquote. You guys remember when Ice Cube was trying to
breaks.
No,
Hold
on, Kev. Now you know I'm going to speak up for that.
Hold on right now. Hey, breaks. I'm speaking right now. Can we get back on the topic? Okay. I'm sure that this conversation is interesting to somebody somewhere, but can we get back on the topic, please? I mean, if you feel like I'm being a little rude, I'm sorry, but I don't want to hear this shit about what us as a group. Now, who
Foundational Black American Group? Go ahead.
All right, but we got two new people up here, K.E. Snake Man and Honest Truth.
Hey, yeah, I was just listening in. Thanks for having me again, Kev. Really appreciate your platform. I'm just trying to see where y'all are at. To Delco's point, I just want to put my soul behind that statement he just said, but I want to keep it on topic, like you said, Kev. So I'm not going to expand on that. I'm just listening.
Go ahead, expand on Delco. I mean, yeah, I might be interested. What's going on?
Well, I mean, that's a good point. I mean, once again, I know it's off topic, but if we as a black people, I'm black by the way as well. I'm a black man, 29. If we as black people
You sure?
are, I'm yeah, I'm positive. If we as black people are not happy with where we are, then why haven't we looked within our community and culture to provide what we need to grow as a people? I just want to say that it's a good point. The fact of the matter is, black people by and large aren't unified. We're not solidarity.
The white
We're
man's ice is colder. I'm gonna tell both of y'all
Hold on.
that. The white
Hold on.
man's
Come
ice
on,
is
man.
Can I
colder
answer it?
than
Can I answer it? Hold on,
Okay,
can I answer this
that's
question?
all it
Can I
is.
answer?
That has
Don't
blame
haunted.
you are,
That
dude.
has
You
haunted
Black
not
women
make me
community
freeze.
well
I will
over
never
a
freeze.
century.
One at a time.
I get where truth coming from, but at the same point, excuse me, just one second. I get where truth is coming from at a certain point, but it depends on who you are as a person. Like truth, you're a thing. You could do anything. You could turn it on and off. You could be a Puerto Rican dude. One day you could be a mixed black and white dude, and you can be black, fully black in this space. So it would probably work for you. So I get where you're coming from, but at a certain, just collectively as black people, we haven't gotten what we really needed, even with the voting, while doing the right thing.
So what would
I
be
get that.
Hold on. One thing I'd never understood this question is, why do people think you can build with nothing?
as regards to
Well, the fact
Just clap your hand and then you build entire society.
Well, the fact of the matter is, black people they have nothing, and I want to lend a story out to you. Back in the early 1900s, the wealthiest black person that ever lived was actually a woman. She owned banks. She had a $30 million profile that's worth about $800 million today. I cannot think of her name right now. I did a video on her, but she came from slavery, and so when we talk about having nothing, that's this. We have a large,
How many?
significantly
Hold on.
access to goods and
So
monetary
how many?
services than our ancestors did.
Hold on. So how many billionaires did black have after they got free from slavery?
none, I would guess.
How many buildings?
Hold
on. How many land did
after slavery
Hold
ended
on.
immediately.
How much
There
land?
were no
How much?
billionaires, white or
I
black.
know.
Were there white billionaires at that time frame?
Okay, look.
Let him make the point.
Understand that there was a coagulation because you did have those black economic super centers back then. I'm from North Tulsa, Oklahoma. Y'all know the history of that. So, in an aspect of black people building to the degree to where all of our needs are met by our own hand and effort and energy, sweat, blood, tears, and years. Yeah, we did that. But then this nation, through its white perspective of viewing our value, said fuck it and lied and said that we rape white bitches and came in and burned down them towns. All right, so now check it out. Now they didn't hit them all, right? They didn't hit them all. The thing is, the sentiment is there, showing you where your wealth perspective is in the value of this nation, and
You
through
did
what
point out,
cultural
though,
lens.
they are scared of you. You point,
Of
or
course,
somebody in this
it's
chat pointed that
potential.
out.
They fear our potential, no matter if they don't want to ever see us being able to compete with them ever again. So the
Why
thing
would they
is,
then pay
It's not
you?
our problem because they're afraid. They should be afraid. Look at all the shit they done.
well, I
Dude,
mean, the thing is though, you got to understand we're creative on accident. You know what I'm saying?
on
Our
accident,
creations overtake people's perspectives of reality and shit. Everybody is mimicking us over here. When the last time you seen
Hey,
some Chinese motherfuckers wearing sombreros? You feel me?
hey, before the freaking invention for the patents, look how many inventions that a lot of black people made. Look how much liquor, all kind of other stuff we invented, and it all got took up by white people because what?
and black people face would even value on their own record cover. You had to have a rose or a fucking picture of a tree or something on your record back in the day because they didn't want your face on it. And if they found out it was a black person singing it, guess what? They would not buy it. You wasn't marketable. So we've always been 3/5 of a man here.
No, the fuck we're not. So there. All right, listen up. I'm gonna have to be straight up about this because it's like I'm gonna bring y'all all back to speed. Do y'all know who David West is?
Nope.
David West. One of y'all know who David West is. Okay. David West is a Caucasian man who has been interviewed by Mumia Obsidian Ali.
Oh, him. I know him.
C Boogie Productions.
Yep.
Taz exclusive to Goats, among other people. And I think Jessica X also.
I don't think so.
When I talk about people using white men to shit on black men, I'm not talking about Obsidian. Okay. Now, if you look at the title, that correlates directly to what I'm trying to talk about here. Okay. And it's like this with every one of these conversations. All these conversations go in 30 different directions. So let me go ahead and tell you exactly what I am talking about. Okay, David West or any white man should not be used to shit on black men. Any collective of black men with any kind of thought, okay? Any black man that bears witness to that shit should feel slighted. Period. Now, whether you feel any kind of way about C Boogie or Taz or little critical ass niggas like Reg Bad Guy and Super Sly, yes, I said your name because them motherfuckers been saying plenty of shit. On top of that, you got content creators that come over here to you got content creators that's been inviting this man over to use him as a catalyst to further shit on us. Period. So now I have to say names because we don't know how to this is what this is about. I think behavior like that is treasonous. I think it's treasonous. I think it is. It's sickening, by the way.
That is true.
Now, whether you think it was a mistake to say anything or anybody's name or anything like that, I am sorry. But hey, you know what? Somebody got to say something. I mean, I'm not telling them to shut the fuck up. I'm just saying I'm watching that shit. There are a lot of guys that's watching that shit, okay? You calling these guys bitch niggas? You calling these guys broken men? Like, damn, address that for once. You know, I'm just saying. Like, damn, like...
But
I'm not gonna lie. I'm one of the ones that are hating on the Black Manosphere. You know, I'm one of the ones hating on the Black Manosphere. I don't call any man a bitch. I don't call any man a bitch.
And honestly, dude, like I do disagree with that shit. Like I do. I do respect your opinion as a grown man. I do respect your opinion as a grown man, but like I said, I think your view is narrow. I think that what you're doing is you may be talking about 1, 2, or 3 people, and you're trying to make that your definition of the Black Manosphere. Now, I mean, whatever program you're talking about is whatever. Go and take it up with that guy. But as far as I'm concerned, that's not what the Black Manosphere is all about.
Hey, the honest truth. Are you the young honest truth or the older? Which one?
I'm 29. I don't know. I didn't even know there was another honest truth.
Okay. Oh, you the one with the curly fro, right?
No, I have dreadlocks.
Oh, okay. Well, it's 3 of y'all, so I got it mixed up. But I didn't think you was like that, bro. I didn't think you was like that.
Now, gentlemen. Let me let everybody know out there. Any name I've said out there, I've said it. It ain't Rogish. It ain't She. It ain't Donnie. It ain't Delco. It ain't Honest Truth. It ain't K.E. Snake Man. It ain't Coffee. It's me. It's
Hey,
me.
fuck,
So
put my name in
like I
there
said,
too. I don't give a damn.
I don't expect anyone to co-sign with any message I'm trying to push if you feel like I'm being against a person. I will take full responsibility. Anyone else wants to throw their name in that hat? Fine. I can't stop you. You're a grown man. But that's
We here.
For those who are speaking and against Manosphere in their spaces, um, are they open for debate or they just want to talk their shit? Like honest truth. What's up?
Go ahead. Honest truth.
You said you have gripes. What is your gripes that may mirror or be parallel with some of these other cats? What I'm saying? Talk shit.
Sure. Well, first and foremost, out of everybody in the Manosphere, I have the most respect for Kev because he'll let me on knowing where my stance is. And after me even getting into debates previously and prior, he'll still let me on. So huge respect for Kev. And as men, we don't have to necessarily agree at all points. As long as we both feel like we're somewhat of a productive entity in that community that we fight for, I have no problem agreeing to disagree. So huge respect for Kev, first and foremost. Roguish, to address you directly, my biggest issue, if I had to name one specifically within the Black Manosphere, and once again, Kev might not necessarily fall into this. I have heard him speak very balanced on a lot of different issues. But my biggest gripe is that we complain a bit too much as Black men. We look to outside circumstances and outside persecutions to validate what we miss and lack inside of our communities. And I feel that there's not enough synergistic effort between us. You scratch my back, I scratch yours to propel the Black community into the next level to thrive economically in capitalistic America.
So where's the trust supposed to come from then to be the bonding agent for that synergy?
You said, where's the trust supposed to come from?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
The synergy is the result, right? So you need
working together to help each other.
So you need a catalyst that puts forth the desire to work with one another, build that trust, and in turn, that's where you get that.
The catalyst would be the complaining that the white man has his foot on your neck. The catalyst would be that you feel like you've been disenfranchised in America. That's what the catalyst should be.
Yeah, but the thing is, you're not understanding.
So if you feel like there's a problem or that you have an unfair advantage in the race,
ice, homie. The white man's ice is colder. I told you this shit, dog. You need to understand. Okay, so let me.
Well, I'm not sure exactly what you mean.
Okay, what I mean is, the community have rather receive it from the ones they believe is keeping them from it.
Yep.
But if you're not going to get it, then why are you continuing to wait?
Because they feel they deserve it. They feel they're owed it. This is why they take the moral approach.
So if you never get it,
why
then
so many Black people vote Democrat
just wait forever
without even thinking about it. Say it again.
If you never receive it, do you just propose to wait forever or until you receive it, or would you prefer that as a man
you have
figure
a
something else out?
inlaid slave programming? Yes, most definitely yes. It's sad. Yeah, some people die with that mentality. Yeah, it's true. And the thing is, you got so you really it becomes an ideology battle in an effort to influence values or the inworthening of proper adequate values, and the values of the anti-Black system most Black people won't.
So I think what honest truth is regarding what he means in this question is, yes, there's problems. Yes, we know. Yes, you can talk about it, but at some point you got to move on beyond the problem and see and do shit on your own, whether you're getting help from the outside community or not. But here's another thing, though, honest. That's not being, as opposition to what Roguish or anybody else is saying. It's like we're trying to tell each other, share thoughts. Hey, you don't have to wait for someone else to come help you. Regardless of how shitty you have or what shitty state you're in, do something about it. Make it so no matter what you do, regardless of whether you die poor or not, make sure that your kid have $1 more than you did so they can go and move on and have at least $1 opposed to you having $0.
Right. You got to also understand, though, this community suffers from apathy.
Yeah. That's also
that's great and all, but I mean, my bigger thing is: are we going to dwell in the apathy, or are we going to try and at least do something? For instance, I was homeless.
Not those who know to get active.
Should anybody be silenced? Nobody should be silenced on how they feel, though, y'all. That's the whole point. I know, and I know that y'all are men of color as well, but too often we've had people, even my age. I know, well, you know what I mean, Black. Okay.
I'm a nigga.
The point,
What do you mean?
the point I'm making. Let's say brown men. Okay.
I'm black, man, not brown, dude. Come on.
Okay, I'm black too.
Yeah.
But hear me out.
Yeah,
What
that
I'm
nigga Somalian, man. He venom suited.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, man, a lot of brothers are not just complaining. These are the things that they've, been through, and they as taxpaying citizens, they still need to be heard on them. Not just say, "Hey, y'all, shut up." Now, I do have some Asian friends that are just like that. They haven't had to go through what I've been through, and every time I try to talk to them about situations like this, they deflect and go into something else. Well, what do you think about the Jews? Look what happened to them. Or what do you think about, it's always somebody that has to be added on.
Don't focus on the black.
Well, Coffee, this is what I have to say to this. When I was homeless in my car for 3 years. And at the 2-year mark, I said, you know what? I've been homeless for 2 years now. Nothing's going to change. It sucks right now. But I got to do something. And that's when I actually started my YouTube channel. I had a cell phone and I had my car and I had dirty clothes and I was dusty. I pulled my cell phone out and I just started making videos. Had I not started making videos, the $500 donation that I got a couple months after from a Canadian woman wouldn't have manifested or been able to manifest into my life. But it was that step that I took to make a video, essentially, when I couldn't do anything else, that manifested that $500. So even when I had nothing except for a car and a cell phone, which was connected to Wi-Fi at the time, it wasn't actually on, I still had something, and I tried to do something, is what I guess I'm just trying to say, guys.
Yeah, but hold on.
Dude.
That's the most extreme, bro. Hold up. That's the most extreme. In an aspect when you having hunger pains like that, I'd have been homeless before, cuz. Yeah, you can't count that. That's the most extreme, bro.
Well, I mean, if we can't use the extreme, then we can't use the norm, because none of you are homeless right now, and you all have internet connections with computers or working devices. I didn't have any of this.
No. Okay, the thing is, hold on. Everybody's looking for the conditions to be, bad to a certain degree. You gotta understand something. Even if the conditions were good, and our people had such mentality with engaging this system, it would be a fucking problem. You feel me?
No, I know. I can't agree to that, because we had ancestors that were monetarily successful and they were being hung from trees.
Slave-minded community, cuz I don't give a fuck if we thriving or if we back in the fucking change.
What?
Okay.
Hey, but truth, I'll tell you this. I have had a great life. I can't complain. My life has been great all the way up to now. But I do know struggles in other areas. And just because I did not go through them, it don't mean that I don't understand where you're coming from, where Rogish is coming from, all of that. I understand, and I do understand where you're coming from on the, hey, get up and get out and do something and make it work. When life get all up in your ass, you got to work that shit out. I get it.
Yeah, but honest truth, back to your question is, who in the Black Manosphere is talking about only complaining and do nothing?
Well, a lot of the majority are. For instance, a lot of the men in the manosphere feel like they've been disenfranchised with women, that their own black women don't respect them. But instead of taking an introspective look and analyzing the economic growth and progress from the mid 40s to where we are today in 2021, instead of looking at the actual psychoanalyzation and biological and mental breakup of a woman and trying understanding what a woman is designed to do, they would rather just sit there and complain, claiming that they're good enough.
Hold on. No. Can I answer?
I'm sorry, Robert.
How old is you again? How old are you?
29.
I'm 29.
Come on.
Shit. Go to bed, right?
Rogish is clouding
all
me.
this stuff that you talking about.
Hey, truth. I'm not one of the men that complain. I've been married. I've had a good run with life, like I said. So I'm not in that category.
Well, this is why I like Kev's channel, because
anybody else not to complain, because we don't know where they've been. The other day we had a brother that felt like he just want to take himself out. So that's what these spaces are for, to help men who are not strong enough. You get what I'm saying? Transfer you from blue pill to red pill, and possibly, you got some that are black. As far as I know, you got some that's pink too.
Oh God! Don't bring the pharmacy concept up, please.
Hold on. I just wanted to answer his answer. The problem is, what I hearing from the manosphere is the black man already moved on. Black woman. If you want a black man, lower standards to the other women around us. That is what I'm hearing.
Right.
That,
So the
can I
honest
step
truth,
in?
the question
Lower
here I have for you is: are you one of those pick yourself by the bootstrap type of dudes because you've been homeless? Now, I'm not saying you are. I say inform. It's a question. Are you saying because you are now aware of what you are, you can't have people thinking the way you thought prior to being homeless? Not everyone has gone through what you have. Not everyone understand that they have to move on, have to not complain, but also know what happened previously, but also assume that nobody's going to come help themselves and do something, because if they don't, then nothing is going to change. Are you allowing yourself to understand that some people take, what is the word for it? They find comfort in complaining rather than actually moving on. Do you
Right.
allow yourself to
Yeah.
understand?
Yeah, definitely. I look, I get it, and like I said, Kev, I like the men in Kev space because out of all the Manosphere panels I've been on, the men here are the most balanced. And so while we don't agree with everything, I love
What
this
do you
channel
mean
the
it's
most.
balance?
But well, you're not necessarily just
You got
on my
different
neck, for
types.
lack of a better term, because I feel differently. So you're still reasonable.
So
We can still have a conversation.
are you
But
saying that BGS is not balanced?
I'm sorry.
BGS, Ibmo.
No, he's not saying it like that, brother. He's saying that because he do come here, he see that there are a variety of men here, and that which balance it. That we have different views. We really do.
Right.
I
Can I
have a different view.
Yeah.
can I get something in real quick?
Mhm.
All right, basically, I just want to know this. All right, because I've been hearing you talking, like specifically, you've been talking about the manosphere and the way they talking about these women. You got to understand, most of the guys in this space didn't grow up with fathers. So a lot of
Right.
guys are coming to this space to get some type of intellect, some type of game, some type of knowledge to where they won't fall down the pit holes of which most of these men have already done.
Right.
So when you hear a lot of complaining and stuff to that nature, what you call it, these guys are pouring their hearts out because they don't have nowhere to talk. They don't have nobody to talk to. Otherwise, they wouldn't be on here talking and telling their story. They'll be in their family members' face telling them the shit and telling them how bad it is out here and trying to teach their nieces. Trying to teach their nephews. Now,
Right.
when you start looking at the other people that's in this space that are, going overboard, like I told you, you got guys over here that's 19 years old talking about they finna be MGTOW and stop fucking with women because of certain channels. Now, you got to understand, not all channels are made the same. There are some good channels, there are some bad channels. But the point of it is, when you start shooting at the manosphere in general, you're trying to make everybody an absolute.
Well, let
And
me
that's not
answer you
okay.
specifically right now, Sheed. And before I answer you, Sheed, and Kev, cut me off whenever you want to say something, man. I know I'm speaking a lot. Forgive me, Kev, I appreciate you. Ken said he had income coming from somewhere. He had to still pay for gas. Ken, when I was homeless, I worked at a daily pay temporary staffing agency. I would get there at 4 o'clock in the morning to make sure I had work. I would come home from work at 5 o'clock, get my paycheck, save up for enough to buy a hotel on the weekend where I didn't work, then redo it all and sleep every night in the parking lot of the temporary staffing agency so I could make sure that I got a job for the next day. So that's where I got my income. Secondly, to answer your question, yeah, I completely agree with you. There are a lot of men in the community, in the dilapidated family community of the Black community, that didn't have a man to teach them how to emotionally respond to adverse conditions, how to react properly, and how to actually go forth in life and prosper. And so, yes, I do appreciate the manosphere for that type of comfort for a man that's looking for answers. But at some point, there has to be a game plan made up, because the comforting and the coddling can only do so much. Within a man's responsibility is the true nature, which is to go forth and to conquer and to make a better life for the generation that comes after you. So yeah, Sheed, I completely agree. There needs to be somewhere where these men can rant and rave and get that pain, anger, and frustration out of them. That has to happen. That's a natural part of the process.
In other words, you want to see progress. I get it.
Yeah, definitely. But it's still a progression. Life is all about trying to at least go to the next step. We can't stay in the same place forever. For instance, when my girl left me, before I went homeless and I lost my job and everything. Listen, I was depressed for years, man. But at some point, I had to say, you know what, Jonathan, you're not the same person that you were before. You know, you lost your job. As a man, you're not handling what you're supposed to do. You're not handling what you're supposed to be able to handle. So you need to go out there and get it. And so that's what I'm in the process of doing right now. And I needed spaces like this when I was at that phase, but I can't stay in that phase. So you're completely right. I agree 100%.
Here's what I have a problem with the honest truth here. He understands his own perils and where he is. He needs to move on. But I don't think you are having patience or allowing yourself to understand. Not everyone is in the same space as you are. Meaning, there's someone who's finding the red pill right now. They are not going to be in where you are. They're going to come and go through the stages of red pill or whatever the hell.
Yeah,
they
you
are
ain't
not going to
been
be
married yet, nigga. You said girlfriend. You ain't been married yet.
Yeah. So if you are finding yourself in repetition, saying, I've heard this, I've heard that, oh my God, not this again. It's because the people who are talking about it maybe are not in your position where they are, okay, I'm no longer angry. I'm no longer apathetic. I'm no longer feeling guilty or need someone to blame on. I'm ready to move on with your life. Great.
So,
for the honest truth, that's you. It's not for everyone else. There's new people coming in every day. That's the problem. So the thing will become repetitive.
Hey, Eco, my Nigerian brother.
Eco. Wait.
Well, basically, I just wanted to say truth too. Like, basically, I'm looking at it from this way. What do you see? Where do you see men are not making the change? Because everybody's not moving as a collective. There's guys in this space that are doing far better than they was when they first got here. Like I was telling most guys, when I be looking at people channels, people in the manosphere, you don't see too many people coming in the manosphere that don't have something, because you start connecting, start talking to guys. That's why I tell most guys in my city, you know, I probably hit them up, we talk. I'm like, you should not be without a job. You know, we got guys talking about tech. I tell guys all the time, driving trucks, you know, you don't need CDLs for driving a box truck. Driving a box truck is just like driving a damn pickup truck. All you gotta do is just watch your mirrors and goddamn hold the steering wheel. That's it. When it comes down to guys, you know, needing warehouse jobs, I'm basically telling guys, the money is out here. It's just up for you to go get them. Just like you said, you was up there in the staffing agency getting that work. You know what I'm saying? You were making the moves. It was a process. That's the thing about the manosphere. It's a process, and you're coming down, you know, getting ready to shoot down the process. But while other guys are going through the same process that you was going through, you want to shoot the next man down and say, "Hey, man, just stay in your car. Don't sit up here and go get a job at the temp agency." That's what you're essentially doing to most of these guys that are coming up in this space. You're putting a bad name on this space, which ultimately, if this space was around, you said it out your own mouth, it would have helped you tremendously back then. So how do you look at that?
Well, I look at it the same way I kind of stated before. Ultimately, yes, this space would have helped me. It definitely does. And once again, I'll allude to Kev's.
Hold up, True. Hold up, True. Hold up. We got, you know what I'm saying, people donating.
Yeah. Let me go and give a shout out to Ico's Gia Meme. Once again, thank you for your generosity with your super chat. Saying salute, y'all niggas still ain't shit. I'll take it. Ike, that's a good brother, man. Good brother.
Why is the white man talking shit to us? I don't get it. Ike, what's up?
No. Delco. I explained it. I explained it earlier, and I said a bunch of names, and I did say that I did use a disclaimer. The names I said, the other guys on this panel aren't responsible for, but I said that David West, he came over here by way of his wife.
Man.
His wife had a lot. I guess she went on a couple pink pill broadcasts or whatever. She had a lot to say about the Black Manosphere, and Donovan Sharp got wind of it, so he made a couple broadcasts, and I think he's debated David West too. But I mean, I wouldn't have done it like Donovan Sharp, but you know, that to each his own. But
she reacted
he's had numerous interviews with Obsidian Network, Tad's Exclusives, C Boogie Productions, RBR Network, which is the most recent. I kind of label RBR Network as somewhat special, you know. Kind of.
No. Okay, Joe.
Go ahead. Say what you gotta say, Key.
Okay, I just want to say, you know that We're talking about a white man here.
No, Ike is black, by the way. That was the joke.
No, not him. I mean, David West is
Yes, he's a white dude.
yeah.
Yeah.
You know that white men do not come into black spaces where they know their logic gets dismantled.
Oh man, they don't. But here's the thing, though. I think the blue bill is leading him to defend his wife or his partner, and it is leading him to the red bill, which is insane.
Yeah,
His
but
blue
he
bill
will
is
not.
leading him
But
to the red bill.
let me offer some clarity. Let me offer some clarity. Let me offer some clarity so I can clear it up. So this whole Black Manosphere thing, like the hate train is like more than ever since the upsurgence of Kevin Samuels. That's one of the key factors. Some people rising to prominence and others aren't rising as fast as some, and everybody, pretty much has their opinion about it. But I think a lot of it, and this is to say from, and I did mention Reg the Bad Guy and Super Sly 75 earlier. They had a panel with, when the first list dropped, complaining about the list. And it's like, we didn't even know that people were going to take it that seriously. It was just like, okay, this is who we see from what we observed as being part of the Black Manosphere as far as content creators. We do understand that there's still a lot of guys that we don't know. And anybody could have, like we got an email at the bottom of the list. Anybody could have sent a message, email, hey, you know what, man? This guy's good, that guy's good, that guy's good. You may not know this guy, you may not know that guy. And I mean, when BGS Itmore posted the list, which he's a supporter of the list, there's a lot of comments that are like that. We try to get people to keep in mind that we don't know all of you, just like all of you don't know us. Right. But that's why we had some input from Edward Anderson as well, because he's versed in who Manosphere people are. He still probably doesn't know everybody, but we nobody knows everybody. Like there's probably over 100 guys in the Black Manosphere.
I think
all of those are different. So I mean, to have such a narrow-minded viewpoint and to say something like, these guys don't make content, these guys don't matter, these guys are a bitchosphere, they're a bunch of bitch boys, they're on man ponds and all this other stuff, and you got the same guy that says that who has been on a broadcast complaining about the list. I gotta wonder, what exact name are you talking about? Because see, my name is on that list too. Because see, I don't consider myself a broken man, period. And if you want to sit up there and talk shit like that, come prove that I'm broken, period. I ain't got time for that bullshit. That's all I'm saying. I mean, and it's really weird to me that it's like this is like the first time I've said any of these names. Like these guys have been shitting on the Manosphere for months. Even like one of them even kind of some years. And I do understand that there's some history between them and guys in the Manosphere. A lot of guys on that list don't even like each other for real. We didn't expect everybody to hold hands and sing Kumbaya. Wouldn't even put that thing together. It's just a list. It's just a list. Anyone could have done it. Anyone could have done it. But what has manifested from that list is a lot of complaining and a lot of vitriol and a lot of hate. So, I mean, it's like, if you got any, like, I'll take a name off the list, Dennis Sperling Unfiltered. Dennis Sperling, actually said, hey, thank you, great, glad to be a part of it. Dennis Sperling is an 8-figure lawyer, whether you like it or not. I mean, you could say he hurt, there's no ambition, blah, 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 whatever, but no. Guys on board. Guys on board. And successful than a motherfucker, and wants to help black men.
Right.
So you know what? I think that everybody come from different tribes. You got some that come with Kevin. You got some that went with Roger. You got some that hang out with Charles. You got some with Obsidian. You got BGS. It's who you follow. And according to what people are teaching, it gets confused.
Yeah, and let me just say this: with the names I said, I know probably some of the people in the chat probably watch some of you guys. I mean, which is cool. I would never tell anybody not to watch somebody, or I would never say that, that, I don't know, they may be right about some of the stuff they're saying. And actually, I agree with a little bit of some of the stuff that they're saying. I'm not going to specifically say it because all of the bullshit that they're saying is overshadowing all of that stuff. But
Hey,
go ahead.
no, I was just gonna make a joke. I was gonna say, you say Edward Anderson name 3 times, he gonna appear.
Yeah. I mean, so that's the only part I'm getting at. It's like you already have this initial hate, but to go get a white person just to shit on the the group, like, come on, man, that's off cold. Like, even if you don't like, and we're the only people that do this. We'll go cooperate with another group to take one of our own down. And then we will bear witness to the same people that won't help. Like, they'll never call you to help you one of them unless it's some kind of political gain, like a civil war or something.
So this pilgrim, their word holds weight in specific spaces, right?
Yeah, let me tell you about your boy RBR real quick. The only reason why I'm really saying his name, because, like I said, he's a special case.
Oh boy,
he's put plenty of my stuff in his community tabs.
Is that the screamer? The guy who keeps screaming black women being, all that.
Is that
black men?
No. He's the one that's always like the Nazis, the racists.
There you go. Yeah, him.
They'll call you a moron.
That's the crazy nigga. Hold on. Is that the crazy niggas that loves the Democratic Party?
Kill all of us.
That's Daryl in Charlie Murphy's story. I want more.
Yeah. He had him on there. He had him on there, and had a black female on there. Black dude said something to RBR, shaming him about David West being on there. I think the context was, this dude is coming on here telling you to respect the black woman. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. But said it in a more like jovial way. Okay. She gonna come on there and cuss the guy out, call him all kinds of weak bitches, all this other stuff, and not listening to the lunacy of RBR. But she was right in saying that it was his show, and proceeded to show so much respect to this man. I was like, okay, wow. I was like, that's all you.
It does come with the territory, though. I don't think a lot of you guys are realizing the damage you guys are doing in regards to speaking the quote unquote red pill. You guys are literally attacking people's beliefs. So when you see someone bringing the white man to whoop your ass or your place,
I didn't ever say anything to that effect. I mean, I would say a bitch session, but whooping my ass.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. Like, he's gonna put you in your place, and he's gonna do it in that white manner. White.
Get him, boss.
Yeah,
the gun line, boss.
That nigga is not with he's not with the code. He's not in line. Put him back in line. Yeah, that sort of thing.
Did you just say ER? NIG with the ER?
The Avra. Hey, again, all this shows is that the space is a threat, and it should continue on the line that it is on.
But let me finish up by RBR being a special case. Am I wrong in thinking that am I wrong in even saying that he's a special case just because?
Nah.
I mean, because he's had a lot to say about me, but like I take it with a grain of salt because he pretty much says that about everything and everyone. Everybody's a racist. The racists are trying to kill us. Yet I welcome this white dude to my platform.
But he is the biggest racist of them all.
Is he NOI? Is he NOI?
No. Must be different. RBR is a pro-black. Sometimes Democrat. I don't know.
No. He a Obamatarian or some shit.
What it's an Obamacrat.
I just wanted to say. Hold on. I just wanted to say a pro-black Democrat, aka Obamatarian.
He's an Obamacrat. He's an Obamacrat.
No, it's just the way he speaks about black men. Like, dude, I get it. You want to defend and say, black should stay with black, but the way you speak about black people or people who disagree with you, it's beyond ludicrous. You can't be speaking like that and talk about you being pro-black. Fuck you.
My circle is small, man. I don't know half of these guys y'all be talking about, and I'm be like, man, I see why I don't go to these motherfuckers show because they ain't shit. Like I stay in a small knit circle, man.
You hear that?
I branch out every now and then.
Hey, yo, Rael
Hey,
said, hell nah, he ain't no NOI.
Hey,
My bad, God.
hey, May Monet, thank you. She says, God bless you, Kev. Thank you for super chat. Really appreciate it, and thank you for tuning in as well. And she is also a loyal subscriber. I mean, not loyal in the sense that she's only going to come to me. I'm sure she goes to other channels, but she comes here, and that is what counts to me. So I mean, she cool people. She's been here before, and thank you for tuning in once again. The subject is the hate the hatred of the desperation that comes with the hatred for the Black Manosphere. Like I said, I really think it's desperate to go get a white man. And then I tuned in to C Boogie's broadcast for I don't know, maybe 5 minutes.
I'm surprised you ain't played the video, Cat.
No, I'm not. That's not. I mean, saying the name is enough. But see, here's the thing. If you show somebody's broadcast, right, and you don't at least ask them permission or something like that, then they can copyright strike you.
What about a snippet, like a snapshot?
I'm not going to do it. In fact, I'd rather speak mano a mano to the guy and ask him why the fuck he want to bring a white man over here. If you want me to be perfectly honest, it ain't clout chasing. I'm just a person from Alabama. I understand the history of racism and white supremacy, and whether it comes from an emotional standpoint, I feel some type of way about shit, like seeing shit.
Historically, when you introduce a pilgrim to the camp, it's basically them showing allegiance. So my thing is, if we're not going to look at it in a cultural perspective, what perspective we're going to receive it?
Hey, they just went and got Mr. Candy on. That's all they did. They went and got Mr. Candy on the Manosphere.
Yeah, we can.
Candyland, baby.
I'm just saying, it's easy to call somebody a loser on the internet. That's all I'm saying.
It does speak to a deeper issue that when we have in the community is that men are not doing what they're supposed to do. We didn't, and it is, just fair to assume that they are going through the same shit that we previously have gone through. Whether you are a man of extreme manliness and backbone and all that, everybody has to be in blue pill once in their lifetime. So it is just
the default. Blue pill is the default.
Hey, I want to ask Truth a question. Truth, has your situation gotten better?
Oh yeah, much better, for sure. 10 times better.
Congratulations, man, for not being homeless anymore. That shit wouldn't have been like.
Yeah, definitely. It was definitely a process, But one thing I want to say, and I appreciate y'all, is that if I would have stuck with that same red pill extreme amount of videos where I didn't eventually, I'll put it to you this way: the reason that I eventually got on my horse and started working is because I did start watching channels, and y'all are gonna flame me to hell and back for this, like the pink pill, like Shira and things like that, saying that I'm a Dusty. And listen, I had to be honest with myself, KE. I was Dusty, man. I mean, I was homeless for God's sake.
I told you go to bed early. You ain't listening to me when I said,
I am Dusty. So I mean, I had to look in the mirror. Dusty. I had to look in the mirror, but still, I had to really look in the mirror and admit to myself, like, damn, Jonathan, you're really not on your shit. You really ain't shit right now. Like, look at you. So I mean, a lot of Manosphere channels, and once again, Kevin is definitely an exception. Y'all are an exception because you're not the typical Manosphere, but a lot of channels get on this beration of women and hatred of women for saying, and what in my case was the truth, which is that I wasn't worth my weight in salt as a man, and what woman would want me. Hell, if I was a woman, I wouldn't even.
No, you gotta understand something.
I'll be honest, man. If I was a woman, I wouldn't have even wanted myself.
Your reality parallel what they were speaking. You're not taking into consideration the quality of your reality was what they were projecting in what they were speaking toward the men that they were with, who wasn't living your reality, who was actually in fact where you want to be, where you are now.
Yeah, I hear that, but I've done a lot of
They
research
were
on numbers, and
calling
I'm not gonna.
productive motherfuckers so-called dusty.
Right.
Truth.
Well,
Are
here's
you?
my thing. Here's my thing. Dusty doesn't just about. It's not just about the money you make. For instance, if you're bringing in $350,000 a year, but your expenditures are 400 grand, you're a golden Dusty. You're still a Dusty because your expenditures are more than what you're making.
Guys, don't forget Kevin
Yeah.
Samuels is a Dusty.
Let's be honest, guys. Let's be honest.
I ain't
Antoine
never heard
Walker
no
made
reason,
$210 million in his career. He's broke now. That's Dusty. It's not about what you make. It's about the mindset that's behind the person making that money.
And that's what Dusty made out here in
when you
California.
see
Hold
spend
up,
money is what you use it on. I don't agree with that, but
How
truth,
much
you do realize
of that
that
shit did you absorb, dog? How much of that shit you absorb? So you eventually stopped listening to bitches, right? You just
Nah, he swallowed the whole bottle. He's still
My thing is
drinking it
this.
now.
No, see, this is where the hate begins, and this is why I start to kind of not listen to Manosphere things, because you start berating like children and insulting like children. I never insulted all you or anything of that nature.
Welcome to the barbershop, cuz. What the fuck you expect this to be, man? Everybody
That's fine. I expect to have a reasonable, rational conversation as a grown man to man.
You should be able to read through the context towards what someone is engaging with. That's all it is. It ain't nothing against them, and ain't nothing against you.
So we can't crack no jokes around here.
Crack jokes for sure. But at the same time, that's not
Oh, okay.
necessarily
I'm about to say it.
a joke. A joke is pointed at something that's not necessarily derived from a person's personal characteristics or beliefs.
But
That's not a
honestly, I
joke.
have a question. So the same energy you have for the part of the manosphere, because I don't know which part you're talking about, that's bashing black women for no reason. You have the same energy for the part of the pink piece that bash black man.
Well,
for
here's
no
what I
reason.
have to say to this, Ke. Listen and look at this comment from Sip Bud. He says this nigga is making B-word made talking points. See, this is the problem I have with the Manosphere.
Answer my question.
I will answer your question if you give me 1 second, sir. Just give me 1 second. I'll directly answer your question. But this is the problem that I have with the Manosphere. Now, some of you will agree with what Sip Bud says, and some of you will not. But the point is that a lot of people in the Manosphere feel this way, the same way that KD, aka Lone Wolf, feels in the comment sections below. For instance, he said, this dude, man, he's always calling me a simp and things of that nature because I chose to better my life, and acknowledge that what they said on the Peak Pill channel to directly answer your question, KE, which I'm doing right now because you can't wait for 30 seconds or longer for me to answer, is that no, I didn't sip the entire bottle like you claimed that I did, but at the same time, I'm man enough to understand and accept that, yes, a certain portion of what these channels of women's channels are speaking about men is true, and in my case it was. So no, I don't just wholeheartedly support them, but there are things that they said that are
Nigga, they
true.
wasn't talking about
You still don't answer my question.
I mean,
I just
why the fuck you gonna project that onto yourself like that with them, nigga?
Rogish, I didn't project
you didn't
anything.
Just drink from
Rogish,
the bottle, nigga.
it was the truth, Rogish.
Honest.
I was not in a position to be able to provide
anything negative about you in a homeless state. That shit was true. Are you kidding me?
Okay, so what are you saying? What's your point, Rogish? I'm not understanding.
So how the fuck is you holding these hoes at some holy grail shit, nigga?
I'm not. I just told you I don't hold them at a holy grail shit that I don't soak in the whole bottle. But yet here you are agreeing that saying that I do. I told you that I don't.
In other words, you want people to say, okay, well, acknowledge the fact that I'm still in a different mindset, and
not even that. I just want people to acknowledge the fact that you don't know everything. Like I said, I don't know everything.
But nigga, when you homeless and the bitch has something negative to say about a situation with a brother, you gonna fit that motherfucker in any way that they deliver that shit.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm not sure what your point is, Rogish.
You still didn't
It's
answer
like
my
the
question.
dude from the average college.
All right. K.E. Snake Man. Okay.
K.E.
Look,
what was your question?
K.E. Snake Man, honest truth, answer your question. Then she goes next.
Okay, my question was, do you have the same energy you have for the people you don't like in the manosphere that talking shit about black women for no reason? I don't know who that is. For the pink pill channel, hold on, let me talk. For the pink pill channel who talk shit about black men for no reason.
No, you know why?
Okay, that is the answer.
Because as a man, if you want to be the leader, if you want to be the coach of the team, which you want black women to be on your team, some of you probably don't. I don't know where you stand at this point, but if you want to be the coach of the team, you got to take the wins with the downfalls. If you win the championship, then you take the win. If you lose the championship, then you might be fired. If you want to be a leader, If
My
you would
guy,
just
my
like,
guy,
if you
my
would
guy, my
stop
guy, my guy.
interrupting and let me explain, I would
Honest truth,
probably
honest truth.
get to explain
Honest
to you.
truth. I am
But I feel
Nigerian.
like
I know.
this is exactly what I'm talking about. No matter what I say, your mind's made up, and so my words will fall on deaf ears.
No.
It doesn't
What I
matter at this
what I
point.
don't understand, I'm Nigerian. I see the word from a different views than you all, also black people here from America. And when you're talking about, no, I can't. Hold on. When you're talking about, oh, you cannot do such to the women, I don't get it.
Listen. Men want to be leaders. Do you acknowledge that men want women to follow them, right?
Okay.
Want?
Let
It's
me,
not a want. That's how it's
let
supposed
me
to
ask
go.
No, it is.
Let me
It
ask
is.
Let me
Okay,
ask the
so
context of that. Let me ask
go
the
ahead.
context of that.
Go ahead, Kev.
Okay. All right. When those women say that men are supposed to be leaders, that is passing off accountability. That ain't because that ain't a bunch of men saying that, hey, you know what, we should be the leaders, beating our chests and everything. That leadership complaint usually comes from the other side. Now, as far as what the Black Manosphere is talking about, the Black Manosphere hasn't been around for decades shitting on black women. Or the Black Manosphere is what everyone says, just around shitting on black women, complaining about black women and everything. But I mean, yeah, I'm sorry. This is the one thing that people act like they don't see. There's an even bigger collective of black women on social media, and people hate this word when it's used in a certain context. Simps that have even more channels coming at black men and the Black Manosphere. Now, what we're saying is what you're saying is the whole mantra of black men ain't shit is more potent and more relevant than the whole, hey, you know what? If you want us to lead, you're gonna have to take some criticisms. And
1000%. And here's why. I'll tell you why. Here's why. You can call me a simp. You can call me whatever you want, but it does not change the fact.
But what do you think about black women?
Hold on, just hold on 1 second, and I promise what I'm getting ready to say will explain all your questions right now. Just give me 60 seconds. Black people are the least on the lowest level in capitalistic socioeconomic America. We've been freed for almost 100 years now, whatever you want to claim, call it. We had plenty of chances to do things and get things right. If you are the so-called leaders of your community, then why is it that the Black American man is the last person, dead last in the community? You want to know why? It's because black men have not bonded together, stuck together, or built economic prosperity for the community. We can't argue that. We're dead last.
There was no Jim Crow.
It hasn't happened.
You can't argue.
Again.
You can't argue
It
any of
hasn't
this,
happened
guys.
again. You know would be a
listen, every talking point you have does not change the fact that you are dead last as a community, guys.
You need to understand something, dog. You gotta debate like a chick, dog, for real. And
it doesn't matter what I debate like a chick, because the statistics and the numbers will be the statistics and the numbers. Whatever you say, it's not going to change that.
Understanding that
I do understand, but I'm not going to let you make an excuse and put it out of your responsibility as a grown man.
Is aligning yourself with some negative shit that black women were saying about brothers that you just happen to fit. No.
Because guess what? I don't fit that perspective anymore. But guess what? Black men are still dead last in America, and I understand and I agree that I don't fit that perspective anymore.
Truth. What do you,
I don't fit that perspective
about those
anymore.
black women, those same black women that you talk to over there. What do you feel about them? Just as a whole collective of black women, you know how they are. What do you think about them?
Yeah. So make no mistake about it. I don't like when they say certain things a certain way. But what I look at moreover is they've said quite a bit. There was even a black female YouTuber that said that she just wishes all the black dudes just were hung from trees. I've heard a lot of bad stuff. Trust me, I have. I don't agree with any of that whatsoever.
Okay. But what we're trying to get to is what you agreed with. You know, I mean, I know you can't possibly agree with a black woman saying that all black dudes should be hung from trees for whatever reason she said that. So,
right. So what I agree with is still, at the end of the day, the black dollar is circulated in the black community for 6 hours, the Mexican Latino community for 7 days, the Asian community 14 days, and the white community 30 days. That's because black men have not built the community, irregardless of what y'all think or what y'all feel. They have not built a business, sustainable economic community around the black people. As men, if you want to be a man, your job is to lead. And right now, it is proven effective, regardless of whether or not Ronald Reagan put crack in the neighborhood and major women kick you out of the neighborhood or whatever it might be, that you have not led to economic progress for your community.
You 29
period.
as hell,
I don't like that,
You
but it's a
29
fact.
as hell, ain't you?
No, Rogus, can I answer?
Can I get in here, please?
No, after me.
Yeah, I need to get in there too.
Yeah, right.
I need to get in there too.
Rael Rogish KE Snake Man.
I need to get in there too.
Okay.
Peace, Kev. Peace to the panel. Peace to the chat. If for all the people that watches Roger's show, shout out to him. Peace to him. People will know that I've consistently been talking about this gaslighting that is constantly directed towards Black men. And first of all, it's a very common technique that is done through women. Number one, women can't physically dominate a man. So women can't physically make a man do anything. But based on your upbringing, if your upbringing is in a more female-dominated environment, you're going to be more susceptible to gaslighting techniques, which is a favorite technique used by a lot of females in Black America. This dude is using those same techniques. It's exactly out the playbook. Now, I have talked about, because this is something that really needs to be addressed when these dudes are making their talking points, because see, they don't do any research. Many of these dudes, they want to play Jesus Christ. They want to atone for whatever sins they feel that they have done. And then what they'll try to do is that they'll try to do like the older dudes used to do when we were younger, when they would say things like, when men were criticizing women, you would have older men who basically had given up. And they will say things like, well, you know how they are. As if we were just resigned to just being disrespected,
right,
and treated in a bad way. There is a whole bunch of research that is out here that, because the thing that a lot of Black people are going to have to realize is that in the psychology world, there's a lot of research that's dealing with these topics. And one of these topics is the experiences of daughters of narcissistic mothers. And one of the staples of those experiences is when these women come out into the dating world, when they come out here into the mating world, they take their dysfunctional experiences with their mothers and they get with men who subconsciously, they pick men that gives them the same experience that they got with their mothers. So while a lot of times these men are talking about, well, the men have to do this, the men have to do this. Okay, well, let's go back in time and let's see if Black men were building. Number one, we can go back to men like Booker T. Washington, started the National Negro Business League. He had, first of all, Teddy Roosevelt used the National Negro Business League, which is still up, by the way. It's still an organization that's open. He used the National Negro Business League as a template to start the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. He used a former slave's idea for Black businesses and networking to start the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. From 1865 until maybe the 1920s, I think there was maybe over 100 cities that were built in Oklahoma, including Black Wall Street. Okay, you have men like my great grandfather who had a 6th grade education, who taught himself carpentry, had a contract with the U.S. Navy, had his own grocery stores. So this idea, and you can go look up this stuff for yourself. So while this dude is sitting here trying to spread this message that Black men don't engage in business and things like that, he's sadly mistaken. Now he might personally.
I get your. You can go on and on. Here's the thing, bro. There are 3,200 publicly traded businesses on the stock market. All right, hold on. You're gonna, bro. I don't have a whole bunch of time. You're gonna be here forever. Okay, you keep ranting about the 50s and 40s. But listen, there are 3,200 publicly traded businesses. Six of them are black. All right. So I get. Listen, I get. We had famous people in history. That was straight, but 3,200 publicly traded businesses, 6 of them are black owned.
Brothers.
All right,
I'm not arguing with him. He's just gonna come out.
Well, you can't argue facts, Ryle. I'm sorry. You can't argue facts.
Silent.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to finish my point.
Yes, continue your echo chamber. Go ahead. I don't even know what point you're trying to prove right now. And just for the you shut the fuck up. And just for the record, my parents have been married for 31 years. I do have a father, dude. So I don't know about you, but
can you be silent?
I can be more than silent, but I'm not gonna just sit here for 10 minutes listening to an autobiography. Like, get to the point, dude.
Okay.
Do I look like a child?
Look.
I look like a child.
The point is. Oh, hey, Rogish, hold on 1 second, man. Hold up. We don't do people like that up here. Okay? It's like I let everybody speak. Now, when I've had enough of tangents, I'll speak on that. But panelists don't have the power to subjugate other panelists like that on my fucking panel. I let you speak, you're going to let everyone else speak. Period. You don't like it? Hey.
All right. Well, good night, guys. You can keep ranting it.
Good night. Like, don't be fucking disrespectful.
That's all he responded like a chick. That's all it was.
Like I understand that people were kind of coming at him and everything, but you know, and I do understand that we do need to let people finish speaking. But no, I don't do people like that. Don't do that to other panelists. Don't do it, and I don't want y'all guys doing that shit either.
This motherfucker equated his actual homeless, dusty status to the same status of every other brother. What it say?
Hey,
I mean, good motherfucking God.
But the thing is, you did agree with him, Rogish. You said, you've been in the same situation.
Yeah. So no. So the thing is, in the aspect of homeless, that's why I'm saying he can't use that shit. Anything that motivates you out of that shit from them hunger pains like that. You can't use that. And the fact that he equated that to everybody, to all black men's experience, that don't make no fucking sense. Because he heard these dirty bitches. Dusty, get the fuck out of here. This nigga.
That's just like,
and the fact that it was a slur, you know what I'm saying, didn't mean nothing to him whatsoever. Try to explain to him, like, yo, that's a slur against brothers who was actually producing, where I'm pretty sure he considers himself to be right now. A producer. You're like, oh, I'm 10 times better. All right, well, motherfucker, where you is right now is where them bitches was calling brothers dusty. You know what I mean? So it's like, wait a minute, dog. How you gonna project that as everybody's reality? So everybody dusty because, you know what I'm saying, your homeless ass is, you was sitting on your ass, or everybody else sitting on their ass, even motherfuckers working blue collar, white collar, and all this shit. It's like he don't know he don't know the history of things at 29, right? You know, give him that. He 29. What the fuck? What the fuck he don't know at 29? They ain't even been married, you know what I'm saying? Lost babies or nothing like that. You know,
it's different.
But no disrespect to being 29. But the reality is, some of us up here, man, we lived through the crack era, man. You know what I'm saying? And that's a whole different type of beast, man. And you have had some men who came through the crack era, man, who are doing very well out here in these spaces. So to sit here and try to use your personal life as the definitive standard of black men across the board for failing, when this is something that we have done consistently in these places. We've talked about the numbers: 51% of black men with no children, 64% in the middle class. These are stats that we have constantly hit on because many of these women have used the myth, because that's all it is. It's a myth that's been told for so long that people believe it.
And then my thing, I'm sorry, Ryan, let me say this. My thing is, though, y'all keep calling black men dusty and losers. Like, who's spitting these guys out of their fucking wombs? Like shit, is like, there's going to be some responsibility from you girls. You don't get to sit on your ass. And motherfuckers like that don't get to sit on their asses either and sit back and say, you guys shouldn't be saying, We live this shit. They live that shit too. So we can't talk about it.
Right.
The fuck out of here. People are so triggered.
Can I say something very quickly? As an outsider, I'm not African American. I'm Nigerian. I don't get it. Why do this kind of people like Honest Truth saying that black men, who are perhaps 6% of the population, can alpha their way through America, who is a democracy?
But the crazy part of this that I looked at about him, he said his name was Truth, and as females say that they speaking their truth. He had the little pink and white on there.
It is truth, goddamn.
He basically ran, bro. We just witnessed a dude run from a panel. He ran. Yeah. Roger had a chick on his show probably maybe a month and a half ago, and for about an hour, nobody was up there. It was just him and her one-on-one, and everything was out her mouth. Everything out her mouth was black men ain't this, black men ain't that, black men ain't doing this, black men ain't doing that. And I had typed in the chat that she sounded like a daughter of a narcissistic mother. And when I came on the panel, I quoted from this book, and I read something that I felt that was attributed to what she represented. And as soon as I started going in, she ran. She never responded. She never came back to the panel because she knew she got found out. And when I started talking about that same type of stuff, he did the exact same thing. He was pure. He was out of here. He got upset. I didn't attack him. The reason why he started filibustering me was because he knew I was right. That's why he ran.
I didn't think he disrespected him at all. I don't think you disrespected him at all. I just felt that he needed to just wait until you finished.
Yeah, he could not, because that would have meant he lost. Because Rael found out the guy was gaslighting, and letting Rael get to the point would have meant that he would lose points. He was trying to gaslight, and when that didn't work, he did the next best thing, which was to interrupt Rael from making a point, which was to counteract some of the things that he was saying, which we should.
If you don't agree with somebody, you handle that shit like a man, point blank. Because if anybody get out of pocket with me, I don't care who you are, I'm gonna come right back at you. That's just it.
How much handling shit like a man y'all think he deal with?
No, but y'all gotta understand. But look at if you look at some of the debates, I want people to really watch these debates if they get a chance. Go online in your spare time and watch those debates between Dr. John Henry Clark and Mary Lefkowitz and all of these white supremacist type people in academia, where they sat right there and they had to listen to all these people saying all this shit about black people and the superiority of white people over black people. And they would just sit down as these people talked and just write all their notes about every point that they wanted to attack. His problem, but when he came and he said, well, something to the effect like, oh, y'all just want this echo chamber. Like, dude, if you have well, I'm not going to just sit here and just listen to, dude, you can sit there and take notes. Man, I have sat on plenty of panels where I waited 30 minutes to talk, and I ain't get pissed off at all. But the reality was that wasn't the issue. That was just a smoke screen. He didn't want to have to address what I was saying. Fact. That's what he cut out. If he felt that he could defeat what I had to say, you think he would have ran? No, he would have got his points across. The reason why he ran, because he knew he couldn't defeat the argument. That's all what it was.
That's why he attacked us all too. The idea was simply because if you don't have the points to address the issue at hand, you attack the person making the point, which why he won't allow this dude speak. And he was saying very often that I know y'all niggas are not gonna allow this. I know you guys do not have the apprehensions. You guys don't know how to deal with. Oh, you guys are in a echo chamber.
Oh, my catalyst is the pink pill.
No, none of us. I agreed a lot.
I know you're going to eat me up for this, but I've been watching the pink pill.
That was the start. Come on, man. Like, oh, you already.
Like pink pill?
He got mad at me because I was saying he drunk the whole bottle. I was cracking a joke and he got offended by that. I'm
Yeah, and
like,
that is the
damn, dude.
reason.
He
And
showed,
that
he
is
showed
the
he did.
reason.
That was a
That is
good.
the reason. Okay, that is the reason why I asked him if he has the same energy when he, because first I understand it. Okay, always a useless black man in his words.
Right.
I attack them. Until I asked him, okay, but what about this useless woman? You attack them with the equal with the same energy. No, we cannot do that. And then it was clear. Okay, this man is compromised.
He said
Yeah,
no. He told you
because
straight
they were
up.
his
No,
sisters.
he did not put them at the same level. He said that if you're a man, you want to be leaders, you had to take the whole shit and take away the accountability from the women that are, speaking these things. And when someone says you are a Dusty, by the way, you are a Dusty. There's no point in defending yourself from the point, because no matter how much money you make, no matter what kind of financial position you're in, it really don't give up. It don't matter. You're black. You're Dusty. Accept
But
it and
he,
take a shower, man. Put some on
but
lotion.
he's a sister girl though. That's the thing. he always gonna feel this way, man. And they get I was just cracking jokes with him because I seen that little bull crap he was throwing out, and I'm like, dude, because that's like the dude from Everest College. He's a well, I was in this state of mind, and these women. The dude from
Get
Everest
off
College
the
did the
couch.
same
What are
thing.
you doing?
What you
You sitting
doing up
there
there? Get
eating
on the
breakfast?
couch. You ain't doing shit with your life. You might as well go to college. Damn, I might as well go to college. Like, really, man? Come on.
But are you
But
guys here to make a point or just talk and share thoughts and exchange ideas? I felt that the whole way that he was trying to make a point, meaning that he was out here to prove something, which was we were Dusty, the chicks were right, and you had to stop complaining as a man because you were not allowed as a black man to complain in whatever situation you found yourself in. That was the basis for him joining the chat, and then
But,
from that it went all downhill.
no, yeah, he's
but
doing what many people outside of this space have always done, who don't like the talking points. What he did is what they all do. They have to down the sphere to elevate themselves. They can't elevate themselves on their own accord, so they have to throw the manager's name in their title to get a rep. It's
Right.
dirty. It's just it's their dirty macking. It's no different than what Dr. Ben did years ago. May peace be upon him. But he said some really weak shit when he was the one that came up with the term "the black woman is God." He came up with that shit.
Right.
He came up with that shit.
Dr. Joseph Ben Yakina.
Yeah, Dr. Joseph Ben Yakin. He came up with that shit, and it was weak.
Yeah.
It was weak.
Yeah, one thing I don't understand when especially those pink pill women say, "Oh, black men must lead." When I think to myself, I'm like I said, I'm Nigerian. I know what it looks like when black men quote unquote lead, and the bullshit you are doing would never fly, not in 1,000 years.
But see, the
They
thing
mean
is,
when they say black men must lead, they mean in according to what they think and what they find acceptable. You're not saying you should lead as a man and come up with your own
Let me
ideas.
tell you
Lead
what.
the way I want you to lead. That's what they
Let me
mean.
tell you what they mean by leading. Yeah. Let me tell you what they mean by lead. Take all accountability for my stupidity and all my mistakes. I have to be responsible for every time they fuck up. That's what they
that
mean
take
by leadership, which is not
hey,
gonna
Kev,
fucking happen. What up?
that take me as I am shit.
Yep.
I told you, a lot of Black America operates like the Black church, man. They
Yep.
take that same approach from the Black church. God said, "I can come as you are," and they take that same mentality to the rest of their experiences in their day-to-day lives. They have that same mentality. The same chicks, they'll be 5'4", 290 pounds, and they'll be like, "Why I can't get that high value man? You should be able to take me as I am." They got that same mentality.
Hey,
This is not
remember
meant
the
to
book of
be
Eli?
right.
That's all it is. Just like the book of Eli, when they was running around that whole time trying to find the Bible. That's what these women are doing. They out here running around trying to see the biggest damn scriptures or song they can say to push people in that direction, man.
Right.
But I think
But you know what though?
as a broader point here is that everyone who feels like the honest truth man, or like how he felt, I think we should give space and understanding to people who have that thought pattern. I don't know if you guys would allow yourself to do so, but there are a lot of people who does feel the way he does, and if we can teach them a way to discuss and have their points across in a manly way, then I think we should help them in any way we can.
It ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, that's not going to happen because the thing is, they're diametrically opposed stances, and he don't even realize that the stance that he takes put himself at a lower worth.
A disadvantage, yeah.
Yeah,
I don't.
he
Why
don't.
would he? Does any of you understand like why he meant? What he's trying to achieve by saying, okay, black people, the dollar doesn't circulate in the
Yeah,
American,
yeah,
black
we all
America
know that.
Because he's a slave.
and that actually.
He talked look. These people don't come up with new material.
Oh, they
That's
don't.
why I specifically. That was the reason why I got on here. When he went to business,
Right.
that's why I got on here because I'm like, oh, that's my wheelhouse.
Yeah,
And I immediately attacked that point. I attacked the point about the businesses because I'm like, you're not going to sit here and act like black men haven't been in businesses. I have done so much research that I have found black men who started businesses when they was on a plantation.
Damn.
How dare you come up in here thinking that black men, even when they were in their lowest state, they still fucking produced, dog.
No, because in his mind, what black men should do is overpower white men when they were in slavery.
No, I don't think that was the issue with him. I have found a lot.
Is that what he means? Is that what he means when he says we must build? That even if the white man, even if the white man comes with his army, we should still build. Yeah. It's not an excuse.
But there's a lot of them who believe that no matter what you do, no matter what you build, no matter how hard you try, there is no way that you're going to quote unquote power or win over the white society. That
it ain't about overpowering them or nothing like that. It's about being able to focus our efforts that we usually give to them amongst ourselves and our own, and then build with one another. That's what it's all about. And so I was telling you earlier, Delco. One of the key points is the psychological warfare. There is strong psychological warfare to make sure that the trust is never developed at an
adequate level. Of guys. Oh, you cutting out a little bit, but these are the type of guys that sit when they pee. They come into the space. They want to talk big and they want to stand up, but when someone comes with facts, they sit down and piss. It's funny because
I sit when I piss. What about that?
I like to introduce you to acronym TMI.
Okay.
Hey, make sure you get your
look, I am a Muslim, and we've been taught, as a dude, when you piss, you sit down. This is just not. I know the guys, you don't. Yeah, I sit when I piss.
I think
another way.
Yeah, I think what we're.
Bro, you even got my wife over here laughing at you, bro. My wife is listening. She's laughing.
Hey.
No, but it is literally one of the things as a Muslim do. If you have the opportunity to talk to them, ask them. It's like
Norway, right? In Norway, right?
No, as a Muslim in Africa.
Niggas ain't finna try to piss out here in the United States, cuz.
No. They don't have even the toiletries to do, to piss standing. If you're out in the woods, do what you got to do. But for the majority here, you're taught to not get piss on your clothes, and it is best achieved by sitting down.
Oh, okay, yeah, because some people wear the regalia and the drapes.
Yeah,
the drapes
it's for religious purpose. It's not because of
I don't know. I'll have to hold my shit up like a dress. Then, unfortunately, you know what I'm saying? I'm be on these 2 feet pissing. You feel me?
I know, right? So they're talking about, oh man, you gotta do it standing. It's easier, but we wash after we piss as well. So what's up with that?
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Kevin, Kev, is that what happened now with Honest Truth? That is the main reason why you will never ever see a white person go into your panel.
Which is what?
Because because he comes with his arguments, and we will dismantle him instantly.
Yeah, but
was he white?
No,
but they're using the same tactic.
Das was seit uns ihnen. Is that what it said?
Oh, Afro Truth.
Yeah. I was about to say, man. Look, I'm from Alabama. I mean, I know I was supposed to learning another language.
But you see the language.
Would have been kind of
I
valuable.
can
But,
speak it.
I'm sorry. Okay, go
Should
ahead.
I can speak it. Es sei, das ewige weibliche zieht uns hinan. Das ist schlechtes Deutsch. That is very bad German. But basically what he said is niggas cannot stop themselves to get to women or to love women.
Hey,
Okay.
hey, I left the panel, but I had to come back up here because I was laughing so hard thinking about sitting down and pissing. But it is true. Most men who are Muslims, they take wudu. Am I right, Delco?
You damn right, motherfuckers.
Yeah.
All right, well, guys, this is okay. Like this,
Kevin didn't put that part up there.
I bet you know. You know what though? You know what though? I bet you know what them 3 seashells were at Demolition Man. Too. I bet you know, man.
But this is the reason, though. This is the main reason why we come here, is so that people with different, opinions and thoughts come and share those ideas and thoughts. But if you come here to prove a point, then I think it's not coming with.
But Delco, some things are real funny and foreign to some guys as to what happened in other countries. I understand. I know most of everything that you guys do because I grew up in the family seeing that.
You're a traitor, Nino. I mean, you used to sit down. Now you stand up when you pee.
Oh, I stand up, period. I ain't doing it. It's too much. I'm not praying 5 times a day. I'm not taking wudu, and I'm not doing it. And I'm not making a man do. I'm not getting a man douche. I'm sorry.
Hey, you know what though? I don't even know why those 2 words got put together on any of these broadcasts.
But that's what they do. I'm telling you. I'm real talk. They do every time they pray.
Nigga, you one of us. What the fuck?
But I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that.
Yo, hold up. Even if a motherfucker works, sit down and piss.
It's right now, man. What the hell, Nino? Come on, man. You were into that shit.
Wudu is when you wash your hands, you wash your hair, you wash your face before praying, and they also do a man douche.
What the fuck is a man douche?
Ask Delco, he'll tell you.
Fuck, what the fuck? Shit don't go together. That sound like a fucking oxymoron. Man douche.
You know what though? I have been called a douchebag before. Recently in the comments of one of my videos. You're a douchebag. I was like, all right, thanks.
Oh.
Hey, let me say something real quick.
So
y'all crazy as hell, man.
Is he referring to us, after you take number 2 in the bathrooms, you wipe your shit and then you wash it. Maybe wash your rear end.
I ain't lie. I thought you were about to talk about something else.
No, that's that. And you have to do it every time you go to the bathroom. So I don't know if y'all don't do it.
Everybody do that. Everybody do that.
I mean,
it's more than that. You're not telling me.
I hope as a man that you are exercising proper hygiene.
Yeah.
There you go.
And hope
most men take vegetable tablets, or they go all the way like a full Muslim. He not telling y'all everything because it sounds funny.
Vegetable tablets. Well, maybe I don't want to know everything.
I don't want this shit come to the light. Let's get it in the dog. But basically, this is funny.
How do we get here?
That's like on Art and Style channel, man. That guy's the prime award winner of the YouTube scholar because he used the YouTuber to advance himself in life of knowledge.
This dude's talking about using vegetables, man. Come on, dude. What?
All right, let me get some shout outs real quick. By the way, Black Light Revelations 2. Thank you for sharing the video on your community tab. Appreciate that. Cartoon Cat. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. I've seen you before. You kind of off the chain, so I'm gonna be careful with you. But thanks for joining the chat. Let's see. Anybody else I haven't shouted out? You know, I don't know. I think I've gotten all of you. Rodney Coleman, Afro Troop TV, Bay Blotter News. That's that dude over there in the golden silhouette
All the
avatar on my
Versace
panel.
around him and
It's
shit.
look like a fucking
How much
R&B album
Versace you
cover.
got in that
Like,
picture, Fluffy?
Coffee
Am
Nino
I the
better
only
than
guy?
Carl Thomas. Like,
Wait, what you say, Rogish?
How much Versace you got in that picture?
I got some Versace, man, but it's not. That's a fur coat.
Am I the only one who's doing something else
go ahead,
while
drop your
being
link.
out here?
I don't mind. Drop your link as long as YouTube lets you do it. I try to drop my link in other chats when people say drop your link. Sometimes YouTube blocks that stuff. I'm letting you know if you can't get your link through, it has nothing to do with anything I'm doing on this channel. So y'all can drop your links if you want to, whatever. I don't care about people promoting, but if when whatever happens and I have to change these circumstances, but I'm usually a good guy about that. So it ain't.
Rodney trying to get his numbers up.
Okay,
What's his name?
if he got content, I'll pick one of his videos and put it in my community tab to get him a few subs.
Yeah, that's a booker right there.
Now, Delco, this is what community is about. This is how we try to help each other out. I go to every last one of these brothers' channel on this page, on the panel. Well, Rogish don't have one. I don't think. I know she got one.
And also, I'm not trying to set a standard. People can do whatever they want to. I can understand if I go to some channels and they be like, hell no. I mean, it's their channel. But
no, that's not. So here's to go back to the topic. If you meet someone who is like talking and having the talking points of the honest truth, quote unquote, cheaping with the enemy, by the way, not written correctly or spelled correctly, Emeny.
That was on purpose.
Okay, yeah, no. Well, if you meet someone like this, what is some of the thoughts that you guys can give to the audience as to how to handle people like this? If you meet someone who is blue pill or purple pill, how do you guys, on a personal level, defend yourself or defend the point or counteract the way they think without putting yourself, in jeopardy?
Look what the end result was with him.
Like how do you do that without putting yourself in real life?
Look at what the end result was with him. The whole
that was he was attacked. He felt like you were ganging him.
Well, no. The thing is, he's not understanding that his perspective is an attack from the jump. He thinks that it's just his perspective. Again, remember, he was homeless and heard that dusty shit, whatever.
See, my thing is,
let me finish. He was homeless and heard that, and it resonated with his reality as parallel, whatever. But it didn't resonate with him as a negative to black men as a whole. He's just like, oh, well, I'm dusty. Okay, we all must be dusty, right? So the thing is to engage a person who's already step one, out of pocket. It's really a waste. Like what's the gain supposed to be? Because usually you do so that there is an understanding. Once Rock came on and was, kicking off Drew's tour, he didn't even stand up to 4 minutes of the brothers speaking, and he stood on his shit about 15 minutes trying to say why he should be able to say what he say and have his critique with the Manosphere. So the thing is, usually there's no understanding what's the growth, what's the constructive result, in the words of Nearly Fuller Jr., to come from that shit.
So how do we counteract that? Meaning, as a black dude who is a little bit more of his, emotions and a little bit more logic, how do you guys feel like we should counteract that? If we
have to define. We have to make sure that when we talk about black males, we have to make sure this is defined as being elite. Something that a lot of black men have a hard time grasping. That word is it's a very touchy word for a lot of black men. A lot of us witnessed when on it was Obsidian's channel, and when he asked his audience, did the Black Manosphere want Taz to be a part of it. And it was a resounding no. And that was for a reason, because we spent the reason why that so-called educated lame and Pookie debate. The reason why it resonated was because a lot of black men in the space want there to be standards over here. These people are going to have to pick a struggle. You can't say that black men need to step up. And part of black men stepping up is moving unproductive niggas out the way so the productive men can shine more. And then when those productive men speak, you don't like the way that they speak. You can't have it both ways. Either you want the productive men to stand to the fore so they can be recognized, so you can't keep arguing that there ain't no good black men around, or you're going to have to show that you really are on the side of the so-called Pookies, and then your arguments become moot and outdated because you're choosing these particular guys, and then you want to come to the spaces where productive men exist and then want to be like, ain't no good black men. The reason why that was so powerful, because the productive men was like, dude, if you're not going to be productive, you can't be over here. You can create your own space. These niggas can create their own space where they can talk about all these conspiracies or whatever they want. They can do that shit. They don't have to do that. The Black Manosphere, but the Black Manosphere, a lot of men in the Manosphere don't want to hear that shit.
Okay, but
they don't want to hear it. They want to hear
Before y'all continue, let me shout out this super chat. Black Light Revelations 2. Thank you, appreciate it, bro. Black men being brutally honest is the best kind of honesty. And, I have to say something about that. To think that one April afternoon in 2017, I was just bored and looking at my Samsung S7. And I was like, well, shit, I probably should, I don't know, make a Facebook group. So let me see what I can put together here. Black men being crucial in their work. Now, let's scratch that. Black men being completely, scratch that. Brutally honest, like the first name of the group was Black Men Being Brutally Honest with Everyone and Their Moms. Because to me, that's when you add in their moms, and I did that as a kid, you're truly talking about everybody. But then people started to see it as disrespectful and targeting black women. So I just said Black Men Being Brutally Honest with Everyone. But everybody would be like Black Men Being Brutally Honest with Everyone but themselves. Trust me, I'm an equal opportunity destroyer. I'll be honest with any of you. And then I know somebody watching. Who, me? Yes, you, motherfucker. Yeah, you too. Yeah, some woman is out there. Oh, you're gonna be honest with me, a woman? Yeah, you too, bitch. A midget. Yeah, you gonna be honest with me too? Yeah, look there. Like, yeah, I'm brutally honest with you too. Shit, this is indiscriminate. It's like I don't know. I guess parts of my emotions were removed from me as a child due to, observing bullshit.
There you go.
Decipher it at an early age. But when it comes to facts and logic, I don't care about your feelings. I don't. Because black people have displayed so many times that they don't care about me being black. My being black to them was, you need to get on our page. No matter how fucked up shit is. No, sorry. I'm just gonna do that, and then I'm gonna go ahead and say this. This is what pisses people off about me. I really don't have a filter on a lot of things. Like, I have enough of a filter. Like, I can go to Walmart and not speak to you. Honestly, even if I went to school with you, if I glance at you and you don't look at me, just know that me not speaking to you on that day is nothing personal, because it's like, you're gonna say something to me about, oh, aren't you glad? Like I run into the occasional person. Oh man, aren't you glad Joe Biden won? Oh, Joe Biden new president. Oh, thank God. I woke up this morning better because that orange hair freak was out of office. And blah blah. Like, I'm just gonna kind of be like,
Oh, so it just go by the day how you feel.
I can't get that minute back. In my head, I'm thinking I can't get that minute back.
So does it mean like for that day, depending on how you feel, according to how you feel, then you will speak?
I mean, yeah, kind of. I mean, like, hey, how you doing? Yeah, I'm at the register now. I'll see. Hey, sometime soon, bro. Just like that.
Man, we are.
Let me get home. Say what?
No, we are so fucked up. Like as a community, as a people, it is ridiculous the
and I feel
expectation
you on
people
that
have
too.
for men. Like the idea, like you guys saw the video of the mother screaming at her son because he voted for a third party, nominee
Correct.
instead of Biden.
They need to cut that shit out.
She was screaming like they lost another vote because of he didn't vote for.
Oh yeah, you talking about when his mother sounded like RBR Network? A vote
Yep.
for Bernie is a vote for Trump. Yeah, I voted for Bernie Sanders November 2020. I wrote that motherfucker name in. Oh, I typed it in. I'm sorry. They had right in type. I was like Bernie Sanders. Well, neither one of the motherfuckers get my vote. It's like, oh well, Bernie didn't win. That vote for Bernie is a vote for Trump. I was like, no, it ain't. It's a vote for Bernie, you dumbass.
I don't know if you guys over there in North America or like in the US have the same issue here, but I feel like I have a lot of kids, younger adults, black males who feel like their level of self, confidence is literally non-existent. They don't literally believe or know that they can do more than what's expected of them. They are expected to be low class individuals and at best to be someone's slave, and they should not have a opinion or a want or desire that is not someone else's. Being you can't have your own thoughts or desires or goals that is not for the good of the larger community. You guys
You
all
know,
Yeah,
brothers ain't trying to tap into the young brothers ain't trying to tap into their potential. They're not
No,
they're not motivated in Norway.
Because they don't feel that if you don't see someone, and that was one of the main reason that I was asking you guys whether Obama did good. If you don't have any symbol, meaning if you haven't seen a president of the United States being black, regardless of whether he's half or not, you can. Do you know how many people who are now aspiring or believe that they also can be presidents, regardless of whether it's true or not? That you're not gonna have a in the idea, at least, of being the United States president is not foreign. It's not something ridiculous as you would thought prior to Obama being the president.
I'm saying prior to Obama, but after Trump, definitely.
Yeah.
Like if an idiot can get president, then shit, I'd probably run just for the hell of it. Just hey, I'm running for president, y'all. I ain't
at least now you know instead of just being a theoretical. And here we see a lot of kids, when you come and you're talking to them, if you're a doctor, and you happen to be a black, which my brother is.
Delco, we didn't select him though. That's the thing. He wasn't our selection. He was the No, you're talking about the symbology, right? That's the thing. It shouldn't take no mega shit like that. They should be what it should be is local, and this is what the Black Manosphere is doing. Is localizing the high worth of black men, of black male psychology, of you know what I'm saying, of black man input and productivity. It's localizing it.
Look, I'm about to leave, but I want to say one thing to Rael real quick. And I, brother, your words must be very powerful because you was talking low as hell in a calm voice, and you triggered truth off. My thing is, I think he normally not like that. I think that what you had to say bothered him more than it bothered than Rogish. Because Rogish was like really in his ass, what I'm saying, like really getting at him, But
yeah, I was at him.
He was at him. He didn't even worry about that. See, he resonate more with Rael because Rael speaks very intelligent like him. But Rael was really hitting him with some facts, But I think more so of, hey, you're not letting me talk, so let me step down. He's not normally like that.
Oh, you know him? Like,
he got a channel. Yeah.
Okay. No. Well, shit. It's not always about what how you speak, but rather what you speak.
Yeah, but if they saw him, they'll know who he is because he's been on the panel showing his whole face with his dreads. He's usually intelligent brother, But I don't know. Maybe the thing is, if I don't agree with somebody, I just let people talk.
Also,
I'm not gonna make you wrong for the way I see the world, and you ain't gonna make me wrong for the way I see the world. We need to make some kind of solutions.
Well, if
Ain't
you
no
prepare
solution.
yourself,
This
everyone
nigga
will have fun.
catalyst was the concept of black men being dusty. That was his catalyst.
Yeah,
Snake Man asked
I don't
though the
like the word.
question which kind of fucked him up, which was if he had the same energy for the black woman as he does for the black men. That
Thank
No,
you.
that's the he
saying
nullified all his
Because like
input.
I said, because what I had said earlier is like for people to try to pretend like those type of spaces don't exist, they have massive followings now. I ain't gonna lie to you, they have put in the work, but you can't sit there and say it's just a Black Manosphere when collectively the channels on that list, and that's no dig or diss to these brothers on that list, collectively don't even match up to three of those channels,
well,
three or four of those channels, because they have 6-digit subscriber base, and they got plenty of women watching. So that's the ingrained mentality that is problematic. We understand that there are brothers out there that are lacking ambition, and black men aren't in a good place. But what you're missing right there is context. Now we can say that you're using history as an excuse, but you can't discount history, no matter how much you want to. Now, as far as what they're calling, they're calling us dusty, beta male, defeated and conquered. You're calling us that looking up. Remember that.
you should consider making a side channel, just saying that same shit, and make a whole lot of money doing it. Because if you want to go mainstream or being, about that money, it literally is, pays to talk shit about black men right now more than anything.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it does. It does pay to talk about black men more than anything, and is the some of these dating coaches, like there's one particular dating coach that has berated the manosphere, gone on female panels and berated the manosphere. He was like, the manosphere, they just be whining and crying about black women, and I wrote a book and just that. It's
Oh God.
like those kind of motherfuckers. Yeah,
I'm taking notes right now. Don't hate me if y'all see me in one of those fucking channels.
yeah. It's yeah.
When man, it is a problem. As someone was saying earlier, the standard is blue pill, and for people to go from what they have been programmed their whole life, it's kind of really dangerous. And the question when I was asking how do you guys talk to someone who has differing thoughts than you, I was talking as only being as a professional. When you're talking to children, they will mess you up over some shit that they believe is the correct way of getting pussy. I have been that previously, and I know for a fact most people have been, that there was somewhere, sometime in your younger days, you thought that being her quote unquote white knight meant that you would get some pussies, that she would somehow say, "Oh my God, you came to
Man,
my
you are from
defense. I
nowhere.
love you."
Hey,
No,
man, you can get that just going out to your car. You don't have to do all that extra to get some pussy.
yeah, like that's how the blue pill way is, though. And
Well, hold on. You say you get some pussy going out to your car?
Yes, you can. You can get it in
God
the
damn.
fucking mailbox. You can
I-
get it coming out of the fucking grocery store. Trust me.
that was another thing, though. Like the honest truth with he was making the mistake of thinking that if you were not dusty, that meant that you weren't getting pussy. Like, what is a pookie? Let's be honest. The guy ain't making money,
Hey,
or
I know.
like, yeah, man, nah, but they're still managing to get kids. Not only and then later on they are expecting the quote unquote the four-eyed niggas and straight boring ass dudes to pay for the kid, which is alpha seed beta need or whatever that kind of.
Well, let me say this. We have to keep in mind, and that's why I stepped in, because this gaslighting thing is a very serious problem, man. It is so pervasive. It's in a lot of institutions. You can hear it in academia. You can hear it in the black church. You can see it on television, media. You can it's in fiction, novels. I mean, this stuff is so pervasive of this idea that black men ain't shit that it's gotten to the point that you have women who are invested in that being true, which is the opposite of what women should be wanting. Right. Women shouldn't be wanting black men to not be shit. They should be wanting black men to be the best at the apex of what they can achieve and accomplish. But because this stuff has been ingrained for generations so much that the notion of a black man with his shit together, being on point, being resolute, being an effective leader, all these positive attributes, even when it's presented to women, they can't see those positive attributes because their whole design is to be against black men at all costs. This is harmful to them. Black men can make options elsewhere. But for these women, it's harmful to them because, first of all, at the end of the day, these women come from black men. So if you're going to sit here and say you hate black men, then you hate part of yourself because you came from a black man, literally. So
they give birth
your dad is black. That's what he's trying to say. Your dad.
So you can't say that. Like even though you have men in these spaces who have said that they might not have had the best relationships with their moms and things like that, you rarely see men saying they hate their mom. You know what I'm saying? Right. Like men will want to see their moms better than what they are.
Yeah, I've seen about 2 or 3 out of the
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's 2 or 3 out of thousands of men. That's what I'm saying. It's not prevalent like that.
You'd be surprised the amount of people or like patients I see who
have
like.
What I'm saying is, black men, even Tupac, mom, you know, he was a crack fiend. Even though he was a crack fiend, he was a black queen.
Yep.
He still tried to see her in the most positive light he could possibly see her in. That's my point. These women are coming out the gate.
Well, see, she was a very strong woman, so he was going.
That's not my point. My point is she was on crack at one time.
Okay, I feel it.
That's my point. And even in that low point of her life, he still tried to uplift her in his mind because that's what he wanted to see her as. These women are coming out the gate hating men, and a lot of the time they're hating men because a lot of times their moms is hiding the secret that mom used to be loose in the street and probably still is. And they don't want to come to these women and say, hey, I know that, you know, you don't know who your dad is. Let me tell you why you don't know. And I was out here and I tried to trap him with a baby and it didn't work. And he ain't here. You know what I'm saying? They don't want to talk about their failures in the mating game because that is what will actually allow a lot of these women to actually heal and not keep putting forth these whack notions that black men ain't shit, black men can't achieve. Well, we got black men that are billionaires. We have black men at the top of their field. We have black men that are neurosurgeons. Shout out to Dr. Ben Carson and Myron Rowe, who passed up an NFL career and chose to be like Ben Carson instead of Deion Sanders. Even though Deion Sanders and Ben Carson was his role models, he passed up the NFL to become a neurosurgeon because he was so inspired by Dr. Ben Carson. We have those types of men that exist. They're out here. But these women, because they're not taught how to interface with these men from a feminine perspective to lock in with these men, they're coming out here saying it's the men's problem, not understanding your mother has not taught you the attributes necessary for you to be an adult woman that can coexist in a wholesome, functioning relationship, including marriage.
That is one of the main issues, though, that you see people who have had quote unquote narcissistic mothers or people who have come from dysfunctioning families, that they tend to realize that in their adult years or their adult relationships. If daddy was something like this, your next partner would probably look a lot like your daddy. So if he was quote unquote deadbeat or your mom made a wrong choice in picking the right partner, you will also do the same. If she was narcissistic, she would have taught you to blame the victim. And, you know, in your later years, you would be looking for the nigga she was complaining about, quote unquote. So when it comes for you to choose a partner, most often what we see happening is that the man that the kid who now is grown up chooses is fairly similar to what their mother was complaining about.
Now, hey, let me ask you something. They say you don't use the word partner in Manosphere, like you're looking for a
I don't know why I
wife.
said that.
Yeah, no, but
This-
also the guy could have been, I was saying it because, you could have been a man or a woman. The child can, have a woman or, a man. So I gotta be
Alright.
politically correct, dude. What the fuck? Come on, man. It's partner nowadays. You can't use a wife or a husband.
I guess the fuck not, but still people are still using it. So let me Son is Hot Rod, thank you for the super chat. He says, "Hey Kev, what's your opinion on people who use the idea of constructive criticism to hide mask their rudeness and disrespects towards another person, but there's nothing constructive about their critique?" That goes back to what Rael has said before: gaslighting. That is gaslighting. Fucking with folks and either making them think basically gaslighting is making them think it's their fault that you're saying all that bullshit. And they do try to hide it in things such as constructive criticism. Another part of gaslighting is saying that if you respond in a negative way to the bullshit, once you realize it's bullshit, they also say that you're being sensitive. So you need to watch out for that too.
And let me tell a quick story just to tie into the gaslighting.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
Just to tie in, just from
Emeny up here. She just got it.
Just from a personal experience standpoint, just to show y'all how deep this stuff is. I was with a chick who was some years ago who was a lawyer. Now, I would get these calls on my phone, and when it was a blocked number, and when I would answer, nobody would answer. So I went to her one day, and I said, "Man, somebody keep calling my phone, and then when I pick up, like they won't answer." She was like, "Man, that's crazy." But I'm a Scorpio, so I'm very in tune with my instincts, and my instincts was telling me it was her. So she had got a new phone, and she hadn't locked the screen yet. Something said, "Go look at the phone." I scrolled through 10 numbers dialed out. This motherfucker was calling my phone. Star 67, blocking the number. I'm talking about there was time where I was in the front watching TV. She was in the back room doing it. Trying to drive me crazy. I'm telling y'all think this shit is a game. This gaslighting shit, bro, is real. I'm telling you, when they come in here with these goofy talking points, it's only meant to gain control over your mind, because if they can control your mind and make you feel guilty because your dad wasn't the best dad, so now you feel like you gotta be this perfect dude. Whatever they can do to get that control over you, they'll say it. And you gotta be very careful. You gotta be very careful not to fall victim to that shit, fellas. I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
It is.
I never heard
gaslighting can also be used as proactive measure to defend yourself against what do you call it, counter retort, or counter, somebody to counteract the issues that you have, decided to argue for. As we saw that earlier in Truth, he was very often saying that you guys are, in a gas chamber or echo chamber. You guys are going to do this, you're going to do that. And the reason why he was doing that is because he wanted us to not retort his points, or the points that he was making. He was telling us we were going to do this, and in our head, we were going to be gaslighted, and we were going to say, hey, let me use reverse psychology on him and not do what he says that I'm going to do. So what he wanted was saying that you guys are in a gas, not gas, but echo chamber. You guys are going to say this. You are not going to believe in whatever I say. So in order for us to prove him wrong, we'd have to agree with him and say, hey, look, we're not in a echo chamber. We agree with what you have to say. The same thing that you see that a lot of females in personal relationship use is that they will say, you cheated, or you allow yourself to be approached by every woman or this woman or those women, and they doing that because they want you to say, hey, I'm not like that. I'm not being approached by other women. And in doing so, they gain control over what you have access to. And they say, if I am doing that, it's only because I am doing it because you did.
Well, you
Remember?
know, another
And
technique
you
of
are,
gaslighting is through law enforcement. Law enforcement use gaslighting too. It's like
yeah,
a part of detective.
they,
Being,
they, they teach though. That's the funny thing. That actually, law enforcement here, one of the things that they go to through schools is we teach them. Like, here's some things that you can use to get non-cooperative, quote unquote, what do they call it, assailant or whatnot, to cooperate. That you can use it both reverse psychology, but also gaslight him into lowering his defenses.
I know how to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. But Mimi is up here, y'all. Let Mimi get. Mimi, you got the floor. How you doing?
Hey, Brother Kev, how you doing?
Hey,
You
I'm
doing all
good.
right, Brother
Yeah, it's
Kev?
late as fuck. You
Lord Jesus, I know I was on here and I heard the truth and everybody was talking to the truth and then Rael got on talking all smooth and then I got off and then I came back and the truth was gone. So Lord G, then I heard that he started getting upset. I'm like, what did Rael say for this man to leave? But anyway, Jesus, God bless you, Rael. But um I had a few things I wanted to say, and I want, of course, y'all gonna give me your opinion. Rael has said something. He said that black women come from black men, and black women also hold the seeds of the black man. So without the black man, there's no black woman, and without the black woman, there's no black man. And so, at the end of the day, we really do have each other. But what I'm seeing is a lot of stones being thrown, and there's been a lot of social conditioning, which has conformed to mental. Seems like it's a mental health issue now, especially in in the black community. But one thing we're not looking at are the puppet masters. We get mad at each other, and we throw stones at each other, but we're not looking at the puppet masters. And a lot of these puppet masters, they don't look like us. We just fall for the tactics that they have and what they aided. Since we've been here, there's always been a strategy that white people have done to separate black families, black men, black women. And um the aftermath has been what black women do, and also to make black men feel like they're not worthy. um like, I don't understand a black feminist. I don't understand that. I don't understand it at all. I don't understand. You want equal, you want the same pay as a man, but you're not even getting the same pay as a white woman. I should be sexually liberated to do whatever I want, but since black women been here, we've been raped, abused, sex trafficked, around. So I just really never understood that. Even black women calling themselves goddess. If you're a goddess, then what's the black man? Then does that mean he's a god? If you're a queen, don't they make him a king? Because you can't be a queen if there's no king existent. So I never understood that. But behind a lot of this stuff, well, majority of it is white people, but we're really not looking at the puppet masters. I think if we look at the puppet masters, maybe there can be some healing. Because we won't be falling for what the puppet masters have been creating. Even when it came to the government, oh, if you want free money, you want free living, there can be a man in the household. That's a strategy that the puppet masters have created. So I think we really need to start looking at these puppet masters. And another comment that I wanted to make is a reason why a lot of these relationships are going bad, because I was in a relationship for I was in a relationship for 8 years. And I decided when I broke up with him to stay single, and I was single for 6 years. And the reason why I stayed single by choice was because I needed to learn about Mimi. I needed to heal because I'm a firm believer. You do not go into a relationship with any kind of emotional connection to the last man, because what happens is you go in bringing in the issues that you had with that man to the new man, and that's not fair to him. And a lot of men and women do this because they haven't been taught to be healed first before going into another relationship. And so I hear a lot, if you're past 35 and you're not married, there's something wrong with you. No, no, no. I don't agree with that, because there is a lot of women that are under the age of 35 and they have issues. And I think the older you are, the more you learn, the more you gain. I know more now at
Mimi,
the
can
age
I
that
ask
I
you a
am now
question?
than I did when I was 30. Yes.
You said you took 6 years of dating after your relationship, trying to help yourself and understand
Yes.
yourself and heal yourself. Were you
Yes.
doing that by yourself, by any chance? Did you seek professional help, or
Um,
were you doing it by yourself? That's the question.
not by myself. I had my mentor, my pastor. I had, a mother from the church. So it wasn't by myself. Prayer, meditation. Um, Everybody's not a believer in Christ, but for me, I am. So it wasn't just, it's just me. It wasn't just me. I'm not gonna sit up there and say that. So
So, what
no,
was some
to
of the
answer
things
your question,
you
no, it
learned
wasn't.
then? Like, I am not a Christian myself. What is some of the
I
things
learned
that
my
you learned
I learned
to?
I learned my worth. I learned my worth because if you know who you are, you'll also know how to treat people. Insecure people hurt people. You heard that old saying, hurt people, hurt people. I know you're not from here, but there's a saying here, hurt people, hurt people. And so when you got a woman that's hurting and insecure and she gets in a relationship, she's gonna put that insecurity on that man. She's gonna expect him to be act like God. She's gonna put him in a place that only God's supposed to be in. Because he's a human. He's gonna make mistakes. If she's not healed and she's bitter because another man cheated on her, if the new man that she has now, he does something, it could be innocent, she's going to automatically go off and think, oh, he's cheating on me. But if you're healed, if you are completely healed, there's going to be certain things that's just not going to bother you that bothered you before. You know what I'm saying? So I learned my worth. I had to be,
What
basically
moves are
cleansed
you
and
making
restored
now
from that
that are
past.
different from the moves you were making previously before you got the help, quote unquote?
What was
Like,
you said? What was the
as
moves?
so, yeah, like, say you're saying now that you're thinking different because you've learned to value yourself, and you're saying that people who
I
are insecure,
mhm.
they assume that you're doing something even though you're not doing it, but that's not true. As in the case with my wife, she is extremely insecure. But one of the ways that she comes, or rather goes around that, is she looks for me for guidance. And then she sees if I'm comfortable, if I'm confident on something, she just say, we'll follow what you think. So what is you
But see,
may doing it?
everybody deals with insecurity in a different way. That's what I'm saying. Everybody
Yes.
deals with it in a different way. And it also depends on what that person is insecure about. For me, I didn't love myself. I didn't know my worth. And I like I said, I didn't. It speaks volumes when you don't love yourself. And there's a lot of people walking around here, men and women, especially black men and black women, that don't love themselves. People are not pouring into them. Um, they don't see, their value. And then you get in a relationship, or you become parents. That think about a mother and a father. They don't value themselves. They don't love themselves, and then they turn around and have children. So therefore, they can't pour that into their children. And now those
Actually,
children
that's the
grow up
opposite of
and
that.
they
I
have
don't mean
that
to
to
like interrupt for that, but most often than not, what we see is that people who haven't had love or someone to love them tend to have kids because the kid is a source of unconditional, unquestionable love.
It depends on the situation. It depends on the situation. Yours could be right in some situations, but on mine, I've seen different. Everybody has their own opinion. Everybody has their own views. Everybody has seen different things. So where you might see a parent that's insecure and they just pour their love on their child that they didn't receive. I've also seen parents that were being abused and they abused their kids. I've also known parents that molested or that were molested and they molested their children, or they allowed a man to molest their children because that's all they knew. So it depends on the situation. It depends on the person.
Hold on.
But I
Let,
know
let,
speaking.
hold on. Let me cut in here because it can go into the woods, the deep woods on this. First and foremost, it's natural for any woman without male protection, supervision, and leadership to feel insecure. That's a natural thing. Okay.
That's right.
So because she doesn't have the capabilities to go out into the environment and defend herself the way that a man can or men can. Okay.
Right.
The problem that comes in is when you talk about the church. First of all, I'm going to say this.
No, I know what you're going. I feel you.
Now you don't know what I'm going to say. You don't know what I'm going to say. The problem with the black church is that the black church has not caught up with psychology. So, for example, as far as I'm concerned, the black church, if it was a corporation, would be bankrupt because the black church does not speak to the real issues that are concerning the parishioners. You can't say things because it sounds good in church, like, let go and let Jesus grab the wheel and all these different things that are cute and cuddly and all these other things. First of all, when you talk about God in the Bible, God ain't no teddy bear. God is not a teddy bear. God has a wrathful side.
Right.
He has a comforting side, but he also has a wrathful side too. And so
that's it. That's right.
When they come, when the church, I feel that there needs to be throughout the whole entire country psychologists at these black churches helping people deal with their psychological issues. Because if you have
that's true
deeply embedded traumas, Jesus ain't fixing that. Sorry, it ain't gonna happen. You got to get to the root of the issue to see what it is. For example, men's sperm is so powerful. I was watching this woman who studied this. She was talking about the power of men's sperm, and she was saying that you have different types. You have seekers, you have blockers, and you have killers. And she said that a woman can have sex with a man, and she can have a killer sperm inside of her. And this sperm could orient her body to the point that, you know how we'll see a woman deal with 3 and 4 men straight and be like, yo, why she always getting them dudes that ain't about shit? Well, her body can conform to a man's sperm in such a way that even when that man is gone, now she has become predisposed to picking ain't shit dudes based off of one dude's sperm.
That's
really talking about these types of the biology that is really contributing a lot of this stuff, because again, all this free love, women can do what they want to, and that sounds great. That sounds all good. But look at these people with successful families. You think they let their daughters do what they want to do? You think the Bushes let Jenna Bush and all them do what they want to do? Hell no, they don't. Them girls got married young. Them girls got married young in their 20s. They was not playing around because they have an expectation for what they're supposed to represent as their family. And until these issues are really talked about, and Black people's pain is not something that is made fun of and is dealt with, especially from the women's side, because the devastation really is taking place on the women's side. Men are saying like, look, I got options. I go overseas. I go over here and do this. I go to other groups. I ain't with this. But the women are going to be sitting here left holding the bag because they want to be entertained more than they want to be taught. And this is directly at the feet of the mothers, the grandmothers, the aunts, the great aunts,
Yeah.
all these women who were supposed to be the wisdom in the church, who were supposed to choose, pull the girls to the side in their families, in the church, who was acting out of order and say, hey, this is how you do it. Too much of these women nowadays, they're doing the same things that their daughter doing, and they going to the club with their daughter. That's the problem.
Exactly. And Rael, actually what you said was actually biblical. Because the mothers, the mothers in the church, they do supposed to teach the young girls. That is actually biblical. But I think the problem with the church is the pastors are so caught up in the tithing, and majority of the church is women, that they're gonna tell the women what they want to hear so they can get that tithing money. That's what I feel. Um, it's like you got a lot of, and I know somebody might get offended by this, but you got a lot of pastors that's acting like pimps, and that's
Ooh, no, I'm just playing.
the problem.
That is true.
But
They
you know,
sleep
that's why
with
I think we
the
talk about.
Congress or whatever else
Yeah,
they call the people
Right.
who come to the
yeah,
church. But then the
yeah.
question
So,
really comes down to you, Monet. How did you get help from the church, knowing what you know, if
well, I'm
you
not
knew
gonna say I
again?
got help from the church. I didn't say I got help from the church. I got help from my pastor, the pastor that I'm with now. Now the pastor that I'm with, his name is Freddie Haynes, Bishop Freddie Haynes. Brother Bishop Freddie Haynes is all about the black community. He's all about people, his people. Um, I didn't get help from the church. I got help from a counselor, which was a mother of the church, and my pastor. But as far as the church, no. I don't really believe in that, because I believe that the church is basically a hospital for souls. So therefore, it's gonna be some sick people there. So I don't believe in that. You know, you got people stand up, they get their whole testimony in the church. No, I'm not gonna do that, because because everybody in the church doesn't want you to prosper. Everybody in the church doesn't want you happy. You know, and it's a difference between church folks and Christians. So it's totally different. So I had my two people, um and then my praying relationship, my personal relationship with God helped me. And just to be honest, I'm still healing, because every day you're growing and you're learning something about yourself. But
Years it
I
took you to quote unquote get over what exactly? Like, so you said that you didn't have a
I ain't
problem and
I'm
then
not
you
gonna
got
say
into a
I'm not
relationship.
I'm
And then
I'm not
as the
I'm not
result, you kind of doubted yourself after the relationship. After it broke, you kind of
no,
started.
it wasn't about doubting myself in a relationship. It was a think of it. If you've been in a relationship for 8 years and say it's been verbally abusive, whatever, because the man that I was with was insecure. And so, and then I'm insecure. So you got two insecure people. It's going to be toxic. And I decided that I was going to just, you know what? I'm just going to make it plain. I decided that I was going to be single because, like I said, I needed to be healed, and I was not going to take any man through anything that had anything to do with my ex. And then I just, to be honest, got used to being single.
Are
I
you
got
still
used to being
single?
single. Mhm.
Okay. Well, this is the
But see, that's the
problem, though.
thing.
You
But see,
see,
that's the
a lot
problem.
of
But
people
see
were
that
hurt.
no, 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 no. See that, and that's the problem right there. You still single? That's not always a bad thing. That's the problem.
I didn't
Being
say that. I meant
single
as
is like
in the people who say when they require help without knowing what exactly they need the help for, search in a higher
no,
power.
I no,
As
I
in the church, you say you
no, I'm
found
not.
help
I
and
never
you're
said that.
still searching for the help.
No,
And
I didn't
because
say
of
that.
that,
And nobody on this thing could tell you I said I'm still seeking help. I never said that.
no, you said
I
that
said
you're
every
still on your journey for helping or healing yourself. I
No, that's not
listen
what I
to.
said. I no, this is what I said. I can repeat what I said. I said every day you're learning about yourself. That's everybody. That's everybody. Now I'm not gonna just jump in a relationship because this man wants me. That's what I did the first time because I didn't value myself. My thing is if I'm gonna get in a relationship, it is going to be because I don't want to be a girlfriend. I want to be a wife. And the thing about
Okay,
being a wife,
here's
you
the
got to
thing,
know
Monet.
that you got to
I
be.
don't
Wait a minute.
mean to like.
Hold on, sir. Hold on, sir. You have to be submissive. You have to. Making sure my credit is right. I'm not going to no man with no bad credit because I got student loans. I got to get my body right because I don't have kids yet, and I don't want to be no fat wife. There's certain things about me that I want to make sure is good before I walk down the aisle. Because when I walk down the aisle, I don't only represent myself, but I represent my husband. So
Well, what's your
that is
age?
what
Hold on. What's your age?
I'm not telling you my age. That's
I'm not. I'm
personal.
not asking you your age to embarrass you. I'm making a point. The reason why
No,
I'm
I know
asking
you're
your
not.
age.
I'm just letting you know.
Hold on. Let me say this. First of all, what a lot of you women have to stop doing is stop trying to make this an all inclusive thing when it represents you individually. You can't say, well, we all have issues. Well, yeah, we know that. That's easy. But when it comes to men and women, we deal with issues differently. And
Right.
men can come from a background where they had no men around, they had no fathers around, and they can still get masculinity because the environment compels men to
Oh,
develop
that's raw.
masculinity
Okay.
no matter what they want to do or not. Or they're gonna be out there homeless like the dude was talking about earlier. The problem with women is that
Mm-hmm.
your what you need and the attributes you need as a woman are developed in a nest. It comes from the home. And if you go through 18
Right.
years of not getting the tutelage, the proper tutelage you need, then you're thrust into the adult world where you basically have to fend for
Mm-hmm.
yourself. That's the problem.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all are much more devastated early, and this is why a lot of times women just are constantly it's like they're going through the groundhog day throughout their whole entire life because the proper tutelage, which is supposed to come from your nesting environment, your home environment, from your mothers and the other supposedly feminine women that's supposed to be there, when you don't have that, what's the alternative for you? There is none. That's the problem. Men can still get it.
Yeah.
y'all y'all don't have anywhere to go to get it, and then you go out here fumbling and stumbling in the dark looking for answers,
Mm-hmm.
and it'll never come because you don't know, like I said earlier, you don't know how to interface in it. One of the things that if you will understand like how men view, if you're a woman who is comporting herself and how she presents herself, if you really that woman like that, man, the dude ain't looking at your debt like that. I mean, if you ain't got millions of dollars of debt, dudes ain't looking at that. Do you represent those feminine qualities, those womanly attributes necessary that can interlock with him from an emotional and a mental and a spiritual standpoint that can help him accomplish the mission that he sets out to accomplish? If you can do that, you're good. But that's asking a lot if you had 18 years of no training for that. And now you're out here in the world.
Right. Right. And I get what you're saying, Raw. I was looking like, who is that talking? But it's Raw. Okay. But and I get what you're saying. I do get what you're saying. I'm just saying personally, I know a man probably wouldn't care, but I care. I don't want to bring that to my husband. Even if I have, I'm just, I'm an educator, I'm a teacher. And I'm working on my master's. But it's just I want to be getting this is a thing with a lot of women. A lot of women are focused on the fantasy of marriage, walking down the aisle with the wedding gown and saying I do and all this. But it's a lot of women out there, they're brides, but they're not wives. And so that's my thing. I want to be a wife.
So
because
you're
the
making
wedding,
yourself prepared for being a wife.
I am preparing myself. Yes, I'm preparing myself to be a wife.
So here's the thing, right? I don't want to make you feel defensive, but are you scared of getting into a new relationship because you feel, as quote unquote, you say you're, preparing yourself? Is that a mechanism for you to hide away from feeling insecure or inadequate or not, deserving of
I mean,
being with someone?
I understand what you're saying. The answer is no. The answer is no. But I truly can say I just got um caught up in
Is there
some
some people
acting.
who are in your position who feel like that? Do you think?
Yeah, I believe there are some people.
Yeah,
There are
and
some
so
people.
is it fair to assume, like, if you're talking to someone who are in your position, that they are afraid of getting hurt again, so they find this convoluted way of saying that they're afraid, basically finding tasks for them to do, such as being debt free, such as being deserving, being someone who loves themselves, someone who is the proper quote unquote submitting wife, and so on, and constantly putting obstacle in their way because they are afraid of the main objective, which is being with someone again. Is it
I
fair to
mean,
say
and
that
that
there are people who
I mean
use,
that's fair.
just like
You're
that?
coming from a psychology standpoint. I understand where you're coming. And that's fair, but I would say I have a big respect for marriage. My parents have been married for over 42, 43 years. So I truly respect marriage. My grandparents, they were married at the age of 15 until my grandmother died from cancer. My grandmother was 72. Um, my great grandmother and my great grandfather, they were married for like 63, 64 years until they died. So I grew up around nothing but marriage. And so that's the thing. I respect marriage. And it is not I'm gonna be hurt. I don't want to be hurt. Because truth be told, in a relationship, you're gonna get your feelings hurt.
It's a nice way
You're
of
gonna get in an
saying that you're
argument.
gonna you can
All right,
speak, you
yeah.
can talk the talk,
Uh, uh,
but you've been in 8-year relationship.
breaks,
Sorry, Kevin.
breaks,
Yeah.
breaks. Look. Go ahead and finish this conversation. I'm about to wrap it up. Okay, go ahead and
Oh yeah, because you
ask her
sound
your
tired,
question.
brother Kevin.
Yeah,
Oh, you
all right.
sound real tired. They
I'm
hanging
sitting
up.
here
But
writing
yeah,
papers.
so
It's
that
10,
was my
11 in the
thing,
morning
brother
for me.
Kevin. Brother
So
Kevin, my thing was, hold on, please, because I know brother Kevin need to go to sleep. So my thing, brother Kevin, was about the puppet masters. Like, when do we deal with the puppet master who is basically in America has been pulling the strings of the relationship in the relationship of the black man and the black woman and the black family? How do we address that?
It doesn't need to be addressed, and I'm gonna tell you why. When we face the most overt racism in this country, our marriage rates were in the 80 and 90% range.
Mm-hmm.
It don't get no more overt than no colored water fountains and no colors allowed, lynchings and things like that. Um, I think that's an argument that allows people to avoid the responsibility that lays primarily around the people they grew up around, because it forces them not to have the type of discussions with those that raised them, because that's a very touchy subject, because many of the people that raised you do not want to hear that they did a bad job. They don't want to hear it, because
Accountability.
every parent thinks they did a good job. All of them do, across the board. All of them think they did a great job. They did. If they was around, they think they did a good job. And so when it comes to these conversations for the women, it's a very touchy subject, because number one, women are going to get they're going to get parts of their identity from the mothers that raised them, for bad, for good or bad. The problem is that when those women can't get those um, teachings from their mothers that they're supposed to get, that's very hurtful for them, you know, because daughters do want to be close to their mother. That's a normal thing. It's normal.
And close to
And
their
when
fathers.
but it's not. Father's a different story. You're going to get your identity from your mom, though. That's where you're going to get who you are as a woman. That's what is going to come from her. So it resonates with you more on that end. A mother is going to teach a daughter how to be. A father is going to teach a daughter how to value who she is. It's two different things. You have to be taught to have value first before you can be taught how. You got to be taught your values before you can have somebody come like your father come and teach you the importance of your value. Your father ain't gonna teach you that the values they're not even there. The woman has to put these values into a woman, into a daughter. And unfortunately, this generation of mothers, they have done a piss poor job. And when you look at the psychology, when you look at the data, when you look at the literature, this has been explored. I mean, at high levels, because these clinical psychologists have had thousands of women come into their practice talking about these issues. And when they get down to the nitty gritty of it, most of their issues are stemming from these poor relationships with their mothers. And many of these women are trying to skip over these realities because it's hurtful, you know, it's painful. And you don't know what kind of reaction or response you're going to get from your mothers, or if it was your grandmother, your aunt, if they raised you and you have a problem with some of the things they put in you. And so many times women will just go along just to get along because they'll rather have the dysfunctional person there than in their mind, nobody there. But what they don't realize is that sometimes you might have to move that dysfunctional person out the way so you can get the men you need in your life.
Well, I know Brother
Monet,
Kevin
to
has.
your answer here, to the question you asked, as I would put this for Rael, it's saying that it does not only stem from their mothers, but also it stems from the ability for us humans to empathize. Sometimes we personalize the issue that other people have gone through, not only ourselves, but if I have a sister and she's been mistreated, most likely there is that chance that if there was a group that I find myself as opposed to that group, say I'm a woman or if it's a man, then other men have done it, that I will look and say these particular men are doing this, doing that, without having really the personal experience on my end, because I am, what do you call it, empathizing with my sister. There is a term in the manosphere for it, which is trauma binding, I think. That is also a big issue. But to Monet's question, that kind of sounded like a soft way, a nicer way of taking accountability from the individuals, in this case, women, and put it on the white man. It is.
No.
Let me explain to you why I say that. It's not women's fault. It is the black man's fault. Okay, that is not true. Okay, what about the greater society? What about the white people? They are the masters who are behind all this issue. Let's blame them instead of women. And the reason why I say that is because that's how I see the things you said. You said that we should not fight as black men and black women because there is greater society that wants and that are playing us like puppets. Did I misunderstand that?
Yeah, you got some of it right, but I mean, of
No,
course, we have to be
because of
accountable.
that, I took it as a way of
And that's fine.
blaming,
That's fine.
taking away the
I'm listening.
accountability from women to white men or
Not
white society
woman.
in
I'm
this
talking
case.
about us as a people, not woman. This is when I come on the line. It's not no woman versus man and man versus woman. I don't come
Yeah.
like that.
Okay, then you're taking it from black people and making the fault to white people because you're saying
Puppet
it.
master.
Yes, that's what you're saying, and because literally what you're doing is taking the accountability from the individual. you see two people, and as Rael mentioned earlier, he said that the quote unquote marriage rate was higher back in the slavery or back in the days as it is this day. The white people
And
were
that's
doing
where,
it
and
had
that's what the
Pro.
government has said.
Yeah,
And that's
so
where the government
back
said, no, Kevin, you got to go to sleep. Go.
And
We finna go to bed. Good night,
and
Kevin.
and this is where Kevin says,
Good
Sir
night.
Anthony, that's a hell of an idea. Any given Sunday will be an open panel. So if anybody wants to come up, speak their piece, yeah, I'm gonna kind of let the discussion be open for any given Sunday. It's gonna start around 9:30, 10ish, probably 9:30. So Cartoon Cat, you're definitely invited.
Monet, I'm gonna put a
If
book in the back chat for you that I think you should check out.
yeah, okay.
Okay.
Monet, did you hear me?
All right. Huh?
Okay. All right.
I said I'm putting a book in the back chat that I think you should check out.
Okay, cool beans.
All right. Okay.
All right. Down to go to sleep, Kevin.
Okay. All right. Anybody have anything else to say before I wrap this up?
Yeah, I have one
Have a
thing.
blessed night.
And that it would be an advice for everybody that if you are fighting for something or you find yourself in a difficult position, don't let someone else be in control of the things that are possible for you, because you really don't know what is that. Case in point, when I am talking to young children or young adults or adolescents, one of the things that I tell them is, yes, stacks might be stacked against you. But imagine you're in a race and you are quote unquote racing against white dudes or white whatever people. Are you gonna not participate in the race because there is someone outside of the race that called you a nigger or some derogatory term? Are you gonna now say, wow, okay, I'm gonna now decide to focus on that person who just called me a nigger and go run after them instead of running the actual race? So with that being said, focus on the goal at hand despite there being people who are trying to take your eyes off the ball. If you do that, you're going to achieve a whole lot more than you think. And as Black people here in the community or like in the manosphere, it is our goal to enlighten as many people as possible. Now we see more often than before that there are more women who are coming to this side of the YouTube and saying, as our sister were doing here, Meme, despite her having whatever thoughts regarding the issues, no matter how she decides to, take what we're trying to say or do, it is a positive development as a whole. Yesterday, there was no woman here. Today, there are women here, and despite them hating or not agreeing, it is a positive development in them coming and accepting at least that there is a problem here. Because if they didn't believe and thought we were just dudes that weren't, didn't know what they were talking about, they wouldn't bother to come here. So on your end, take something positive from this, and we all love one another. At least I do. I am here writing paper and it is the morning, so it's evening for you guys. Let that be a sign that there are different parts of the world that are listening. There are people who have different experiences, and because they don't agree with you or you don't agree with them, that it is possible for different opinion to coexist at the same time. If that makes any sense to any of you. And again, thank you, Kevin, for having me on tonight, for you at least.
All right, Delco, there's no problem. Appreciate you stopping by and offering your insightful thoughts, and they are much appreciated. Rael, anything else before we go?
Appreciate it, Kev. Let me come up. Peace to Delco and the chat. I just want, for any Bible thumpers out here, the Bible says, "As a man thinketh, so is he," and she too. And so, the mind, the brain is a very powerful tool. It can when it's used in the way that it's supposed to be, it can propel humans to achieve great things. But it can also be self-destructive towards the person whose body it inhabits when there are things that that person hasn't dealt with. It's not. I always say when it comes to these females in particular, it's not their fault completely, but as adult women, it's their responsibility. They didn't raise themselves, you know, so we understand it. Just like a lot of these men, same thing. But we live in a first world country where people have done extensive research on issues concerning humans for quite a long time. And there's been a lot of advances in that. And so Black people are going to have to stop being lazy and thinking rap music, R&B, social media apps are going to solve their problems internally. No, you're going to have to do the work, as Kevin constantly demonstrates. There was a point where when I kind of started watching his show consistently, I would laugh because the stuff was just so goofy, you know. But in the subsequent months, I'd probably say last 2 or 3, it's really become like sad because what you see is a bunch of little girls in grown women bodies who really don't understand what's really going on. Many of these women have raised boys who grow up to be completely disconnected men who don't know, who don't have a sense of direction. So I know what I try to do is try to offer information that can give, you know, men and women something to go to. Because, you know, I don't get up here. It's not about winning arguments. To me, it's about resolving the issue. The issues need to be resolved. I don't give a damn who wins the argument. You know what I'm saying? If that argument helps resolve issues, I'll be wrong 100% of the time. The issues need to be resolved because we got a lot of Black people, men and women, who are really, really hurting. I know we like to put forth this image that, you know, Black people are resilient and we survived all this type of things, but just because you survive tragedy don't mean you ain't traumatized. Yeah, you could survive and be alive physically, but mentally you could be checked out. So there needs to be some work done on people's mental health if they need it. We can't make light of these issues. We've experienced a loss in the space, and from here on in, that experience is what compels me to keep coming here and giving this information, because I always just think that maybe I could have said something differently. Maybe I could have said something in a different angle that could have clicked, you know, for the brother we lost. And this is not any joke, you know. We've heard men talk about that they've contemplated taking themselves out. And so this is nothing to really, you know, laugh at and play around. You know, we need to get serious, much more serious about this issue. And people need to go out here and do the work, get help that they need, and don't come to social media looking for answers. Like that's like looking for healing. You know, we can, some of us can point you in the right direction to get the information you need. But ultimately, you're going to have to take that first step in your own individual lives. And I just implore people, man, to really take stock of themselves. Even if you don't think there's anything wrong with you, still go get a counselor just to see, make sure everything is on the up and up, because there's nothing weak about it. It means you want to be healthy mentally. And for every Black person who has that mindset, they will be an addition to another black person, whether they're male or female. And I'll leave it at there.
Okay. I fell out of practice tonight. I said names directly. I don't care. Just you guys will be okay. So anyway, just want to say that I look forward to this Black Manosphere continuing to evolve and develop, and the Black Manosphere really to me is more than what any list could ever say or could ever limit it to. But like I said, I'm a man that grew up in Montgomery, Alabama. I grew up around the corner from the Southern Poverty Law Center. Do your research on the impact of that. And I'm not saying that I'm better than any other black person, but I would definitely not. I would definitely not bring in a person from another group to criticize people who are members of my group, because that's some weak shit. And that's pretty much the basis of what I wanted to say. And, but as a conversation is a conversation. So just be sure to tune in to tonight's Any Given Sunday. I will leave the discussion open, not necessarily a topic, unless, I don't know, something huge happens between now and then. So until then, I just look forward to seeing you guys, and I'm about to go to sleep. So like this video, share, subscribe. Long live the habitual line steppers. And Kev, we trust. Till next time.